优先情况下选择成为了先班先选的那一边。那 EDG 作为后班后选这一边，他会在最后一张图的决定上面做一个2选1，选择按掉了员工重镇，然后来到霓虹钉。如果我们能见到的话，是的。
而且对于 RA 而言，如果你要选择先选
Lotus，
那也就意味着你进入比赛的速度一定要非常快。如果你慢热，图1丢掉的话，那进入到图2其实已经是来到一个非常劣势的情况了。
Alright, we're live. I don't see anything yet. I also might have broken the Elgato prompter by leaving it on. Maybe it'll be alright. It's fine, good. First game is Lotus, so it's double controller, usual shenanigans for both sides. I've literally just got in. Do I tweet that I'm live? I don't think so. I don't know how much it matters. Was it copy a link address, thumbnail downloader? I'm gonna take the thumbnail from the China stream, put it on the YouTube stream, so people can just have a little bit of a watch if they want. Channel dashboard, contents, live. Edit the thumbnail. There we go. Good stuff. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
好，那这场胜者组决赛即将开始，由 Rare Atom 对阵到 Edward Gaming。那第一张地图是由 RA 做出选择的莲花古城，他们在有优先权的情况下选择先班先选，他们想要抢图1的分数，而 EDG 选择了一个进攻方开。这张地图在我们这一
Morning, Ishiki. Is the audio levels and stuff okay? Am I coming through? Is the game coming through? You should watch party the China gives us thingy. By the way, he's not on today. He's doing media stuff with Team Liquid, so you're stuck with me today. Manifested a rare Atom 2-1 win. It'd be a rare Atom 2-1 win against EDG. How many times have these two played against each other at this point? Lower bracket final. Stiggy's back for lower finals, I think. Oh, that's good. It's up to him. I'm not going to try and leech off of his audience. Oh, lower finals is in, you mean like lower bracket finals is in tomorrow? Not the game today. He said to me that he's missing... Because I messaged him yesterday, because he wasn't on yesterday. I was like, oh, you okay? Everything good? He was like, yeah, I'm just doing media stuff. I was like, oh, you should have let me know. I would have brought my A game. I'd have come in with all of the assets and stuff prepped. Sliggy refugees, come on, come all. Good patience from EDG, because they were here for a while and they were just trying to enable this lurk a bit more. Separate Stu from the rest of the team. 2 players are going to clear this where nobody is. Good fight. They're so paranoid for this lurk now. I think they assume that there's just one player on site. Stu's super low, so Shishu deals with him. Yeah, I'd love to do a stream with Sliggy, but I don't think Sliggy has ever done a watch party with anybody else. As far as I know, I don't think he's ever done a watch party with someone. He's always done it alone. He has not, yeah, exactly. So I don't want to be fucking Sliggy's special guest first when he has access to so many other people. You know, it's so much easier to do it solo, especially when it's 2 people streaming. It's not like he's spending his stream thanking, you know, so-and-so, welcome to the Slug Club. So like on my stream, I'm just like, he says he feels he wouldn't be able to pay attention to the game at all. No, I 100% get that. I think the only thing that would be good, I think this is something that actually watch parties should do more. Have people in a call deafen during the game and then talk in between the maps. Because then there's nothing going, like, while a desk is going on, me and Sliggy can talk about, like, what teams we like, what players we like, stuff like that. That'd be good. I mean, anybody could do that. I think that's what most people should be doing. But then again, Sliggy during breaks just goes AWOL for 10 minutes.
康康要过来去找人，看一下能找到吗？已经找到了，而且 BC Link 这个位置只要站住的话，对于对手来说感觉会有点难以。好，已经倒了。
Also, I have to imagine when every time he says that he's like going for a break to stretch his legs and stuff like that, what he really means is he's gone for a massive poo, and he's too embarrassed to tell everybody. Hey, blinded. 2-0. I think to EDG, it'd be nice to see VALORANT take a map. What did I come in for? Just talking about the slug club. Sluggy dropping some slugs. My blinds aren't even open. That's how unprepped I am. I'm still in my gym shirt, but I don't smell that much, luckily. But everything's good. There's a couple of people on YouTube. Burry, everything looking good and sounding good. Gym shirt very nice, he'll survive. It's very comfortable. Very thin though, so I'm a little bit cold.
但现在感觉对 RA 来说 ，Steal 这个点很重要，他自己的大块好了，第一时间抢 A 倒是抢到了。
Good harm. Sorry, I'm just making sure that everything's tip top.
扛不到一发的一个血量啊，右半现在有点危险。
对于 EDG 来说，还是可以汲取地图上的资源，把这个技能灵球。
That's all correct. Yep.
那
It ends. Get blanket. I'm not cold.
完烟火进度能不能赶上呢？如果这一份能够赶上完烟火的进度的话，感觉他们还是有一个终极技能的优势的。
但显然 EDG 这一分其实没有很急着在
Alright, I've caught up on everything.
啊或者 AB Link 这种等等的位置，他们在碎石区其实待了很久。
So it's Lotus. For those who don't know, it's Lotus, Sunset, and Split to finish on. So it's really going to be curious what EDG are going to play here. They tried some Cypher. VALORANT are going to sub in Spitfires for this, maybe? I hope not. Map I don't know, map I played once. I think Sunset, I don't know if everybody else agrees. Sunset's a map that's grown on me. I didn't like it initially. You pick map 1, this is the pick of VALORANT. And so EDG chose to attack first, which is fair. Stu missed his boosts. Oh, did he bait it actually? I think he missed it, but it's lucky that he missed it because Kung Kung was watching. Kung Kung's always watching. Alright, Yihao's got one. Got two. Hey Sophia, time's getting a little bit low on this bonus. Good shots from Martin actually. Smoggy has a prowler. That's it. Need to sneeze. Oh, Smoggy just clears it. Oh, excuse me. We're not in quarterfinals yet. We are upper bracket, lower bracket. We're in the top 4. Is this upper bracket game? Upper bracket finals. Lower bracket semis, I guess. Then you got lower bracket finals tomorrow. Grand finals Sunday. So winner of this game goes into the final, which is a best of 5 on Sunday. So let's assume that EDG win this. VALORANT will go down to losers bracket finals, and then after this game we have FPX versus Trace. I'm rooting for FPX, but I think Trace will win. Trace will go to lower bracket finals. Whoever wins this game goes into the grand finals against EDG. We started out like that today, huh? I mean, it's your just average smoggy clip. How are teams going to qualify for Madrid? We could go over that in the break if you remind me again then, Cheese. This tournament doesn't really matter too much with it. That's going to be the 11 teams that make the China League. 2 of them are going to make Madrid. But we don't know who's getting partnership or who's what Ascension, so... I think EDG would be one of the 2. I have no... I don't even know what the teams would look like. Because I can assure you that the teams and who's playing on them and the orgs that we're going to be seeing are going to be very, very different than what we expect. Yeah, Saint, I heard the same thing. So, you know the conversation? I'm thinking Tekken one of them. Yeah, I'm thinking the same thing. And I think it makes sense for Riot's perspective, because is it better to be with... I'm trying to think. Who's in the LPL that's bad on money at the moment? RNG? RNG are in the LPL, right? Is it better for Riot? You got some of the LPL teams, and then you got some of the VCT teams. Or more like LPL teams, not LPL. Good timeout, I think, for Val analysis here, actually, because it's not been a great start. So, you've obviously got like big orgs that are in LPL that Riot will want to still work with. Your FPXs, your EDGs, JDG, Weibo, I imagine, perhaps. Weibo, like, I just sort of think, like, what are the massive conglomerates? Top. Yeah, I guess top. But like, I think my point is that, yeah, you have these orgs, you want them in for VCT. Because they have big money, they're good partners anyway. And then you got orgs that aren't in here that are quite big, like tech and stuff like that. Trying to think of another org that's massive in China that isn't in the LPL. Wolves. Because Wolves are owned by a massive company in China. They're not in the LPL. It makes sense for Riot to entice these teams to be in for VCT, I guess. Because maybe these teams will invest into LPL in the future too. Nip. I don't think Nip financially are in as good as a position that they're hoping for. That would be a major conflict of interest with EG. Except for the fact the Wolves don't sponsor EG anymore. They stopped sponsoring them last month. Yeah. Wolves also left another sponsor, I think. Was it Peak or something like that? Oh, is that the reason why EG have had to have a pay cut? Fucking, this was all caused by Wolverhampton Wanderers. Are you taking the piss? Because if that's the reason, oh my god, that's actually the funniest butterfly effect I've ever seen. Wolf sponsorship was like the only reason EG was surviving. I never even thought about it that way. God, that's funny though, because it means like the 13-0 that led for EG to get into champs has led to potentially Wolverhampton Wanderers esports getting into the China League of VCT and EG being kicked out in the first year. Sorry, I have been ignoring this game completely because the thought of that for me is just an English football team has destroyed one of the most established esports orgs in history. Tablet doesn't match. They linked about the paper cuts more than a month ago. Yeah, but maybe like Wolverhampton. Well, I keep calling it Wolverhampton. Like Wolves Esports, or what's the umbrella company? Is it like Dosen or something like that?
很尴尬的点是没有囊括到包点，也就意味着你即便在 B 点安置爆能器，但爆能器是不在回复里的。
他这个回复的意思还是想把
Oh yeah, you got to imagine that all of the teams that make Ascension.
但是不是真的要进 B 还不好说。
Fosun, that's it. All of the teams that don't make Ascension will just find their way onto like other orgs. Like JDG will pick up a different team.
对面丢暗兽 ，Viva 丢蛇稳，暗兽没有能够确定到 Viva 的位置。
And even teams like, let's say, Tech getting it, have a decent roster, I think they'll still make roster changes. There's too much talent that won't make it that will want to be in.
一号的位置其实是暴露的差不多
啊。Nobody 其实想用魁父来往里面去做一个纵深的摸，
就是想
Whichever oil Shrike owns Wolves. Well, I mean, it's predominantly owned by Fosun. Like, they don't have Middle Eastern oil baron money, they just have Chinese conglomerate money.
这波关键是要看补枪的效率了。
Yeah, I mean, like, think about all of the teams that made VCT this year. Like, KC, they didn't keep their team. Koi didn't keep their team. Giants didn't keep their team. Might kept one player, but they replaced everybody else. Nobody stayed the same, as far as I remember, in VCT, for EMEA at least.
是的，这一分 EDG 似乎在残局的沟通里面出现了一些那个问题。我觉得更转折点其实就在 Nobody 那个单摸失败之后。
Mostly insurance and tech. But it is still some, I guess, a passion project for some Chinese giant. Thoughts about reworking Viper? We've spoken about it enough that I feel like I'm just repeating myself more than anything. And like, this is a good game, and I've not been paying attention to it. Maybe we'll talk about it when we have a bit more time. As of right now, like, Viper's definitely a problem, but I have hope that Riot I have hope that they will deal with it eventually. It just might take a while. Do not discuss it, yeah. We have been around that particular topic.
全面封锁你还交了，就导致到其实 EDG 这一分有点把自己的强势期给玩过去了。
现在看一下这一分 After 的暂停会怎么来叫，他的想法到底是往什么样
I'm curious if other non-LPL teams get outside of Wolves and Tech. I'll have to actually like look up the orgs that are in it. The main ones I know.
如果亏胜要单走，走在哪？走在 A，碎石堆是比较多的，利用进攻方独木的袭击降降。对。
Did BBL change anything? I don't think they did. I think they moved stuff around. Like, they got Brave in. Brave was on Super... Wait, was he, though? Was he in for 2021? I don't remember. 2022, even. Do you think there'll be a big patch before 24? There'll be something.
这波好多剑引过去是被抓掉了，
是蛇稳直接扑到了一个高点位，对康康来说这个位置是有个孤立无援的状态，
没有抓到，但对面也刚好溜掉了1号，是退回了 AB Link 内部。对于 EDG 来说有个很伤的点是主烟已经没有了，对，这就是我们提到你从双球员变成了蝰蛇加主烟的一个组合，那现在只有蝰蛇可以用，没顶过1v1，这样的话 RA 在 A 点取得了一个非常
Skydog 3 legs is good enough, Jesus.
除非你所有人都走输，因为 AB Link 解决不掉。
是现在感觉压力要来到球身上了。
It also says that you're a first-time chatter, Schnee. Like, I swear I've seen you in here before.
来说，你看他们的抱团还是比较紧密的，不太好去做拆分。
现在你甚至找人成了一个很大的问题，因为像刚刚在 AB Link 露过脸的1号已经退到了 B 点的2楼。A 点暗兽再次有反馈，知道 A 点外面还有人在做摸索的动作。
Right, EDG have been making this attack side work. Time out, I think, for both sides at this point.
两个1v1关键打开了 B 点，但另外一头 Stu 阻止了对面 A 点 Nobody 的干摸，防守方是个3打2的回防。看一下马丁的决策，马丁没有被发现，他选择等，还是选择立刻出击。
Martin's in a good spot. I'm not too much of a fan of this, but this is really well played from EDG. Like, both players pushing together. These players grouping up now, which is good. These guys separating. Like, Shishu could just try and buy as much time as possible. And then Smoggy's going to go back. Maybe he feels at this point, this could be 200 IQ. If timing works out, it doesn't. I think he was expecting Rare Atom to expect him to be up here. But I don't think they bought it just yet. All of the LPL logs that don't get partnership will have a challengers team. It sort of depends where and how they feel financially. Yeah, if the viewership's there and the sponsorships are there, then it might be really worthwhile for the Oaks to be involved. This is my phone account. It's Prime, but I don't have access to email. Oh, okay. Is the map spike-sided? By that, do you mean is it attack-sided? Yes.
EDG 现在肩上应该有一些压力了。
而且这个 A 大的有点现在拿不下来了，因为对 RA 知道他连输了4分之后放了4次 A 大，其实效果都不太好。
现在我就出门先交技能，看这分Still就是出门踩雷飞剑先交了。是，而且这颗星体 Nobody 脚下这颗星体会让进攻方进这个 A 大很忌惮。对，你随时可能会被重力井或者。
Yeah, I agree. It should be like.
这个 A 大也不太敢往里面去摸啊。那
Like viewership should be good, sponsors should be good, but I also imagine that Tier 2 salaries in China would dwarf any other region, even America. So whilst the Tier 2 scene would make good money, it also costs good money too. And if there's some orgs that don't really have those kind of resources, they might just skip out. Even Japan? I mean, oh, good point actually, because Japan does have some absurd salaries.
但现在 Viva 还有2颗蛇吻啊，而且张云就在 C， 张云蛇吻出去了吗？
蛇吻好像没有给，选择直下。
Viva 的位置没暴露 ，Viva。
Good Viva。
的位置和马丁实现了一个90度进攻方式，遇到了铜墙铁壁，避免有一个1v1打赢，但是离暴龙器很远，暴龙器落在了 C 大的直线通道里面 ，Viva 的3杀。
看一下球球要面对一个1打4的残局，最后 Still 也是完成了收尾。 其实这一分叶灵笼罩。
I would love to put a cap on salaries for VCT though.
对于 EDG 来说，感觉也是无奈之举了。是 A 大有点拿不下来，然后 B 点其实也不太好做一个往里面去突进的作用。但 C 点我们要知道，这个蝰蛇只要在，他即便不放蛇吻，你出这个障云都不太好去做协同。
对，首先它是一个烟。
Yeah, Rare Atom are winning the duels.
糟糕，而对面会优先。
Good bounce back.
50的一个伤害。对。 那这样的话，对于 EDG 来说，现在是被对面连追4分追平，而自己前期
I mean, Stew's cooking.
已经捉襟见肘了，上一分也没有按到爆能器。现在已经出现了 smoke。
Not quite had any outrageous moments. The fact that Martin's only on 3 kills, I feel like every kill that he's got has been really nice because he got the 2 kills spray down earlier, like here, and just one more there.
踩雷飞剑被抓到，他 miss Stew， 从右侧拉住完焰火，直接控给 A 大，想要控制更大的区域，踩雷飞剑再给。 进攻方这个位置想要去把人数掰回来是不现实的，防守方甚至又给了一颗星云，想要做隔断，再做1换1，暴动又到了1号，2发头啊，1号又确定外面还有第3个人1号还想掰，但对于防守方来说，他们已经有优势，他们完全可以退。对 ，RA 是可以退了，而且对 EDG 来说，现在这个反清会变得非常难做。Smoky 因为没有前， 就是这2个人
，2个暗兽都没有了已经。
这2个人上次打过一个2打5，差点成功。
Really good bounce back for Rare Atom now after the timeout.
是 RA 很求稳呀，他推到了一个后置点位，这个导致到 EDG 其实后续想要再进这个 A 大，他要清的点很多。对，他每个拐角都要走，但是 Smoky 没有技能，现在他没有暗兽了，
而且他现在应该不太乐意把鬼眼或者或者优爪丢在前点啊，他要先找人。OK，A 大两边再次亮枪，挑 pick 勾引出来的位置，
看到了，已经确定了球球的位置。
Looks like Rare Atom might take map 1. I mean, there's still a way to go.
所以没有贸然进树屋，想要拐 AB Link 的话，有烧焦炮台想着，
但时间不多了，20秒的时间。
我觉得最后反正 A 楼梯 A
What are the maps? Lotus Sunset Split. This is Rare Atom's map pick.
但进 AB Link 感觉要被夹击，RA 这边也是等候多时了，他 A 和 B 点可以同时做一波夹击的。
想保枪，我觉得也。 能理解啊，
and they just have to save. Might have enough money for another buy at this point.
但 RA 最后也是求稳了一手，
算了，主要是感觉如果脚枪万一给球球
just enough, baby. I have a buy. Maybe Eco got out the showstopper. Rare Atom not afraid to take fights. Yeah, pretty much perfect from Val Analysis's timeout actually. 4-0 down, called it here. Defuses, which are hard to do, and stalling out time a bit more.
用人数优势想要去抢 A 大，但是现在效果不好。就对面只要技能扑出来之后，那个狭小的路口对进攻方来说，你填多少人进去都是死。
对，这一分因为保了2把枪，所以还能起。 但这也是因为是进攻方啊，所幸 EDG 是进攻方，所以这个经济才勉强能够维持。
Also, it feels like EDG are not really getting like the fights that they want, I suppose.
Still 是一开始就出来了，而且这是防守方完全不知道的。
哎，他是不是交了个惊喜翻腾出来的？
不知道有没有听到？感觉
I mean, this might be a bit. Yeah, it gets cleared, but still he loses the fight. Is there any support that he can get? All right, he does eventually get taken out. And Smoggy finds an opening on the lurk. I would have thought if Stu was playing here, there'd be a bit more of a plan from Rare Atom. But the fact that a Viper's Pit is used and then immediately got no impact. The wall goes down, or the ult goes down. Haodong's going on a lurk. Feels like a bit of a waste of a round for Rare Atom, to be honest. Because this working out is good, but there was just like no other real reaction. But what can you do at this point, I guess?
这个回防不太好打，但是 R 的经济是 OK 的，他们是可以考虑去下枪，拿出来对枪啊，但没有对过球球，球球先打了一个，最后 Viva 的位置是个名牌，因为刚才交过手稳了已经。是，保枪也没有必要，钱很多。
Save made a huge difference over EDG to be able to have this buy going. But that's still a little bit of risky round for me. But well played from Smoggy, like finds good space. Stuart's the operator now. 这把明狙架的位置好像是 A 大，但是 A 大对 EDG 来说抢了这么多次没有抢下来，他们也对 A 大没有什么太多的。Just throwing the hunt there, nothing. Operators rotate already. Pressure on B already with a prowler. Lots of noise being made C. You got Yeoman that's pushed up to B main. Turret's been broken on B. This is really tricky if you're Rare Atom. Just feels like you're being like blasted on two fronts. Moving the up over here is good. Now the reaction here needs to be a good one. But Yihao can't let this come through again. I mean, the read and reaction from Stu is really good. Like, what utility have they still got? Paranoia, they still have a Prowler, they still have a Haunt and a Seize. They're just hoping to see if they can get a timing here on Yeoman. They can't fight it together, so Yeoman's owned that. Dead by forces him out, nobody at least trades him. But now he needs to go for this smoke, which has been watched through Stu. Like, again, like, this mid-control from EDG is really nice, but this was read so well from Stu. Still needs to pick up the spike, he's just not dying, just jump peeking. Stalled it out now. Great round from Stu. Starts here, gets first kill here, rotates back. Yeah, salary cap in America. I wonder if they would do that, honestly. Was Sylvan and Echo on Genji at the same time? I believe so, yes. But Echo was a sub, so we never really saw them play that much together. Yeah, the reads from Rare Atom this game have been really good. The only round, well, it just did a bit of a rough start. Can't really comment too much on that. But the one round we were paying attention to, felt like it was Rare Atom just getting punished for doing something that was a bit too aggressive. Alright, Kung Kung finds the opening. Slow rotation so far. That's because EDG haven't really been able to do anything fast. And they say fast, it still took like 50 seconds. There's a lockdown on both sides. There's a Cosmic Divide almost available for Yihao. Lodad's good to be used on defense. Shishu's watching the flank, so we can't really counter this, but they just break it anyway. Alright, Viva's got some good kills, but might be a bit too much. Is that half time? Yeah, it is. I want to see what brought the nade, brought the lockdown. Yeah, the nade. Yeah, the nade breaks it. But how does he throw it? Because he throws it like here. No, he throws it CT. So are they just spraying it? I'm really trying to work out what breaks it here. Like, am I being stupid? The only thing that gets used is the nade, but I don't think the nade is aiming for CT, I'm pretty sure. So did nobody fire out a snake bite? No. Vinder might just wallbang it from here. But again, like, nobody's... Maybe, yeah, it's been wallbanged there, actually, I think. I mean, they break it. Doesn't matter too much. They knew what they were doing.
所以这是上半场就刚刚受到阻击非常多的原因，但最后这一分他的晚焰火以及对于对面弱点位置的一个提醒，也就是 A 点这个空点的一个提醒还是非常到位的。对，主要球那个回旋跳把狙给骗出来了，是的，所以也就知道了 A 点是个弱防。
There are no visible bullets on the hot wall low.
这个上半场打完，我觉得对两边来说都能接受。
Yeah, confusing. Is it possible to break it from sight? Might be able, like, you could wallbang so much of Lotus, it wouldn't surprise me. Might be something to check. Because I was trying to think if Kunkka was facing this way and like nades it, I wasn't sure if there was like a gap in the wall that you could like if he threw it up here and it bounced there, but I don't think there is. Maybe on the replay should have breaking it? Perhaps. We can check it in a second. Killjoy wallbanged it. The attack Killjoy was down here. And I think they were facing this way the whole time. But maybe? Like if they had something like a Guardian, they can do, yeah. But also, we didn't see any bullet trails from a Guardian, so I don't think it was that. But saying that, there was a smoke in the way.
但也是因为这一分，他们 A 大根本就没有想压出去。
Yeah, bullet holes in the walls. It's weird that we didn't see the traces then.
C 点因为这个自动哨兵放得非常靠外，所以可以很提前知道对面是有对土坡有意思的。
但 RA 其实是打完自动哨兵就转了。
Yeah, maybe because they were far enough away that we didn't really hear the shots being fired.
康康和 Nobody 守的 A 点，方程方独步升起，让康康和 Nobody 可以。
Anyway, 6 on defense is really good for Rare Atom.
选择站在哪儿 ？Nobody 现在这个位置肯定是不行的，他在看有没有人会阅读幕，没有。
And what, like EDG 4-0 up? It's also worth adding that EDG did lose the upper bracket game against Trace last at 2-0. So these are the kind of games where like EDG look a little bit more shaky, perhaps. Although they didn't really have much problem with it in Act 1, as far as I remember. But they did drop a map. The only map that they dropped was in the grand final, so everything else was just dominant.
看一下1号这个侧身能抓到吗？看一下抓到了，最后马丁也是打掉球球，手枪局 RA 是成功打出了一波0换5。
Chinese team seems so much closer in skill. Yeah, and I think on like the popular maps that we see for sure. Like how much they like to play Lotus, especially. I think the gap between like you got FPX that are in really good form. Rare Atom have been pretty good. EDG have looked really nice, considering that they went back to their like old comp instead of the double controller.
这开局，马丁应该是摘了一手球球的回旋跳。
B 点有人在藏 ，Still 在跟对面做一些消耗。
但Nobody是一把标配啊。
这样的话应该知道左边有人在藏，弹雷必须要走啊。那这个雷
也没弹到，其实
没有弹到箱子的另外一侧
啊。但打 B 其实对 RA 来说并不是那么好的选择，他们只是把 B 大空下来，然后去让 Still 去拿球。
对。
而在另外一边看一下康康的前压已经被发现了。
Is this map one? It is, yeah.
架墙非常稳啊，
就架在家里面，找了个最远距离，架背靠莲花池。
Imagine an Abo or Fung in place of Stew.
被猜到了 ，Smoky 第2时间的前顶也是被1号给接住。
I mean, Fung's going to be the hottest commodity. I think Abo for Stew. Trying to think if there's any other like duelists that you could take that would sort of fill that gap a little bit more. I don't know. You got people like Luke maybe, but I don't think Luke is on the same level as Stew. I don't think there's many that are on the same level as Stew, just when it comes to like duelist capability. It's good on Jet and Raze. There's some rumors that T1 might put Stew as well. I mean, it would be a hell of a pickup. But I imagine that Rare Atom will probably have a better salary. But if it means, like, if T1 pick up Yeoman as well... Life is also a great shout for having a guy who overpeaks everything. Yeah, perhaps. I don't think that, like, Stew has been that bad for it. Like, Stew is obviously, like, cracked with how he takes fights and stuff like that. But I don't think he's, like... He's not super over-aggressive, I don't think. Famous last words. He's no Kellogg's, that's for sure. Even like Stew from Act 2 versus Stew from Act 3 looks like he's been a little bit more reserved. Yeah, stage 1, stage 2. I think mid stage 2 he calmed it down. But yeah. It's much easier to upgrade Yeoman than Stew. Yeah, I think there's like... Replacing Stew is hard. Finding another Chinese IGL... I don't think it's too hard. There's been some pretty good ones. Bianc, maybe. I think I said Bianc before. Bianc and Yeoman's age pool is relatively similar. But also, like, Bianc's not been IGLing. I don't know if that's because he doesn't want to, or whether the coach has made that call from Billy. She's just been run over. They're winning this bonus as well. Who's IGLing right now? For Billy, it was K-Knight. But that might change again. Hey B is a good shout too. Maybe a completely different Trace player? Yeah. That's what I mean. Like, I think there's more like options of good IGLs in China than there is like good duelists to match up to Stew. Also, I imagine it's cheaper. It's also a case of like you have a Korean coach and then a Korean IGL. Yeah, I think they were maybe just like Bianc maybe felt that he was underperforming because he's trying to IGL at the same time. Anywho, we got this for the break. We got a lot to talk about, I think. Trying to remember all of the topics. Maybe somebody should take notes. K-Knight for Yeoman is a good choice too. Depends how much K-Knight wants to IGL. And also Billy want to get rid of him. So RA win. So both teams have won 1 pistol, 1 bonus. That's my talking if Stew leaves for T1. Yeah.
这一发正义是把 V8给点掉了，在另外一边 Smoky
又是球球跟 Smoky 的残局吗？这次又是一个2打4，现在变成了2打3。
但 Smoky 技能还是有的，对面要扑 Smoky 这个点 ，Smoky 压力很大。
有爪，这个其实有减75的一个腐蚀效果啊。而也很拼，这两个人选择硬站这个位置。
I think a lot of people want Stu.
跟队友，比如说有更多的空间获取，
但球球是捡了枪过来的，这个2打3。 时间确实不太够。
Is Stu even better than Saya?
对，而且因为对面刚才压到Smoky脚下这个位置，一定要重新反清，所有的位置都要重新清一遍。
还签到了，最后球球没办法。
Nice pocket. I think it's hard to tell in a vacuum. Because it's easy to say Stu just because Stu's like on Rare Atom has been pounding and they've been doing well, but we don't know where. It'd be cool to see like a China Pacific tournament. That'd be something that I think would be really good next year. Yeah, EDG are getting killed. They lost Lotus. I think they lost Lotus the last time that they played Rare Atom 2. But they were still running a double controller comp. Yeah. I think the one map that they lost was Lotus. And they got battered then. So they've done a little bit better than last time. Makes sense why Rare Atom would pick it. Like Split, 13-10, might be later. And then Sunset was banned out from Rare Atom. Rare Atom this time banned out Breeze, by the way. Will you watch ESL? I don't have watch parties. I have liked to. My priority has just been this tournament, and then from next week onwards, we'll see, whatever comes up. But it's been really nice to have so many of you here today. Thank you very much for joining. Sorry, I'm not sliggy and I'm getting easily distracted, but it's still early. Yeah, this is easily a much more important tournament for China teams than anything else.
但第一时间对面没有给进攻方任何的技能。那这样的话 ，A 大其实防守方控来，但是 B 点直接要让了。2楼给烟，明区在烟里。
And also, some teams are. EDG is playing in the Pacific tournament. They played in the Korea one too.
在这个距离的情况下，你很难想明居会有获胜的机会。面对判官，
有些时候确实就是强者强运吧。
Yeah. And EDG aren't making any changes. Maybe every other team does.
这个判官给狙掉了，但是这个回防要怎么打？宇宙分裂还是在的。
对面拖包的技能会非常多，现在回防必须要快，不能拖时间。
Why my unscopes are doing that? Because it's Kong Kong. He just gets away with it. Forced out a lot of the early like utility already. There's still one snake bite for Viva, which is good. Kong Kong's in. Got a judge too. They're sticking it. Can't quite get it. All right. Steady to believing. Oh, I'll warm into this one a little bit more, I think. Okay, this life. No, you're mistaken. Life is on attacking Soul now. He's not an EDG anymore.
但是你没有想到，康康这个明狙盲狙到，还是狙了一发头部命中。
上一分也是3杀，康康的状态正在逐渐的找回来，而这对于 RA 来说是一个非常不好的消息。你接下来
Does Hershey's taste like P2? I wouldn't say. I mean, we don't really have Hershey's here in the UK.
用晚宴火来放生。而对于 Stu 来说，看一下要不要继续去执行那一套策略。
I don't think I've ever had it. I'm not a candy person.
把地图上的资源全部获取，然后让自己的晚宴火来得更快一些。
虽然晚宴火并不是一个求稳100%能获胜的方式，但它至少能够加点比例上去。
哎，蛇稳直接扑出来。
他其实想找人蛇稳加晚宴火。OK， 那行，这是稳拆的。
Break the lockdown. These guys are resetting. So once this leave Haldong.
但不管怎么样，这一分相当于两边做了一个终极技能的。
You can get Hershey's and Tesco at Scrim. No, yeah, I mean it's not high on the list.
对于 RA 来说，要转到 A 单 ，A 点是有一个血单向烟的机会。浩东挑 pick 是看到了对手的人的位置，
所以直接撤回来，2个建议全交。
We're getting more and more like American candy stores in the UK, and it's just yuck.
对，有点犹豫哦。他想守，他想试一下。
但如果对面一波流进点，因为对面现在还是5人健全，
就对面如果交叶灵的话，你要怎么办
For
呢？
anyone not from America.
不确定能不能溜啊，还是溜了啊，溜吧。但是楼梯的 Smoky 是直接被撂倒了，我不确定是一个混烟还是怎么样，看上去像是个混烟击杀。
感
Yeah, we're definitely more of a chocolate country.
笼罩叶灵来 A 点是没有人啊，笼罩到一个，笼罩到了浩东。
点里面必须要放，这波是不能再先打回防的。浩东想在坡底
Can't clear drop, but it's just where Haodong has gone to at the moment. Nobody's just keeping an eye on this and clearing it. Viper's Pit is going into stairs. Sees connects, and it's good information, so it's spotted that somebody is there at least. And Stu's just played off of CT really well. Paranoia respected. There's still 3 people on that line, though. Haodong's done good to get one and not get traded, but I think Yihao just spotted him through the box and wall bangs it. And then Kung Kung is in drop. It felt that there was no way for Kung Kung to get out of that then, but I think even he knew it towards the end. Like, hopping up to the high ground and still getting that kill. The man just is able to get away with so much. Do we see the wallbang kill? No. It was a no scope too. Oh. I'm a little bit worried though because for EDG they've changed up their sunset a little bit. They're running Cypher instead of Chamber now, and it didn't look amazing when they played against Top. So did they commit to the Cypher? Did they try something else? Did they go back to the Chamber? Also, what is Rare Atom going to run? Because they have a sub that comes in. Hey, Besso. Like, this map is just... Yeah, EDG tried something cool on it. It didn't work out in the end. They went back to normal. Looked alright, I suppose, in their series against... Who is it that they played? Attacking Soul? Yeah, it's probably one of EDG's poorer maps.
就把所有人都集合在了 A 点，他们现在完全没有 B 点的信息，而 EDG 在 B 大做了潜压，他拒绝被你转到 B 点的信息。
但 B 点只能够做一个前点位的这个卡啊，就直降，他们是没有办法摸出来的。对，毕竟有炮台。看一下最后 RA 的一波，30秒的一波会选择打哪儿？有还是要 A， 还是要 A。
Is that what we refer to it?
所以这一波一定会被拖第一波的进点，而且由于
No brain run. Oh, I see. Yeah, I don't really have emote set up on here. Just again, it's not really been needed so far. Yeah, but they did play the double controller, like Astra Omen. Sorry, double controller specifically, not the Viper. And it got ran over a bit.
现在目前是个3打4的残局，看一下这个回防。
哦，球球是一把鬼魅，在2楼直接被点掉了。那这样的话，这一分已经几乎回不了了。对
，Nobody 也是一把鬼魅，这个鬼魅有一个指点的说法，先收一个把1号给打掉，但枪有点不太好捡，油猛在直架的。
也没命了。
Not quite.
最后只剩浩东要面对一个1打3的残局。炮台的他抢枪了还，
自己位置完全暴露，对面想要打多拉了啊！RA 直接是拉出来架。
那这个回防确实已经不好打了，拉出来架。
Good fights for Rare Atom. This has looked very good for them. I don't know, I just didn't expect that there would be anything from them that would like actively look scary, I guess. EDG have a habit to have games where it just hit every shot and randomly destroy teams on map? Yeah, I mean, I think against worse teams that's been more of a thing. Maybe that sort of explains why they haven't really been able to do the same sort of... Like, EDG haven't really been able to do as much in, like, the career event, like C9 and stuff.
回复有全面封锁，也有回复没有第一时间展开。C 点有舌吻，这是不敢出去的，发被混烟啊！
这么拼吗？踩着舌吻硬出。
I guess we'll see on their sunset. I have to imagine that they've
还是就控的比较轻松的。
made a change. Viva actually has taken a lot of damage there. He's just planning to be a late lurk. He's managed to get past it. So yeah, maybe this is like a good space now because these guys are retreating. I think he's been spotted there though, and there's 3 people around him. And they do get Viva.
A 点应该是楼梯打碎石堆 ，Viva 最后还是没有忍得住，他走到了碎石堆的前面，然后最后被康康收掉。
但 RA 这样子 A 点等于没有什么掌控。
Shame for Rare Atom because had they known that there was like 3 people pulled in by this lurk, it just makes that CXQ easier. But saying that, you've still got a Viper and a Killjoy over here to get rid of. It's 30 seconds and these guys are not sure. Now it's Stu that's actually trying to keep people's attention this way. Might have seen the paranoia go across, and they know that there's one secret. Yeah, they've actually pinged it. Lockdown's been used, they're still looking to plant. Stu's gonna try and fight. Oh, it's a poor ultimate. Just expecting 1 when there's 2. Yo, man, no. Smoggy. There should be a grab that's going to stall it for now. Viper Wall's going to force Yihao off of it. And 2 people facing. Good round from EDG. I mean, Rare Atom looked a little bit lost after Viva died. They weren't really sure how they wanted to do it. Will you watch Game Changers? I'll watch it, but I don't think that I'm going to watch Party yet. Games are just too late. I love that both showstoppers were just shut down this round. EDG have used both their time as Rare Atom, still have 1 left. What about Afrika? I mean, I don't know how that works. From the sounds of it, though, it feels like there's not going to be any watch parties. Depends what time it is. I don't know. I don't think it'd be a great experience just watching it from my POV. Just my camera. Like, I think I'd rather just watch it. Yeah, we could use that website that Elite players use. Yeah, I don't know. Like, if I'd been doing this a little bit longer and done some more stuff on Pacific, it'd be good. Have they said if there's even an English cast yet? Oh, for Afrika? Don't think so. I mean, why would there be if it's not going to be on Twitch? Unless it's on YouTube. Oh, that's so good shots from Smoggy. I don't know. EDG are clawing this back. Got some good ultimates. They've almost got another showstopper for Kung Kung, I think. Might be too late though. Yeah, it might be.
就他们现在后续当然枪是肯定可以起的，但他们没有什么终极技能可以去用。
看一下接下来 RA 怎么来做调整，他们应该还有一个战术暂停可以叫哦，但确实这一分 EDG 在点内的枪线的分布，以及这把奥丁也是取得了不错的效果。
Yeah, I knew the sideshow was going to be streaming today.
在那种 pick， 然后 pick 闪身枪，
节奏的把控非常好 ，RA 也是叫出了自己的这个战术。
I wonder if this is going to make them a little bit nervous though.
对，那对于两支队伍而言，他们已经是把所有
Because Rare Atom have only taken 2 maps off of EDG. One of which was Bind, which I think was like overtime, like 14-12. And then the last time was when they played on Lotus, and that was the 13-2 game. So, and this was like old EDG's comp with the Astra and the Omen. So, I do think that there's maybe an element to EDG being able to pull this back. What happened to EDG? This game, I think it's just they've looked really sloppy, I guess. The way that they take fights is good enough to beat worse teams, but they're not really getting those chances against Rare Atom.
上来丢完技能之后直接掉头就跑，这也是现在很多队伍常见的一个策略。是开头告诉你我的雷兹跟黑梦在 A， 但实际上我立刻换位置了。
那 A 点其实就等于
There's a lot of the rounds that Rare Atom won on defense were either retakes or just running out of time.
错失的晚安焰火对于 Steel 来说还是挺伤的，是，否则那一下是有终结比赛的机
I
会。
think Rare Atom were just kind of controlling the show, and what usually helps EDG break through with like clutches and ecos and stuff like that isn't working today. What we're seeing kind of happen now for EDG to build this back was missing in the first 15, 16 rounds.
主烟掉了，然后雷兹也没了。 只能拉扯，
突然打了一个变奏，这好像也是第一次在 EDG 防守边打了一个 C 大的配合组的。
Yeah, this feels like it could go to overtime now.
看一下第二波的近点，只能够看 Human 了。Human 的技能需要提供到大量的信息，但是 C 点是把奥丁。
Saying that though, like EDG had like a really good clutch in the bonus round 3, so maybe there's like an element of like they were doing some of the stuff that makes EDG EDG, but after a timeout from Rare Atom, they couldn't really get anything. It very much should have been done already. I don't think they're going to get away with letting this kind of thing slip.
因为 A 点跟 C 点是不可能进得去的。
对，爆能技师成功安置了这个 B2 得扛住压力，压力现在是给到了马丁，马丁这个位置要局部面对一个1打2的残局，
想把人数掰回来，但说实话很难掰。而马丁的位置已经暴露了，而马丁还想掰人，但对面不漏，三人一起出现，那这样的话马丁完全接不过。
And this kind of stuff that EDG is doing now, Rare Atom are really good. Like their retakes like this, just having members of like EDG fighting on their own up against like 2 or 3 people. Was just kind of getting cut up. Oh yeah, comeback's really real.
他想通过这种闪身枪去 pick 制造一个人数上的军事，
是把人数拉出来。
Rare Atom have used both their timeouts now too.
EDG 在 C 点打了一个配合鬼眼和暗眼的一个组合技，然后让对面的2个人是只做了一个2换1
啊。而且黑杖给出来之后，导致后续的人被隔绝掉了，补不上枪。
Could be a bit of a fake comeback though too. Problem, however, is just like this buy's a little bit iffy. They're just scrambling to make this work. No eco or anything. So they're really just clutching at straws here. Not really close to an ultimate that could turn it other than Cosmic Divide, but... They're gonna do the whole like B execute thing, of just like doing it this way, and then when the showstopper's just used, stopping it is like enough. Who else is calling fake comeback? I think OT at this point.
这个感觉他甚至没有惊喜翻腾，ED血徒步进点。
Always fake.
他被蹭一下感觉都没。他现在
其实不如
Nobody else is getting baited in, I guess.
他们就断后嘛。
对，就一个人去摸去绕，还是要吃点数，从长计议，因为毕竟还有2个盘点嘛。对。
Ferrat will lose, they're gonna eco. Well, they're not gonna eco because they have to buy, but yeah, like they're gonna have like a half buy if they lose this. Oh, not half buy, but like half armor. Give up something. There might be like a guardian or 2. Pretty much the same as this round, buy-wise. And then EDG, well, they've got 2 Odins for 1, so they already feel like they're clowning it a little bit. Although a lot of space has been given up here. And even the showstopper gets picked up from Stu. Insanely patient retake. This is a, I wouldn't say a gamble from EDG, but it's a hell of a call to just kind of give all of that up. Just Cosmic Divide gets used, showstopper gets used. They weren't planning to do anything. Oh, that's so close to killing Stu. He's 1 HP, for Christ's sake. Time is getting low. Stu's got a kill. Viva's got a kill. Shishu might have just saved it. Martin, 1 versus 2. Ah, nice try. Dealt with really well. Still a good amount of time left considering like how it ended, but yeah. Good lord. And it's like Rare Atom using 2 ultimates that they got on board. Just farming up the showstopper and then it not getting anything.
这波晚焰火其实是确定了一个比较大的优势，就即便是个1换1，但是 Steel 这个ED血，他真的尽力了，
又操作了一个，
对他又操作了一个，
他只有1发的机会状态。但浩东跟球球啊，那就是残局兜回来啊。
maybe a bit of a panic peek from Yihao to try and trade it. Stu actually has the operator on attack. No, well, full armor. People have really gotten to the limits of their credits. That's a hell of a call, though. Like having two players go down to two galleys so you can get the operator. Oh, he's giving it up. Is Satchel peeking on top? I mean, this is brave for Stu. They know that the op is here, and he probably guessed that Kung Kung isn't the kind of player that's going to rotate off of this if there's enough pressure. So he's just waiting. He's kind of stuck here, really. But Viva's about to peek into it. And then he satchels out. He can't quite get it. Even using the Nightfall to sort of push these players back. Kung Kung has now rotated over to B. You're just not going to expect him to be here. Oh man, like Kung Kung has just moved in. He's not going to expect a player to have peaked. Here he is. Took a while. I mean, you don't go up against the op. You don't go into a up v op game against Kung Kung like that. Oh yeah, him going to secret is so weird. But you just are not going to expect him to do that. Yeah, it felt a little bit... a bit of a switch off, I guess, from VALORANT. No surprise that they've called a timeout straight away. Because they get an extra timeout in overtime. Because the players do look nervous now. And it felt... I guess it's good patience from Kung Kung. But it felt like they knew that the operator was there. They just didn't know that it was like close right-hand side. Or maybe they knew that and just thought maybe at a point he was able to cross. Because there was an Astra smoke that went up, so maybe they expected him to have got out off the back of it, but no, he just stays. Who is going to secret? I thought the roster's complete. I'm not too sure. Yeah, I think that's just a switch-off moment. Because there was definitely a moment where like an Astra smoke went up here. And because of how patient Kung Kung was, I think they assumed that he had gone back. Even though it was only up for a second. But yeah, it's poor from Viva to be caught out by that. This is also what makes EDG such a good team, though. It's just they don't really look flappable. If things are bad for them, they still are able to take risky stuff and make it work. Like this. Didn't quite work this time, but you got to admire that he tried to do something like that in OT. And he did a good amount of damage to Stu, and he's like the alert player, so they're not really planning to do stuff on A. They break the turret on B. Stu's watching it. Kinda needs a bit of support. Throws the nade, stalls this out again. Good control from VALORANT. This is what made their defense so good on the first half. Oh, good fight from Kung Kung. He had the right idea. I think actually Yihao's done well to just make sure that he doesn't peek straight off the back of it, because he would have died there, I think. 30 seconds, and there's just looking to go C into the normal C setup. They don't have as much utility to work with. Everything's the same. Showstopper's good. Viva tries to fight it in the middle of all of these nanos. Dies to Martin's nano, but so does Haldong. 12 seconds. 3v3. Oh, Martin tries to wait out the horn. 6 seconds. Are they going to be able to plant? Just no, never mind. Your man's owned it. Good stuff from Rare Atom there. I mean, it got really close considering the circumstances. UI is also behind again. Actually, wild stuff.
再看一下这一波，B点是先补掉一个残血，打到一个4打4的一个军事残局，完焰火这时候有了，完焰火没有能够炸死马丁。这一波其实刚刚错失了一个。
It's always behind. It has its moments where it isn't. It seems to be always when it gets the busy parts of the game, like OTs or insane clutches. That's when the UI tends to just fall apart a little bit more. Yeah, EDG calling a timeout now. Both having to play like the winning on the halves that they were good on.
这个，但对 RA 来说，这是第6次机会，是可以终结比赛。
Been a good map, Mo. Really good map.
不能错过太多的，错过太多机会的人会被惩罚。他们需要去找到这种一击必胜的这种能力。这是你在成为强队的这个路上必须要有一种能力。其实，在上一轮比赛当中，他们也是跟 TE 打到一个非常鏖战。
Too many people on screen him out. Yeah, just too much going on.
这个时候，他们要想一下自己是如何能够在鏖战里面去拉开那么一点点的差距，哪怕只需要1分就可以。现在
是的。 暂停回来之后，对 EDG 来说要考虑一下怎么去布防了。
I mean, Rare Atom have won 14-12 against EDG, but on a different map.
EDG 来到防守，防守方康康这个回合是没有选择起狙的，
没有狙。
Also, the main guy is having the right kind of performance, and Kung Kung's now definitely warming up to it too.
他们想 C 点前压吗？还是想保康康吃点数呢
Bit of a fade diff, but it's an IGL versus effectively another duelist.
说后续的进点是很难打提速了，
但这一次确实不用教其他的技能就可以把 A 点外面的位置全部控完。
球可以吸一下，应该可以吸 ，OK 没问题，拿到。
防守方并没有出去吸 C 点的点数，而只是把。
They're just trying to get their showstopper online as early as possible.
地上点了个星体啊，对，有点不太敢出，出了的话。
Yeah, they are just farming up the orbs here from the looks of it.
确实也不太好去直架。
京东方是在拿完 A 点点数之后，留了一个人在 A， 然后大军回 B， 又来了。
There's one, there's two.
那感觉可以预见到的
C 点点数也是我的，
对，
这就是刚才我们说
Use both satchels though. True.
会不会是把这个点数给抢了？因为我抢了之后至少你拿不到。
对。
但现在的问题，这个点数在地上应该。
They've got good pressure here though.
有一个完焰火进点的机会，那对于 EDG 来说，你就必须。
Like I wonder if that's something that might have been called from Rare Atom, because we saw this a little bit before of just how much EDG are playing more for A.
其实别的事情做的都不重要。
对。
现在3个点有了。
Alright, they have the showstopper.
A 点有一个人在控碎石堆，如果要现在反 A， 其实时间是比较紧张的。
I think it's quite surprising that like none of these were contested at all. Like EDG have just not crossed this line.
30秒很重要，这个时间节点要把握好。
I mean, this has been red from EDG. Just happy for them to use the showstopper. Doesn't matter if they spent all this time farming it up. It's 15 seconds. I think they are just going to let it plant though. There's no like util that's going to stop them. But the retake was good last time. 5v5 retake, maybe to settle it. 2-gun CT. Haunt doesn't get anything. Stu is in the middle of this smoke and stairs. Oh, tries to peek out. Can't quite get the timing. There's 3 there as well. Martin's got 2. You got the 2 players in stairs. There's 1 in tree. There's 1 faking the spike, so this is a little bit more manic. Martin Yihao. They're both just outside here. Spike, they still haven't got half here. Yihao's got 2 of them. Oh, that's so clean from Yihao. I mean, maybe like EDG took the piss a little bit, like jumping on, like they could have got half at a point. Yeah, the fakest of comebacks. Really nicely done from Rare Atom. Okay, we have like a full series on our hand, I think, at this point. This is a best of 3, not a best of 5. And so Rare Atom winning on Lotus. We have Sunset next, which I don't know. We haven't seen Rare Atom really able to play it all that much. I guess we could do it this way. Yeah, the last time, the 2 times that they played it, they lost against EDG, and then they got battered 12-0 on their attack against EDG. But there was a comp change. The question is just Sunset. You've got Spitfires here on the. But this wasn't like a Dynamite situation where they subbed him in. Like Spitfires had played on this map twice. Like he is their like immediate sub in. Wait, where's Sunset? There it is. Here he is again. I mean, I don't know. There's so many questions around Sunset in particular. Like, at least Lotus was made a little bit more, like, interesting. But I think that the last two maps are the more, like, interesting one for me. This is a good warm-up, I suppose, to it. Spitfire for Martin, right? I believe so. I mean, honestly, I hope not. I'm never a fan of, like, 6-player rosters being switched in and out. Feels like it never really gets to work. What were they like against FPX? What did they pick here? Was some Spitfire still in it? Yeah. Like, they just don't have a Fade player. What is Yeoman playing when they run this comp? He's playing the Sage. I mean, maybe they should stop running the Sage. Just a thought. Yeah, I would have thought that would be what I'd go for. I don't know. It's also like no Viper with this comp too. Which, yeah, this is probably the worst comp I've seen on this map, to be fair. And they just don't like playing Viper here, which I don't know why. They don't like playing a Viper, and they don't like playing like a proper Sentinel. So it feels just a little bit out of pocket. Yeah, just go for Viper, which is Sage, but better. I don't think you need Viper on this map, but like getting a Cypher in is good. Oh, they actually have the comms for this round. Good round, good radio take. Oh, seen 0 Senti comps with more Sentinel util than that? Yeah, it's kind of how it feels. Yeah, I don't think we've seen much like Rare Atom com moments. So yeah, the fact that like there's bits in English is interesting. Well, I mean, they've got 3 Koreans, like 2 Korean players and a coach, and then 3 Chinese players. So yeah, them coming in English is not too much of a shock. Yeah, good game from Stu. I mean, it's the fact that it's just ahead of Kung Kung. It would a really slow start, I think. Didn't really get that much done on their attack. Yeah, so close. No thrifties. Clutch, I think that was like round 3. And then good retakes, I think, from both sides. Like winning 6 rounds, like winning 3 retakes is hard enough. So yeah, Sunset is kind of like the go-to map, I think, for EDG. I also started trying to do this to make it a little bit nicer, but hasn't really worked. Yeah, this team's really enjoyed picking the Sunset. Rare Atom mostly been second it, banning it out, so it's not going to be a map that they're going to be too happy to be playing. But I imagine if they are dedicated to banning out the Breeze, they should be expecting the Sunset. So I think that's the whole point. Chamber Cypher on Sunset slaps, nobody's willing to try it. Yeah, I wonder what they would do. Like, what EDG could change up their comp because it didn't look great against top. I think what's more likely, though, is that they'll keep it the same and just fix some of their problems with just, like, the they tried to have a lot of mid lurks, and it was just something the top didn't care about. Like, they were just reconning an Eldron in mid, and then just fighting for the extremities. So it made it really difficult to sort of cut through it that way. But yeah, I'm going to run some ads, just so people don't get them in the middle of the game, and I'm just going to go for a quick wee, so don't go anywhere. Next map's going to be, like, really interesting to see what comps they run and stuff like that, so yeah. Won't be a hot second.
好的，各位观众朋友们，欢迎回到无畏学私人赛区进化者系列公开赛第3幕共生的比赛现场，我是今天解说的，
我是 OC。那
我们这一场胜者组的决赛，这场 BO3 目前第一张图走完 ，RA 在自己主选的地图上是经过了一波3折，直到不止3折之后，是终于把图1拿了下来，14比12。是的，他们在自己我们讲过很多次，他们在自己有可以决定先搬还是先选还是后选情况下，选让自己先选去抢图1的分数，而最终也确确实实抢到了来之不易的一个胜利模式。
是的，因为对于他们来说，先选莲花古城是一个非常冒险的行为，因为 EDG 他们的莲花古城打的次数也很多，胜率也很高。
没错，
但是能拿下来，我觉得不管是任何方式，可能一波3折也好，30折也好，他们只要拿到图1的胜利，对于他们来说，这个 BO3 的策略就成功了已经。
没错，而对于 EDG 来说，显然这一把从一开始，也许那个4比0刚开始，他们觉得 OK， 今天也许会比较轻松，但到后面他们已经很明显意识到了今天一定会是一场苦战。而现在他们大比分0比1落后 ，EDG 必须要打起12分的精神，才能避免去掉入到败者组当中。
是，但在日落之城这张地图，对于 RA 来说，就像
限定换人
啊，会出现，但好像刚才应该听了一下，好像没有这回事。
哦，那不换人也是一种变化，对吧？
啊、
你以为我要换，但是我实际上没换
啊，那肯定没变。
对，有些时候也是一种变化
啊。OK。
也是一种相对论啊，也是感谢场下的观众朋友们来到联盟竞技场，在今天、明天以及后天将会是我们最后的3天来到我们进化者赛的第3幕。
是的，
这3天也会给大家最终决定出第3幕的一个冠军。我来看一下日落之城到底两边的阵容选择。那 Speedfire 小火龙是没上啊，RA 是没有换人，然后阵容上面康康依然是0，两边阵容都带了少尉0的一个出场，也就是说 RA 也变了。
对，
他也从上伯勒去到了0。
是的，
就大家的选择好像有点一致，
感觉0在这张地图的控图能力还是很强的，但是
猎枭，
对 Viva 的猎枭拿了出来，
对，这其实是我觉得有点意料之外的一个招数，
是
因为他在单先锋的体系里面选了猎枭，就他甚至比黑梦还要更软一点，他没有任何去干扰对面视野的技能，
就只要我觉得在同样的一个可以侦测的范围里面，黑梦拿到的信息一定要比猎枭多。
对，而且最关键的是你在一波流的时候会更弱，这个阵容几乎你除非你要指望你的暗眼黑得非常完美，才有真正一波流的能力。
是的。
好，我们进入到2支队伍的日落之城，由 RA 对阵到 EDG， 在这场 BO3 当中，第一张地图 RA 是14比12险胜，而第2张地图来到 EDG 的一个主选地图
看一下，来到手枪
局，
眼直接先扔了出来。对油本来说，他这个 B 点这个半线只要给出来，对 EDG。
Okay, good. No Spitfire. And they have a Cypher and a Viper. They have Martin on the Viper and Yeoman on the Cypher. Alright. No longer trolling. A Kokog is still on the Cypher. Okay. So both running mirror comps? Yeah. Oh no, Viva's on the Silver. Okay. Really interesting comps. I think I like this more.
但是进攻方这一波利用自己的独木升起，然后开始把通道跟左边的 A 大两边隔成一半。
I mean the setups are interesting.
刚刚的0也是走的比较靠前啊。 就在 Smoky 单摸的情况下，可能康康这个0就会成为队伍的第1枪位。
I mean, EDG have been using this wall a little bit more. I've actually seen this wall crop up more often. And then Poison Cloud this side and just put that pressure onto Ali. Because Ali is such an annoying place to hold. But they just need to be careful with this Omen here. Yihao just needs to not overextend. It was watched by Kunkung, but he still manages to win the fight with a classic. Time is low, and that's Spike. Now everybody's rotated across. I mean, you can't get it now. It's all been dropped. Alright, good clear up. I mean, I'm not even going to say that was really a good round, like pistol round for VALORANT. They didn't really have to do much. They just held. I guess Yihao going for that peak is the big one. And then this Viper wall actually gets so much impact out of Martin. Are they going to run that wall each time? Because I think I prefer the Viper stuff on A/mid than B/mid. And with there being no, like, shock dart, this trip is horrible to deal with. And then the default just comes really easy. You'd have the Viper over on A all the time. You'd have the Omen on A all the time. Cypher on C. You can swap them, obviously. And then this would just be Ray/Sova. And then Ray/Sova. I think more often you want the Rays here, because I think this is a better place to fight/up from. And there's a really nice Eldron that you can do from here that goes up and catches all of sight. Stu. Alright, nice ace. I mean, what a time for him to actually, like, show up at the same level again, to be honest. I don't mean just off this round 2. I just meant, like, at the series generally. Hey, Sugar. Hey, Sugar. It always sounds like I'm just trying to put on some, like, American... Stupendous. We've definitely used stupid before, but we've not used stupendous yet. Even got the trip here. And also, just the small details, like the trip being a little bit deeper. Just to catch people as they're executing. You can break the trip here quite easily, but... And then a camera just off of this as well, which gets good viewership. I like EDG's comp. I feel like putting Kunkung on Cypher's a little bit amiss. I think I like what Rare Atom have cooked up here, though. I am really curious to see, like, the Sova attacking recons. Stu is 1 away from having a showstopper, and it's still getting low on time again. 15 seconds now, and they're trying to go A. Recon, I don't think, went where it wanted it to for Viva. They just went on top of here. Yeah, they just got to save. If he dies, it's still good because he can still buy up and he has his showstopper. He's got to get that kill at least. So yeah, a bit more damage done. Remind me, just spamming at me because I'm terrible at this kind of stuff. When there's the next timeout, remind me that I've got, like, to finish my cup of tea. Oh, never mind. EDG are gonna give me that luxury already.
而且零的选用啊，对 EDG 来说也会势必少一个点，就康康起明居这个点。
对，这是他们在上一次日落之城也是展现出来的东西，他们不会去很多的起到明居。
是的，就主要是零的容错太低了。那现在对于 EDG 来说，这个暂停叫完之后，看一下他们怎么去操作。这个中路其实他们前3分是想去控的，
对，
但是经常会出现在控的过程中先掉人了。
是，
你很早就进入到一个4打5，然后你中路拿不下来，你完成不了夹击，你不管打 A 还是打 B， 你都在一个狭窄的路口往点里面去走。那不管是蝰蛇还是包括可能防守放到0，其实是有很大的发挥空间的。
包括猎枭。
Yeah, good spam there.
那这一分阿普特也是因此而叫了一个非常早。
Is it really related to the game? But how can I be a better IGL in ranked, or should I always just treat it as a clusterfuck? Also, I just tuned in. How do both teams look so far? It's a close series. Mostly like one-sided halves, but it's ended up close. As for like IGLing in ranked, I think it's just like don't try to backseat people. Like give people ideas if they're interested in the ideas. Good for them. Just keep that up. If you call stuff and people don't really listen, do their own thing. Like don't worry about. Don't get frustrated at that. Some people are just that way. That Aldron is just in itself makes Silver worthwhile. Don't get mad at people ignore you. Yeah, exactly. Alright, Showstopper gets that kill. Not afraid to use it in like kind of an eco round. But these are the rounds that Top were losing. Like Top probably should have beat EDG the last time that they played on Sunset. But then EDG just can turn rounds around like that. And now you've just given Kung Kung a Vandal. So it's 3 Vandals and a Sheriff versus... Like, I don't know. I don't like that Viva still just does the Guardian here, when there could have been a buyer. Like, you cannot give EDG ins onto rounds like this. Smoggy's dropped the rifle to pick up a judge. Oh no, he's got it back. Eco control is crazy for rare item. I think you just want to keep that ante up. Or at the very least, like, go careful with like using the showstopper here if you're Stu.
油们这边看一下，过来有打侧身的机会吗？2个人的位置是明牌了呀。
他刚才没动，但是 Viva 穿箱打掉了 Smoggy， 向后还有一个人，他知不知道？但他先把另外一个人搜掉了，最后一个人爆了。
It doesn't matter if your man's just gonna do that.
哦，这分他
Alright, yep, ignore me.
非常开放的角度，最后2个也是纷纷收下。这一分是有惊无险度过对面的一个存钱分。这一分 EDG 凭借着2把步枪。
I think it's more just like how you position and where you're timing it. Also, I find my like it's actually kind of refreshing to have Saint around to just disagree with me on a lot of stuff. Because there's just like enough. It's too much of an echo chamber with Valorant, I think. Like I don't agree with everything that you say, and you don't agree with everything I say, but at the very least, it's nice to have some like. Why 2 people think 2 different things. Now, my problem is that with the buy, it's where the play of the showstopper pushing aggressively on A, kind of on your own, left the economy for EDG.
而且如果他倒了的话 ，Nobody 是可以过来捡枪的。
这一分对面枪械还是不齐。
而这一分。
But that's me maybe underrating what Rare Atom can do in those situations, or maybe overrating what EDG can do in those situations. Is the camera just on the top of this wall, like looking down? Yeah.
是的。 但 Viva 是换了一个过点在架呀。
对，换了个过点，他从那边左边换到了右。
Oh, just. I don't know if he got spotted on the camera right there. I think he maybe just assumed it was just going to be the Cypher, but it ended up being the Viper too. Good trades. Really good trades from either side, to be fair. 3 versus 2. Neural Theft was used by Kung Kung.
看一下，要换一个位置去安置爆能器。
And the camera that he threw up before is actually still in the same spot.
而且也没有什么闪可以去配合他们使用嘛。现在看一下，倒是没必要。但康康在加右边，左边 Stu 过来了，他在往后退，小周 pick 已经看到了，这波对枪 ，Stu 队赢了。
They got 4 buys in a row now. Yeah, and I guess still going for this is fine because you've got money, and it's going to keep EDG's money tight. Like getting a kill is worthwhile, especially with one of the players already having their ultimate. They might die to Spike here, actually. Yeah, they do. That's so worthwhile for Rare Atom. It's a small thing, isn't it, for defenders? I mean, a lot of teams, I think, are like tier 2, tier 3 level, like especially game changers. The amount of teams that just go for it instead of saving. I mean, it's the same in ranked, isn't it, really? Just always go for it. Kongkong and Cypher is not it. Yeah, I mean, I don't... It's the right agent, but I don't know how you'd put the roles, really. I guess you just move it to like Shishu on Cypher, Nobody on Viper, Smoggy on Fade, Kongkong on Raze. And I also agree with Saint. If anything, he's been doing a good job of it so far. Like, I think like the sort of mid control, like the camera, like the pressure that he was able to put here. I just think the reason why Kongkong is playing this is because it was just from the chamber. Like, everybody else has stayed the same role-wise, I'm pretty sure. So if they came back to this comp in 2024, I think you'd probably have, like, Kongkong on the Raze, for example. But it's just, let's make a quick adjustment. Yeah, they do clear Stew. Yo, man, peeks off of that. Great. I don't even think the paranoia hit Nobody there, but he just didn't realize that they had peeked out. Time is, again, low for EDG. Really, really clean. Hey, Megabyte. I saw you come in. If you're saying... No, you're not saying yo man to me. I'm so fucking stupid. I'm so dumb. I said yo man because it's yo man. I was like, why are you saying hello? You've been here like 15, 20 minutes. As much as I've loved doing these watch parties, I'm so tired. Like, I've been going to bed at like 10 p.m, which I never really have done. Like, on Thursday night, I have like D&D, and I was just like falling asleep in my chair partway through it. Like, I needed to like do something, so I was like playing FIFA whilst doing it. But it's good for me because I'm a gunslinger, so my like attack goes fire, reload, fire. That's it. Eco's so nice for Rare Atom here. Yeah, just saw farming up the kills. Sorry, I wasn't really watching this round too much. I mean, it really just looks like EDG don't know what to do on attack here. Like, they don't know how to default around the map. Yeah, I mean, especially for Sunset, because there isn't really a read on how to do it. Like Breeze, it's easy for EDG, because the gameplay mostly is to just execute on attack. And on defense, they were just fighting for mid with the Neon.
就要过来了，3个人在3个不同的方向，彼此之间第一时间是有点补不上枪的。
暗眼给了，推到1个或者2个。啊，球球是完全没有对枪的空间 ，nobody。
Showstopper, perfect spot. Oh no, he didn't get it.
但应该问题还是不大。
It's alright, the nade did.
我只能说，这个保险差点买了个空气啊。
对。
I don't know if it's just like China's observers, but I swear China observers always change perspective on the kill.
都没有怎么炸到人，收益有点低。
Like, they need to just give it a second. Because so often, there's an aim duel between player A and player B. It's watching player A, and as soon as that fight happens and that kill comes in, they switch to player B. So it looks like player A dies. But it's just because the observing is always super janky. Like, if it stayed on Stu's POV there, it wouldn't have looked that weird.
他们需要拿到分数啊！现在对于 EDG 来说，什么都没有分数重要。对，目前看起来呢，他们要在长时间的拉扯之后才能禁闭，第一波禁闭是不现实的。
而且对于 EDG 来说，看一下还要去拿中路的掌控权，中路先给烟，但是 A 点 RH 顶得很出，就如果你中路动静太大的话
I also think part of this as well is it wouldn't surprise me in like scrims if Rare Atom have moved over to this comp with a Silver, Top have done it too. That they felt like it was kind of okay, you need a Cypher at this point. Like other teams, whether it was in scrims with China squads or like other Pacific ones, were just running so much Cypher that they were like, nah, that should have done it. Yeah, new Cypher definitely mandatory. So pretty much it has been that they were running Chamber up until the new patch for Cypher. But it looks like they just had to quickly pivot to having the Cypher on board. It's not that it's a bad agent for Kung Kung, it's just... I think this team would just be better on, like, you can pretty much copy-paste what they ran on Lotus, minus the Killjoy plus the Cypher. And he would have been fine.
跟莲花古城的剧情不一样的是，莲花古城因为是一个两面，就是你拿4分，然后我又追回来很多分数的情况。但现在 EDG 还没有能够找回那种追分的节奏，而且你能看得到猎枭是有一些想法的，就半线跟狂猎之中一些非常奇妙的配合。哎，
主要半线是可以给到一个视野提供的效果嘛。
而狂猎之怒一旦第一剑命中，它又会有更多的位置提示。
是的。而对 EDG 来说，这个 B 点确实不太好打呀，这个半线特别多。 要处理起来很麻烦，
要提速了。这一波本来也没。
Ooh, that's a nice recon too. I just bounced it onto this wall. That mixed with like a paranoia and stuff like that. It's the first time really we've seen EDG do something fast towards A. And yet again, these were the rounds that EDG were actually winning against top. So they are scary, but I think Rare Atom are just a more comfortable team. Yeah, spacing was rough. They're just sending it, I guess. Good ult though. But this is still like you're happy if you're Rare Atom because you're forcing out big ults on a round where their economy was not great. Yeah, I'm definitely paying more attention to Viva on attack because I didn't do it the last time with the Silver. I mean, really, really good round for Rare Atom. But the way that they're playing this is just so patient. It's even on a round where they had the Viper stuff on B.
这个时间点该做什么事情是完全不急的。我知道你交了回复，你现在可能我第一时间不好进去，除了 U 曼我觉得有点小急以外，其他队友是打的完全不急的。
而且回复开了之后
Like interesting Viper wall as well to actually go across some. So that's both timeouts used for EDG.
对，画地为牢的状态，
自己被包在里面。但也没办法，这一分本来就是枪械劣势，他们就是想，我就搭个八角笼，大家一起进来，大家拉近距离，但是对面其实
I'm calling it, it's Jova. I don't know. It's always tricky. They're really interesting conversations to have, but yeah. I'm just thinking about it a bit more. I think it's too, like, if he was on Chamber and this was still happening, nobody would really blame him. So it's more the fact that, like, Kung Kung has moved over to the better agent. Doesn't really get the op. Doesn't really get anything to help him just win angels outside of his normal utility. Like it's not ideal, but it's not his fault.
因为我相信场上选手们自己也很急，他们也非常想知道，到底我们这一场是出现，尤其是 EDG 选手现在是处于一个心态比较容易着急的情况的。对。
And also, yeah, I feel stronger about Rare Atom's attack. That I think they'd get more than 3 rounds. I mean, EDG calling a second timeout. I mean, against top, they defended first, didn't they? Because their defensive setup was a little bit whack. Like EDG, the last time that they did this, they used 2 timeouts in the first half against top as well. And then it started looking better. So that might be the, like, curse, I guess. Because this push for, like, top mid is good. I think that just EDG maybe overcooking it a little bit there. Crossed out the showstopper. The spike is left in mid. Haodong used the smoke, used his ultimate to get away. But yeah, Rare Atom are just not really worrying about anything. They're not afraid to throw out ultimates like a showstopper. They used the Viper's Pit. Hey, Patch. Yeah, it is worth adding that like EDG lost the upper bracket game against Trace last act, and then they still went on to win the tournament. So I'm not worried about EDG as a... I still think they're going to win the tournament. But it makes the whole, like, who's the second best team behind EDG very interesting. Because the one thing I had for Trace over Rare Atom was Trace beat EDG, Rare Atom have never beat him. So I think Rare Atom winning this series would pretty much solidify the Rare Atom as the second best team in the region. Because they beat Trace, they beat EDG. So they won the head-to-head. Granted, it was a weird head-to-head because of Dynamite. Like the stand-in that they had to get because emergency sub. Trip's great. Or was that even a trip or was that the Noah theft, actually? Because the timing couldn't have been better with that ping. Really good round. It was confirmed an emergency sub. It's an assumption. It's maybe wishful thinking, is how I'd word it. No, it wasn't a trip. That was just a neuro... It wasn't a neuro theft either. Was it ping on the camera then? It must have been a trip and then broken. It doesn't say on the socials. I think somebody else checked it. They just said that there was a sub coming in, but they didn't say why. But if you find out, let me know. I don't know if there's any, like, the Reddit of China sort of thing where people would talk about it. Might know a bit more. Great kill from Stu. Good trades. I mean, Stu's sitting with a shorty out of the smoke, and he still gets a kill on nobody. Alright, 11-1 half. Well, I guess that's Rare Atom. Rare Atom got 0-12 the last time that they played EDG on this map. So they're getting their revenge by going 11-1 on the same half. On the same side, I think. Who are we talking about for subbing? Rare Atom versus Trace earlier in this tournament was 1-all. They went to bind. And Trace took out YOU. And they added in a player called Dynamite, who was their registered sub. We don't know if it was a stand-in, because maybe because it went really low. Like, it went really late even on time. So maybe YOU was just not feeling very well. So he stepped out on the third map, Dynamite went in, and Dynamite got 96 ACS on Cypher. And really just didn't get to do all that much. So I talk about that, and because I thought the Trace was the second best team in China behind EDG. I thought Trace was better than Rare Atom, but of course Rare Atom won the series against Trace. But I'm like, because the third map was with a standing, does it really count? But I think if Rare Atom actually go on and win this series, I feel better saying, okay, yeah, Rare Atom is better than Trace. I would have really liked to have seen Rare Atom Trace in the best of 5 lower bracket final, and then the winner play EDG.
能不能把自己的心态放平，其实反而是一个最大的问题，因为他们已经很久没有遇到过这么大的压力了。对，对面拿下图1，然后在图2，对面又给了一个大比分。
I mean, you know what commands to spam.
EDG 这边其实 Nobody 已经是队伍最好的那个数据了，但是其实总的来说感觉也是相对来说比较少。大家肯定5个人应该都是。
Why are they comparing Stu to nobody? Oh, are they top ACS? So the highest ACS EDG have is 176. I'm on their Weibo. Weibo. I don't know why I say Weibo. People call Dynamite the security guard because nobody could get past him, or because he was as good as a security guard. Like they got their cleaner to stand in, sort of thing. Alright, what kind of setups do these guys have on defense now? Still have the camera here. A trip actually going across site on the execute. Good, like, smart stuff, generally speaking, because the shock dart's already used from Viva at this point, who I think bought up full utility. What did Viva buy in the pistol to not have any money in just a classic? So yeah, moving the trip here is good because it stops the Sova from just shock darting this. Double shock a drone. Was there a drone now? I mean, everything happened so quickly. Is EDG losing or is this a bug? No, this is legit. I mean, this has been the difference, right? We never really saw this from, like, EDG. Granted, time is still getting low again. Like, 30 seconds as they're about to execute. There's still a trip up. In fact, the trip was put afterwards. They're both CT. Viva can't take this fight. He needs to, like, think about planting. Because he has 8 HP. He can only do so much. Viva bot raise Frenzy. Ah, thank you for checking. I mean, it's clever, though, because they had the one trip there on B main. I think Kung Kung still had one in his pocket, or he had it somewhere else. And then after that initial fight on B main, he goes back and puts a turret across where it was shock darted. Like here, I guess you're not too fussed about putting a tripwire here, because if they use a shock dart, they don't really have any money. It's chipping into their money for next round. This is gonna become like the alarm bot in Garage or on B main in Haven. Like the place that gets commonly shock darted and broken, so you have to move it or place it elsewhere. What happened in EDG's attack half? I just got here. Stew happened, and EDG executing with like 15 seconds left happened. I think this has sort of become the default though. A and Viper on Omen and Viper on A. Killjoy on B. Silver and Duelist. Well, Silver and Raze mid. Just glad Viva got over 23.5 kills. I wonder why. Stu's got a good lurk on though. Holy shit. This was just what was missing from EDG. It felt like the map control is just gone. Stu about to ace again. He's already got one ace. Oh no, damn it. He's gonna let him get it. The nade. Yeah. 2 aces for Stu. And yeah, it was on an eco. He started with a shorty. And then he gets a sheriff. I swear, Stu, it's just fucking gun game from here. Gets a shorty kill, gets a sheriff kill, gets 3 bulldog kills. Need Fung to go over 32.5 in the series? I mean, I'm not going to say because you're obviously betting. I don't want to give financial advice. Alright, I mean, EDG are now responding with their own eco. And Rare Atom have actually held on. Alright, fair enough. It's already locked in. 100 to win 300. 1 down, 1 to go. But best of luck. I guess it sort of depends on maps as well. Like, what if Funk's going to be on... Lots of cheering. Really loud today, actually, but I guess it is a Friday night for them. Yeah, Fung has been able to get a lot of kills on the silver, too. We didn't look at the veto after stream yesterday for what it could be. And I actually didn't update the sheet. So maybe we do that in a break. I was also thinking... because Sideshow's streaming now. I'm not going to message him because I don't think he'd see it, but I might send one of you to do it. Like, I was thinking, are you streaming a trace game? Yeah, I'm here. I'm here for all of the games left of this tournament. Like, if Sideshow wanted to chat in between games or in between maps, and then we just deafen when the games are on. Like, if he had any questions about players or teams to, like, watch out for. Oh, the nade is the problematic part. Oh, the cage actually makes that super awkward for Yeoman. Yeah, I'm sort of on the fence about it. I mean, I'd be down if he is, but I also don't want to invite myself, you know. I've enjoyed the stream though, bro. Thank you, Wesley. I was looking at my stats on Twitch and I did notice that I was looking at like sources of traffic because I was seeing like, okay, how many people are actually coming from like my Twitter? Is it even worth tweeting that I'm live? Or is that just kind of like screwing me over? And I'm pretty sure that some of the betting sites linked to this stream is an official broadcast, which is kind of funny. I won't say who, but there's definitely betting websites that I was getting traffic from. I just found you tonight because I got money on the game. Any traffic is good traffic. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, we've been watch partying all of the China games. We'll probably do Ascension next month as well. Maybe some stuff in Pacific. Essentially, if there's VCT happening at this time of day, which for me is like 9 a.m., 10 a.m., so like China, Pacific stuff. Like going into 2024, I'd probably say that that's quite likely. It's 6 a.m. for me. Ah, so what? You're East Coast. It's just that you said tonight, and I'm like, well, it's technically like, wait, the 8 hours ahead, I'm pretty sure. So it's like 7 p.m. in Shanghai right now. Is he shouting rare? I mean, that sounds like it's gonna fucking kill his voice if he keeps doing that. It's just rah! I guess it's curious that Rare Atom have called a timeout at this point. Because there's enough of a lead. But they did let it go to overtime last time. Right, Shu gets one. He's looking for a player CT. He's going to get it. He's even going to fight this player here. Oh, just misses them and Haodong spots him enough to spray him through. I mean, it's still a bit of a pullback from EDG. Haodong, paranoia is great. And he's isolated the spike too. Yihao does have his ultimate, so they could just go towards A, but the full Cypher utility is over here from Kong. So they're faking this. Oh, that's such an awkward fight. Haodong, though. Like, I don't like that Martin went for that straight away, but I don't think he was just expecting Haodong to peek him like that. And Kong's waiting here. Oh, close. What was that? A 5 versus 3 for Rare Atom? And they just lose it. IGL captain saves the day for Haodong. H-Huts is down to 7, and I think it might be an eco 2 from Rare Atom. A low buy at least. And everything that was said about the money is starting to build up on the other side. Like Kong having 7k. Everybody else is kind of low. But they have a bit of a bank of Kong going on. Yeah, I think pulling it back from 12-3 is way too much of a task. Like, it shouldn't be possible at this point. Yeah, do not gamble. I don't think I could take it because I get invested in these teams for no reason whatsoever anyway. Good shot. Ultron breaks the trip and doesn't get anything else. He's just trying to plant in the middle of that smoke. I guess getting any plant though is good. Just instantly everybody's coming and just like, yeah, I'm still doing it. Do whatever you want, just don't involve me. Don't involve what I say as... Because I don't think I would have had this prediction on the cards. Stu still just as a guardian. I just need one. Good fight from Haodong. Kong's here too. He's playing now in front of his utility. Luckily, he just gets the fight anyway. I still think him being traded there isn't worth it. Smoggy doing that, I definitely don't think is worth it. Oh, Haodong is just trying to save the day as much as physically possible. Don't like that from EDG. I think that's a little bit of an overstep. 2 shock darts. Yihao fake TP. Snakebite missed too. Still has 1 TP if he wants to get out, but he's more watching CT. Neither player's coming from there. Haunt's broken. Yihao's going to just smoke it off and try and play around it. And he's just going to peek out and try and fight. And he just does it. Alright, Rare Atom actually beat EDG. Alright, it's good to see a little bit more damage done to EDG. China is coming. from one map loss in Act 1 to one series loss in... And I think it's like one series loss and then one map outside of that in Act 2. And then here they've lost one series and they've lost maybe 2 maps on the outside. I think it's just one map at the moment. But they're not too fussed. This is why they're playing in these tournaments. It's not, I don't think it's an end of an era for sure, but like Rare Atom make their second grand final out of the 3 acts. I mean, it goes to show how good of a team this is. Where in Act 1 they came second, they came third, and now they're guaranteed at least second again. Like, that's crazy good from them. Rare Atom will not be the same team next season, true. But it's still like impressive with what they've been able to do. It's just more that most of that has been Stu, I suppose, overall. Let's be able to do that kind of crazy stuff. Yeah, we don't need to run out at the moment. We've still got like 15 minutes before pre-roll start up again. Yeah, good series. I haven't really rated Rare Atom all that much this act. We'd only seen him play twice, however. And one of those games was against DRG, which wasn't too much of a test. And then against Trace, they won in overtime on the 3rd map, but they had a stand-in. Yeah, I guess he'd effectively just become a second coach at that point. Oh, it was the Cypher using Neural Theft against him that threw me off. Because I heard the ping. Alright. I mean, the EDG games always deliver. I was thinking this earlier, though, too, as well, where, at least for the watch party games that we've had, I feel like we just haven't seen that much EDG, despite winning all of the events so far. Satchel to try and break the trip there, which worked. Aviva just stays and holds the line. Full comms in English as well. Just the fact that like Yeoman stays where he is. I bet there was some comms that were like in Chinese, Korean maybe. Trace versus FPX thoughts? I guess we could look at the veto a little bit more. FPX versus Trace. This is also a little bit of a mess, so ignore that. Go back down to this. Trace. FPX. Yeah, I've been on the FPX train. Like, I said that I thought they were gonna make top 4 again. So top 3 would make me even happier. I like both of these teams enough that I'm not too worried about them. But we can try and... We've been pretty good at guessing veto so far. So... who's going to get advantage in this one? They're both even, so it's probably a coin flip. But we'll just go for this. So FPX have at least been consistently banning Bind. I think that was the same yesterday. Especially with Trace banning Breeze. And like Trace committed to banning Breeze yesterday too. I think the bans are going to be fairly easy on this one. As for map picks, well, FPX picking Lotus, I guess it's going to be no surprise. And then Trace picking Ascent? Or did they pick Sunset? I think they picked Sunset again. We've seen this series before, so it'd be the same maps again. Like FBX ban. Both of them ban out Haven. So it's kind of like split. Depends who goes first. I think FPX would rather ban out Split than Haven. Although, no, they have to ban out Haven. Because it looks so torrid yesterday. And then Trace, I think, are in a really interesting position. Because they could ban out Split, but we've not seen FPX's Split for quite some time. But Ascent, you know that they like to play it. And it's looked a lot better since they lost to FPX last time. So I actually think that Trace is more likely to ban Ascent. Despite it is a good map for them and Split isn't. I don't think that this is a straight up like Split rematch Haven again. I know they did, it was like 13-5, but I don't know, I feel... I think if you want it to be spicy, you have to Split as the third map. The problem is, I think Trace are just not a spicy team with their vetoes. So, like, they've not really... They didn't change their map pool at all for tech. They didn't panic about anything, so... Yeah, maybe it is just going to be a really boring, like, they ban out Split. And then they leave Ascent. I guess it's like, I wonder what FPX will do here. Because even though FPX's Haven looked torrid, it's also a map the Trace don't really like to play. So maybe there's a world where they go, our Haven is ass, but yours is worse. So we're going to take you there. Because it's not, yeah, it's not being great. For the Split, they beat Rare Atom, but that was a while ago. And then for Trace's Split, they beat Attacking Soul, they beat Billy. They lost to Rare Atom. I'd like to see Split between these two teams. I like they've actually had some good results on Haven. Like the Haven against Tech actually did look pretty crisp. So it kind of forces FPX to ban it out. Yeah, I guess so. That makes a lot of sense too. Like, it's a good map, I think, for Trace, despite having a lot of bans on it. I called Sideshow, I think. What do you mean? Like, you asked him to say about, like, chatting about it? They're not going to pick Ascent into FPX to be a third map. He says Plat Chat Discord. I don't think I'm in it anymore. Oh, I am in it. This lobby, I guess. I mean, if he wants to, I'm here. Just kicked after the episode. No, I left because I just don't really use it. I've been on like Plat Chat like 2 or 3 times. I haven't used it in a couple of years.
Hello, Mr. Ryan.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
I can. What do you think of that travesty of a performance?
It's just average EDG viewing at this point.
They do have to lose a game in order to then win in the finals.
It's always like the rematch too. Like, they'll rematch again on Sunset and then just absolutely batter Rare Atom. That's just how it seems to be going nowadays.
Yeah. But there was so much room for improvement there. I mean, the way that they played that was so poor.
I think that's kind of been the story for EDG this tournament, though. It's just, I think some teams have had much better ideas against them on various maps, but EDG just clutched them out because they're aim gods.
Yeah. Yeah, I definitely feel like I'm watching them copy other teams rather than do anything interesting themselves. Like, all of their comps, it's kind of hard to criticize the compositions a lot because the comps are all like very standard meta.
The usual, yeah.
Yeah, but the fact that they are very standard is, for starters, not what EDG used to do. But even if they are standard, they're not putting their own flavor on it. They're not coming up with anything new themselves. They're just playing the standard comps in the standard way and hoping that they just outperform their opponents instead of trying to come up with any different ideas.
Yeah,
or even, like, there are other teams doing interesting stuff, but they don't add the interesting ideas into their comp. I like the way that they approached Sunset at the beginning, where they had those crazy Haodong plays. At least that was different, but can't do that after a while.
I think Sunset's kind of an awkward one though, because at the very least EDG were running something different with like the chamber and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But I think it was a mix of like Trace had a really interesting comp to deal with that, like the Fade and the Gecko. Because if there's a VOD to catch, I think if Sunset's played between Trace and FPX, Autumn tried playing the chamber, they tried playing the EDG comp on FPX, and they just got destroyed. Because everything Trace had like put together was to deal with what EDG were doing, right? So when another team tries to do the same and does it worse, they just get ran over. But I also think that the Cypher buff has got them a little bit panicked, and so they've moved away from the chamber and put in the Cypher. Yeah, just the roles don't make sense. Like, you could literally take the proper like roles that they had on Lotus, copy it over to Sunset, have Kung Kung on the Raze, Smoggy on the Fade. You're just moving Shishu off of Killjoy to Cypher. But I think just because they've had to pivot so quickly, they're just like, oh, Kang Kang's like, I'll just play the Cypher, that'll do. Like, I'd be very surprised if they kept doing it this way going into next year.
Surely they won't. I mean, the roles just don't make any sense. Even for the, I feel like for the next like match, they should change the roles up. Also, I'm looking at this game that you're talking about, Trace against FPX. What the hell is this FPX comp? They're running Harbor Viper, KO Chamber.
It's
what
the most recent one. I'm looking at Rare Atom, who were running the Sage before. Yeah, it's
That's
an interesting
bizarre.
one. I like Trace's comp.
Viper,
Like, it's a little bit
Harbor,
silly.
Yeah, I mean that's very similar to the. Well, it's not that similar actually, but yeah, it's an interesting one. I feel like the Breach is so good though. If you're gonna run the double duelist, running the Fade Breach seems good to me. And also running a comp without a Cypher in it on Sunset when the Cypher just is so powerful. I feel like maybe eventually people will figure out how to play against the Cypher to the point where you won't get as much value. But at the moment, when people haven't come up with all of those ideas, like use it while it's broken.
Yeah, and I wonder how many teams are going to move over to the Sova because of it as well. Like, just shocked out in the chokes in like B main and stuff. Is
I
just
thought that was what Viva
fix.
was going to do, but Viva wasn't even doing that on the attack side. They also didn't win very many attack rounds, so that might be why.
I think it was the pistol where I think Kung Kung had a different. He didn't have a trip in the B main choke. It like went across the site, and then
he wasn't putting his trip at B main. Like,
yeah, until I think it was like the pistol. They had that one still up. All of the shock darts and stuff came in to clear where a trip would have been, but it was cleared. Like, there was nothing there. And then afterwards, Kung Kung puts like his second trip down in that spot.
Yeah,
so it's kind of like when people move the alarm bot around the garage or B main and stuff like that, just to avoid shock darts. That was also the round
where he put the trip too low and then it got jumped over and he died.
Yeah.
Yeah,
just
that's
the chaotic moments.
Yeah.
But yeah, so what?
Fuck, these casters are so photogenic. Yeah, you would never see this from us.
It's the fact it's Alan as well. Like, Alan's like, he was doing like Overwatch contenders in China and stuff. Like, he was the broadcast GG point of contact, I'm pretty sure, at a point too.
Yeah.
And he's still just doing Valorant. Like, I don't know how old he is. I wouldn't be able to even guess. I think he's been around a while.
I can tell you, I don't have that drip. I don't have that drip. I would drown.
I mean, I rely too much on the people at international events to make me look not like a complete neckbeard, so
yeah,
I can't do that on my own. Alan's 31. I never would have guessed that. I feel like he's just been around forever. But what kind of questions, like, is there anything that you're wondering about, like, the China scene as a whole? I caught like a bit of your stream before when you were talking about how annoying it is to try and work out like the partnership teams from the Ascension ones. And
oh well, I literally had a meeting with a guy from Riot China last night so he was explaining how the system worked to me.
Oh really?
Yeah, because he said that there was a content creator that reached out to me and was trying to help out, like trying to tell me how the scene worked, basically. A content creator from China.
Okay.
And they got some of the details wrong. So somebody from Riot China reached out and they were like, "I'd just like to correct some of the misinformation. Make sure."
What was he wrong about?
Oh, the content creator, she told me that I don't know, just some vaguer stuff because they are not on the inside of exactly how it all works. But yeah, but yeah, they're going to be announcing the teams in early December for VCT in China.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Which is pretty cool.
Yeah, I mean they kind of have to if Ascension's in December too, because I think that's mid-December. Yeah.
So they're announcing it like right before Ascension, and then there's a roster lock December 1st. So none of the teams in the entirety of China are allowed to make any roster changes after December 1st. So you might see like this week is the only time that you can change your roster heading into Ascension.
That's so awkward though. Like let's say like Rare Atom, because they have 2 Korean players, like they have to play for Ascension. Would they just
I
think they would be allowed man.
No, I think they would be allowed to play. I don't know this for a fact because I didn't ask about this, but I think they would be allowed to play in Ascension, and then they would have to make a roster change once they ascended.
Right.
Because the import rules are different in Tier 2 and Tier 1, even in the other regions, aren't they? You can still play Ascension with multiple imports. I think you just have to change it once you get the partnership.
I can't think if there's been any examples of it really.
No, I can't think of it either, but I'm pretty sure that is how the rule works. Well, can you think of any examples, chat, of where that's actually happened?
Didn't Scars have 2 imports in Ascension? They had Gemkin and Crystal?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's right.
I mean, both of them left anyway.
Yeah, I saw that Crystal was tearing it up in the Chinese circuit.
Yeah, he was pretty, like, low in on the tournament. It was decent, but I think it was just
he only
late.
Played like a couple of games, but he had like 400 ACS average.
Yeah,
that's what I meant. I didn't watch the game. I just looked at the stats.
Yeah, there's some like really interesting like imports. Like Vukashu's been annihilating people on DRG, and it's funny because he was telling me that they call him in Chinese and then they just talk to him in English when they need him. And he's literally just stood on one side of the map on his own, sort of just anchoring on the site as a sentinel. But he'll still get 4 kills. But like he's enjoying it from the sounds of it, and he's learning Chinese. So, but for everybody else, it's like you've got a couple of Korean players on various rosters. You've got Diseased on LGD from Russia.
They really have made all of these casters look like pop stars.
Yeah.
They're gonna outdrip us insanely.
Who could actually pull off this though? Like on the English broadcasts. I'd love to see Tombiz in this because I know that he'd hate every second. He just wants to wear a jumper. He just wants to wear a shirt.
Yeah, I don't think anybody could really. Ender, yeah, maybe Ender could. Yeah, for sure. Ender's got that drip. You know, Wyatt can pull off a lot, but I mean, on the left, that looks like Wyatt kind of would be able to, but I couldn't see Wyatt in the outfit on the right particularly.
On the right, yeah.
Wyatt's very drippy, but he's got his own style. He's not just like, you know, dress him up in any generic pop star uniform.
I mean, it's more like
Wyatt,
the arm
Yinsu,
guards.
Doug? Yeah, I mean, Yinsu definitely can pull off some stylish outfits. Doug, I mean, seeing Doug in something, the arm guards and the leather, like fully buttoned up would be, I would enjoy that a lot.
Privately.
I would enjoy that a lot. Yeah, exactly.
I mean, from what I know with like the rumored teams for partnership, like it was changing up until the last second. I think now it's like solidified on teams, but
apparently they haven't actually even done the internal thing yet. The guy that I was talking to at Riot China was saying that they're finalizing their internal decisions this week.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy that they've left it this late.
Yeah. But I mean, that's the teams are going to know before they get into Ascension, so.
Yeah, but I think it's even crazy that some of the teams don't even know now, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, it's still Yeah. Yeah.
Because you might be on like a fairly big org in China and just almost assume that you'd get in just based off the back of that.
Yeah.
But like NIP is a real question mark for me because they're in the LPL, but
yeah, but because it's VCT China, a lot of these organizations already have infrastructure in the center anyway. Like they're all. It's not like they're gonna have to scramble and fly their players to a hub city and that kind of stuff.
yeah, no visa issues, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. It feels a little simpler because it's a bit more homogeneously one country.
I think it's been impressive
yeah,
like how Riot have turned it around. Like how quickly they got the green light approval that China was gonna get the game this year to a league next year.
3 years to get the approval.
Yeah, but as soon as they got the green light, just how quickly everything came together.
Yeah.
Because even for like lock-in, wasn't it that they had 40? I don't know if that was like preempted, but it seemed like they had like the 14 teams were like, oh, we're getting approved in China. We're adding two Chinese teams like instantly.
Yeah, I think they knew what the game plan was going to be as soon as the game got released.
Yeah,
they already had the game plan ready. Yeah, EDG versus Rare Atom has already been done. Let me change the title, chat.
Yeah, I can't think of. I think for like these teams, at the very least for this tournament, we've had a consistent 3 out of 4 teams in the top 4. Like it was this same top 4 in Act 1. FPX, Trace, Rare Atom, and EDG. Yeah. Last act, Attacking Soul made top 4 and FPX didn't. Yeah. And then obviously this act top 4 is the same as Act 1. So at the very least, there's been some consistency. There's been a couple of like upsets. Billy losing
this is
and stuff.
This is the only time in Chinese Valorant where there has been a consistent top tier.
Yeah,
I feel like every other time there's just been, you know, like a mess at the top before EDG really pulled away from everybody, or it's just been EDG and then whoever else was playing well at that period of time. But now, it definitely feels like Trace and Rare Atom have come into their own. I'm expecting Trace to win this game, but I've been quite liking the way that what I've been seeing some of from FPX. They're just such a bizarre team. Some of the comps that they run, it just is extremely wacky.
For sure. Like they look a lot better. Like I think when they first added Autumn into the roster, they looked sort of shaky with bringing him in because I think he speaks some Chinese, not like a huge amount. Yes, he's not fluent, but like
apparently. I think he studied in China. I think that's what my chat was saying.
Yeah.
But yeah, people were saying that they were watching the VODs back of the comms stuff, and they were speaking quite a lot in English. When Autumn was alive, and then they were speaking in Mandarin when Autumn was dead.
Yeah, I think I probably had the same people saying, like, very similar to Sentinels with Pancada and Sassy. When they're alive, they'll just come in. But it's just them, they'll come in Portuguese.
Yeah. So. But yeah, as far as I understand, that Autumn does speak enough Mandarin to have some like decent understanding of what's going on. Now, I wish I knew what these stats were. What are these stats? That's probably headshot percentage. That's probably ADR. That's...
I wonder what the 4.4 is. Know. It's not KDA, at least. That's at the bottom, but...
ACS, I assume?
Top one will be ACS, and then ADR on the right.
But then what is 4.4? Don't know. No idea. Hey, yeah. No, I don't know what that's going to be.
I mean, if it's kills per round, that'd be crazy.
First kill to first death? There's no shot. 4.4 first kill to first death would be absolutely outrageous.
I mean, 5.5 is even crazier for fun.
It would be. Yeah. But it's the same 20% thing in the corner as well on the bottom left. I just don't know what these bottom left and bottom right ones are. What would it be?
Like clutch percentage, maybe. I think they have that as a percentage.
Oh, right. Yeah. Clutch percentage would make sense as the bottom left. It's just bottom right. I don't know what it is. Oh, multi-kill per map. Wait, that makes sense. Actually, first
that's
kill
an
per
interesting
map also
stat.
makes sense, but yeah.
The predictions are always fun because there's always one of them that goes like super based and just completely the opposite way of everybody else.
That's right. So what? It was multi-kill per map, right? Yeah. I used to pull people's multi-kill stats a lot back in like 2020, 2021, but I haven't really been doing that because I don't think it's. I don't know. I don't feel like it's as.
Because so many of those could be against ecos or clearing up.
It's just like. I don't know whether it tells you very much. Like, is bigger number actually that much better? Isn't it just the same as kills? Like, if you have more than... I don't know. It just kind of tells you that somebody's getting a lot of their kills all in one go. Do you know what I mean? If you have one kill per round, you could be getting one kill literally every round, or you could be getting your kills in spurts. I don't know. It feels like a weird stat to actually get any meaningful analysis out of.
Yeah, multi-kills especially. I think, I can't remember what event it was. It was something fairly recently, but they tweeted out some, like, you know, top plays of the day. And the top play was somebody getting an ace against an eco. And it was just, you know, them spraying them down. And it's like, I can understand how that came to be.
Today with the Marshall on eco. And yeah, I'm sure we'll see that in some highlight reels. But it was so unimpressive. It was just body shotting people with the Marshall.
I mean, the second ace he got was because he just basically played fucking gun game. He had a shorty and a sheriff. Yeah.
The second ace was amazing.
I mean, it's good to see Stu actually, like, because Stu obviously in Act 1 was just ripping people's heads off. Act 2, it started that way. And then it started to just get very quiet towards, like, the sort of latter games like these ones. And then, so he just never really sort of showed up in the bigger games, it felt like. So him having a performance like that against EDG is like a breath of fresh air for him. Because he wasn't doing the same as he was doing at the start of, like, this tournament, I guess.
Lysor.
What's weird is that some of these...
Good studio. I like this.
Yeah, I think it's the LPL one.
Oh, is it? Yeah, that would
I
make
think
sense.
so.
It definitely sounds like the exact same Riot voice.
Yeah, yeah.
The masters and stuff.
The phonetical thing. Like, I think most of these have been fairly, like, accurate as far as I can tell. But then Kong Kong's is, it just reads out the text. It doesn't say Kong Kong. It's like ZMJ. It's like, of all of the players, why would you not do it for Kong Kong there? It's just... I don't know how he prefers that.
The top left must be headshot. I think the literal translation of accurate defeat rate must mean like headshot kill rate or something. The bottom left super roughly translated to first strike rate.
Yeah, first kill, I think it is.
No, the bottom left can't be first kill percentage though, because it was only at 20% for both of these guys. So I think the bottom left must have been clutch percentage. I think it's just that the translate tools are trolling you guys.
Well, it's like, it wouldn't be like 20% of the team. It'd be 20% of the rounds that they play to get the first kill.
Oh, right, okay.
Like VLR's first kill, I think, is like that.
Right, I see what you mean. Yeah, that could be it. 0.2 first kill rate, yeah.
It may be. Yeah, also, yeah, YOU is YOU and not you. Which... I don't know what it is about the, like, fucking... Yeah, I mean... You've got HFMI as well, that likes to troll. And you've got the player on Attacking Soul that was spelt like Y, like UCAR. Like YUICAR. That's just YU. But like he used to be called YU. Like there was a player in China that was just called YU sort of thing. And so I think he changed his name. But people still call him YU anyway.
Yeah, Yuko came to a Masters event, though, and said that it was fine to be called either you or Yuko, or YU, or something. I can't remember exactly what, but he did submit a pronunciation that was Yuko at some point.
Oh, okay.
But the players also change how they want their names to be pronounced, and they are trolls. The players are trolls.
Yeah, they know what they're doing. I also still think that the coach name of Val Analysis is amazing for Rare Atom.
Yeah, that is very funny.
Also, I'll say for this, like, the timeouts that Destroyer has, the coach for TE, are some of the most, like, they're Eng levels of timeouts. That they could go 7-0 up on a half, and as soon as they lose a round, he calls a timeout. Like, yeah. He's a guy that just doesn't seem to fuck about, and it's great. But I think we were looking at the veto, and it should probably be this. It's likely to be the same maps, I think, as the last time that these two teams played. Like FPX really like their Lotus with the Gecko. It's been going really well for them for the most part. Shaking in places, but recovered. And then Trace, just happy to sort of play all sorts of different stuff. Trace don't seem to like mess about with the veto as much. They just ban out Breeze and keep things really simple.
Yeah, so the Evolution series does play into Ascension, Heisenberger. Basically, EDG are guaranteed to be in Ascension unless they already make it into Partnership. So the 10 teams that make it into Partnerships will just get not put into Ascension, and the other top 10 teams via points will get put into Ascension. So, roughly speaking, it should be about the top 20 teams, except that's not exactly how it's going to work, because there might be organizations that make it into partnerships that aren't in the top 20, right?
Yeah.
Because, you know, people like EG or whatever, or I don't know, who were some other examples of people that made it into partnership that weren't in the top 20 of their respective region? There were definitely some
Carmen, Koi, lots of the EMEA.
Yeah, lots of EMEA teams that weren't in the top.
Yeah, these bans are fairly expected. This should be just Lotus. And then Trace, I can't remember what I had for Trace. I think it was Sunset. So it might see those like crazy comps again.
Yeah.
I mean, it went really well for them last time, but maybe FPX changed something up.
They're playing it. Oh yeah, Sunset. Let's go.
I think they'll...
so the same maps as in the previous game as well.
Yeah. So I think it's probably the same. Like, yeah, FPX's Haven looked tragic yesterday. Trace, I said we'd probably ban out Split, because they beat him on Ascent last time. But it is that FPX have looked a little bit better on Ascent. Actually, so they do switch it around. So they're trying to spice it up. I think for FPX, it's just we haven't seen them play Split since, like, Act 2 at least. And even then, I think it was, like, once. So I think it's just a comfy map for Trace and not necessarily for FPX.
Am I going to watch Talon and Full Sense while watching this game? No. Absolutely not.
Is that happening at the moment? I knew that they were playing soon, but I didn't...
I'm going to have a look on VLR. Yeah, they're playing in 20 minutes in the ESL Clash of Nations. It's such a funny Clash of Nations, man. What does this even mean? What is this tournament? What is this tournament? You just got Thai players playing against 2 Thai players and some other players, and it's like all Talon players playing against Talon players. It's so bizarre.
Some Pacific events haven't, because like Paper X played in something that was more of a show match, didn't it? And it just ran 5 duelists.
Yes.
Like, oh, Paper X are playing. Never mind.
Pacific teams troll so relentlessly in these kind of situations.
I wonder how much they'll troll in the Afrika thing.
It comes from the top, though. I mean, if Paper X and DRX don't take those show matches seriously, then nobody else does. So it just trickles down. Okay. The Neon Gecko comp on defense.
I mean, not a bad start.
All right, sure.
I'm trying to think of like... So, for IGLs as well, I think it's Berlin versus Haby, which isn't too surprising. I think Berlin's the IGL of FPX. Sometimes it feels like they don't play with one at all, but...
Yeah, that's true. But it is Berlin, yeah.
I think there was a period as well where Berlin just... You know how Soulcast used to be amazing on Astra on Fracture? Like just every time that they played it, he was like MVP? That's Berlin on this map, on Astra. And when he plays badly, like FPX look a little bit lost.
Yeah, FPX were trying to play pretty aggressively on other parts of the map there for info, but couldn't hold on when the A hit actually came through. Could be winnable if Lysol hits some nice shots. I really feel like Lysol was a big add to this team.
Yeah, for sure.
Same with Autumn. I was impressed, but he's dead, so GG.
I mean, 2 players are really low, but I'm watching it on YouTube, by the way.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, because they don't have it in 1080p on Twitch because I think they're VPNing it. Because, you know, China doesn't really have Twitch.
Yeah, I noticed the quality did not look good on Twitch. I noticed that Funk has been absolutely fucking in terms of stats.
Yeah, he's been slamming. Like, I think I was a little bit worried about the tech game because they had some really good like wins under their belt, but I mean, Fung just wasn't fucking about.
Why have FPX done a defensive Viper wall that's exactly the same as the attacking Viper wall?
Oh yeah, I mean the attacking wall that FPX have is actually really nice. Like it cuts across deeper and it basically leaves a little corner on the bottom right of sight. So it cuts through tree more than anything. But it means that they could just, like, if they're on an anti-eco, they could just all go through tree and then wingman plant on the pixel.
Blocks, right?
It's even deeper than that. It goes into the wall.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, that seems really weird.
But yeah, I think the whole point of this wall is just that it effectively doesn't allow, like, Trace's wall to cut them off. That they're just willing to fight for that space. And it's also like a good pixel angle, like just below where the smoke is, or just above where the smoke is on the minimap. You have a good like sort of pixel angle that you can see into A main and take a fight. And if you miss, you can just put the wall up and run away.
Yeah, but then if they put their wall up, you just get pushed back, don't you?
You run away, I guess, yeah.
It doesn't help anybody on anywhere else on the map. That seems like a bad decision. When you could be putting walls that cut off B and go, you know, if you want to do the C wall that Loud does, you could do that one.
Yeah.
Do the classic wall to actually defend tree control, you could do that. I don't know. Maybe they've got some good ideas for how they're going to play around it, but this seems suboptimal.
Yeah, I think it's because they mostly do play TCH towards A anyway, and then they have Ayang helping on C. Because Ayang from Waterfall could just throw a Dizzy up in the air and pick it up, and it can just get all of the information on C. Like C main. So I think it's more the Gecko and then moving stuff along. And then Autumn will just move around anyway because he's Neon.
Yeah. As soon as this wall goes up, though, they can be threatening that they're walking stairs now. Because they... Oh, yeah, so the Gecko has to pull back and try...
Yeah.
It doesn't look very comfortable here for FPX on defense. At least they have this good info over towards C, which is about to get pushed away. Alright. Now Autumn needs to come over, and he's miles away. So they've got to spend some time re-clearing A first before they can get the rotates to C. It makes their C so weak. God, look how slow Nishao and Autumn are to rotate. They get killed, though, in the lurker. I mean, the Berlin's just getting walked on.
Yeah. They don't really have much info to work with.
No. Especially when the Killjoy dies, but the Killjoy setup was all around B anyway. Did they have their alarm bot at the front of B this round too? No, they must have had their alarm bot C, right?
I don't think so.
Rinsed.
I mean, I think most of
from everywhere.
FPX have almost been saved on our attacking side, but that's been the case globally, isn't it? Really, that it's attacking side.
Yeah, that's a lot of Lotus teams.
Yeah.
Autumn popping heads? No. Yeah, I think this map is difficult to play on defense side, even if you play it well. But it
Yeah,
also
yeah.
means that the teams that play badly on their defense side don't actually get punished that much for it, because there's not an enormous difference between the good and the bad teams on the defense.
Yeah.
Which is pretty unfortunate. That's one of the reasons why having more balanced maps is a good thing. You can normally win like a couple of rounds, even if you're a pretty terrible team anyway, on defense, just with ults, or you get a pistol, or you get a random big play from somebody.
I mean, I think for Lotus specifically, like, maps in the competitive pool are changed at the start of an episode, right? So that's usually...
Oh, don't ask me, I have no idea.
So I think, yeah, since it came out at the start of episode 6 or 7, whichever one we're in now, and the maps were changed then, and I think the next episode starts in January, so I think that would mean that, like, VCT would start with a different map pool, and my guess is that they take out Lotus, and maybe add in a revamped Icebox, would be my guess.
There were those rumors of the Lotus changes.
Yeah.
I just scrolled back and had a look at Lysor's setup. It was horrendous. He didn't even have the alarm bot for B control. He had the alarm bot to vulnerable people as they walked into B. Like, he had the alarm bot deep on site so that it would vulnerable people as they commit to the site hit and they would die to the nanoswarms. He had like a kill setup on B.
So I think his turret in secret would spot them first.
Yeah, the Viper is not providing any useful like stuff to other people around the map, and neither is the Killjoy. They're both just playing for themselves instead of playing any kind of cross-map setups. And they're doing the same kind of thing here again. Lysor doesn't even have an alarm bot this round. He only has a turret. At least this turret, have they broken the door for it? This is an interesting turret. But it doesn't see anything towards B. It only sees towards A. And it gets denied by the wall. They could take tree without the turret seeing them. Although I guess you'd hear the tree door opening.
Yeah, I guess you'd also like maybe just... With 3 people on B, you'd all just come out secret at that point too anyway. Maybe slowly, but...
They're gonna try and crunch C? What are they doing here?
They yeeted out the Dizzy. Can't pick it up though, because it's so deep. Because you can throw one that's just straight up and pick it up again in Waterfall, exactly, or you could just like yeet it out like that.
And then Lysor gets pushed away from playing on his... At least they've kind of scared Trace away from C, and they've anticipated the fact that Trace have gone back over to A right now.
Yeah. I genuinely think the defensive utility for FPX on A is just TCH. Like, he just fucks in that position. Like, he will play on the back of Rubble as a Viper on his own. Like, because they don't have an Omen to, like, TP there or back, or, like, have the Neon fight there. Like, TCH will just do it. On his own. Just fight. I guess that's why that wall's there, too. It just gives him so much to, like, play around.
Okay. Are they going to actually apply some good pressure mount here? Open the door? Use some... Oh, they don't have any Gecko utility.
No, they're out.
They just got to do this with rifles. This is going to be so tough without util. Yeah, rest in peace. God, this defense looks appalling from FPX.
Yeah, they've had some rough starts on it too. I think the last time that they played Trace, they were like 7-0 down and then managed to win it in overtime. And I think that was on their defense too.
That's a tragedy.
Rematch 2-1. Lotus. Yeah, they were... Trace was 6-0 down on their attack. Yeah. And then Lysor started clutching out like massive.
If they want the Killjoy to heavily defend the B setup, they can still do that, but they just need to throw the alarm bot or the turret for C. Just to give them a little bit more information and make it so that Berlin doesn't have to hard anchor C all the time. Oh, they're going to fight for a rubble control on the eco, though. All right. And they can afford 2 rifles. This could get a bit dangerous.
Also, one of the things about the Gecko on defense is just how often you get the thrash on attack. On defense, it's really slow from my angle.
Yeah. It's a very good ultimate for the price point. when you have access to so many orbs on the attack side.
So many of them.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, the orb there actually found huge amounts of value, though. Just all posting up behind TCH's orb. Found the perfect timing as well. He's actually done enough damage to win this round. I don't know how he just managed to do that, but Ayoung's down to 20 health and Autumn's down to 1.
Yeah.
Autumn got 124, and this is winnable.
He's pretty much got all of his util as well, like paranoia and a smoke.
Oh, he actually might be able to get a kill and still ult away.
Or just paranoia.
Yeah. He's gonna win this, isn't he? Because he's also now knocking the time down a little bit. Does he know they're both coming from this direction? Yeah, I think so.
Oh, just Ayang got unlucky. He's just going through it. All right, that's brave.
Such a silly way for that round to end, dude. Flexing deserved that.
Does he have time? It's very close.
What is with the Chinese players jumping through Omen one-ways? It's actually working. Every time we've seen someone jump through an Omen one-way today, they've got the kill.
It's the future.
They actually know the tech. Yeah, it really is.
They've had the game for like 6 months, so they already know more than all of us.
Dude, they figured out the shorties before any of us as well. There were no other teams around the world using the shorties as much as the Chinese teams.
I'm trying to think of other stuff that they do.
Tried to pick it up as well.
Like attack up. Attack up is a massive thing in China. Obviously, I think just everybody tries to copy Kung Kung, but
yeah, attacking up is good though.
Yeah, Autumn will attack up and then give his up to his teammate and swap for a rifle and he execute. And it actually has like a pretty good success rate.
Same shite Killjoy setup happening here. Look at the positioning of the alarm bot. Like, what is that alarm bot even doing, man?
I was thinking the TCH hasn't put a wall down, but he has put it literally so perfectly on the attack one. He can't see it.
Both of the Vipers are using the same playbook, but on opposite sides.
TCH couldn't be bothered to learn lineups, so he's just like, I'm using this on both sides.
Okay, so Lysol only had the alarm bot down for the beginning of the round in case it was a fast B hit. Now Lysol can put the alarm bot down here. Like, he could just put it in the standard A position right there. Yeah. And now Lysol's actually got a good setup. Wait a second. He's evolving. But now the others should be rotating off. You need to leave. The Killjoy setup is now getting you good information on A.
Yeah, why is nobody else moved? Why is the person that's moving the most out of a Gecko and a Viper the Killjoy?
Ooh, the timing. Quite nice. You've still got to play full retake here, but you have Thrash. No! Are you going to really Thrash right now when 2 of your players can't retake with you?
You still have the Dizzy too. Okay,
wow.
never mind, it just works.
Yeah. I mean, that push at the end there with the Dizzy and with Autumn getting in was good. I just thought that they were gonna thrash with it.
I guess maybe they were just keen on like using Thrash early to see if anybody was close.
I guess.
And because nobody was close, they could just molly off Secret and then execute.
Yeah. And they had enough Gecko util to make that work. Getting that kill though is a nice freebie. But yeah, I mean, I like that setup. They Dizzy, Wingman, and push out. The Dizzy and the Wingman together actually provide more pressure than the Thrash.
Destroyer timeouts.
Right. So, I actually don't mind the way that Lysol played that round. I don't really know why he's putting the alarm bot on B, but I think the idea of picking the alarm bot up and putting it on A if there isn't a fast hit B makes some sense, but it makes you really vulnerable because you have to just be sat in spawn, rotating around, waiting for your alarm bot to come back up. But like, there is a kernel of a decent idea there rather than just... But just use a more standard setup and you'll get more guaranteed value rather than trying to optimize.
And everybody else will know what you're doing as well, without them being like, "Oh, hey, hey, Killjoy, welcome onto the site where there's already 2 of us here. How are you?
Yeah. Yeah, it did look a bit claustrophobic there for a while, didn't it? With the... Because Lyso's only rotating over there when it's safe, but then they have 3 players A when they know that it's fairly safe.
So they're doing the alarm bot on C now?
Oh, I like this setup. This setup's good. I mean, I think that the turret's not in the most amazing position here because it's easy to break from B main.
Oh yeah, massively.
But it's it gives you more freedom of where to position as the Killjoy on site. Oh, they're gonna run forward and pit. I don't mind this. Now Autumn can rotate away with the op.
It's just hilarious. It's just TCH. Nobody is here for support. It's just I'm gonna fight all of them.
Yeah. Did they think they were going to force this round, maybe? Is that why they've used the pit at the start?
I mean, I'll say that there's not a lot of teams in China that do their timeout on an eco. There's a lot that still do it going into a full buy, so then the other team goes, all right, they're calling a timeout before they have a full buy, they have these ultimates. How do we fuck them up as much as possible? So teams do get caught out after timeouts.
Lyso just holding his ground. Oh, so wide there from Berlin. That's a lot of damage.
Meanwhile, on A main, TCH is still just chilling.
He's looking down the map. All right, I mean, that was a good round, but it was an anti-eco. I like the way that they played it, but now they don't have the pit for a big round. So what do they do in the future? How do they maintain rubble control without a pit? Are they gonna try and get the neon?
Okay, I muted Discord.
Not, right?
Sorry, I haven't really been talking to chat that much. I didn't expect. I thought we were just chatting before the game, but I'm gonna go for a wee real quick anyway. So I'll try and talk to chat a little bit. This is a very attacking-sided map, so I've picked
same setup from Lyso. Autumn just cannot get an angle here. Look at Autumn opping on A, but his face. Like he doesn't know if somebody's gone rubble. He's just relying on TCH holding that for him. It's awkward. I don't know how he thinks he's gonna get value against this Viper setup. Yeah, the Viper setup goes up from what's his name, Hybe.
Yeah, I think it's Haby. I only learned. I mean, I am finding many ways to mispronounce Chinese names, but
yeah, that's my
learning through the process.
Well. Autumn's been very bold here. He's just kind of egoing the Viper setup, assuming that they're not scaling off it. They're trying to match the Viper walls, but I don't think that does anything, does it? I really don't feel like that is that valuable compared to a more standard Viper setup.
There's definitely some strange stuff that FPX do. Like, the attack one, I think, makes a lot of sense for what they do. This one, I'm like, it feels like this is the kind of team that thinks it through. They're not just going to copy and paste what other people do.
Yeah, that's definitely true. They come up with their own ideas, don't they?
But it's also like some of the ideas just seem objectively worse. Like, they were playing Viper on Haven yesterday, and they were running like the old B main across sewers Viper wall instead of like what people are doing. But they ran it all of the time. It's like they've never even seen like the new meta one.
Yeah. I thought they were going to try and play the lockdown retake here, but they did not. Clean shooting from A and towards the end, but not enough to win a 1v4. I'd like to see them try and get Autumn posted towards C. Like play a 3-1-1 setup where Lysor's playing A, and then once you get Autumn posted with his operator C, try and rotate some more players over towards A to help Lysor. Oh wait, they're kind of doing that. They have Lysor playing B, so A is really weak right now, but they are trying to set the op up on C. Paranoia misses. They're using C's and the pull. Whoa, that stun did not land where Autumn wanted it to. But now A is so weak. This is the problem. I think you need your Killjoy A if you're doing a setup like this, because I guess they're playing A retake with the lockdown, but they didn't do that last round. And they've got TCH in a very committed position. Maybe TCH just throws a snake bite and then leaves. No, they've got the Gecko there now as well.
I wonder if there's an element of like a retake wall to it too on A.
It allows them to get in through the door.
Yeah, and then like if there's any like where the Viper is right now, like playing a post plant there, you're just completely isolated.
Yeah, that's a good point. Grace looked so scattered in this round. They just didn't realize that they had a good opportunity to push A. I mean, some kind of weird 5-head situation going on maybe where they assumed that Lysor's playing A, so they didn't want to fast hit it.
Yeah, it's interesting. Like, I think it's probably because of the Neon Gecko taking more of my attention, but I never even, like, realized how odd the setups are on the Killjoy until you started talking about them. Like, we probably watched this team play about 6 or 7 times.
Yeah. It is a good point, Ishiki. The retake, the one, you know, the wall that Fnatic throws that goes from B over towards, well, it's like the most standard retake.
Yeah.
That wall is also really good for retake. It basically just does the same thing as this one, right? It just cuts off the same kind of angles.
Yeah.
It's only the C wall that Loud throws that is different. But yeah, I mean, it still functions in that way pretty well. But yeah, I think the B to C wall is better because it also frees up your Killjoy a little bit. It feels like they've had to run their Killjoy perma B in a lot of these rounds.
Yeah.
I mean, not in this round, though. They have put Lysor much more heavily towards C. But the turret gets broken really early on. And Autumn's on quite a passive angle this round, too, with the Operator. So Trace have a ton of map control here. Or at least if they want to, because they're threatening A as well.
Well, actually, headshot Iron. Barely did anything because it was a classic, but...
those just tickle you.
I mean, I feel like we've just not seen Trace like actually execute, really.
Not too much. I think they will next round, though, because... I mean, it looks like they're going to go for it this round. The counter ult was quite late. And it gets broken. If you put down that counter ult immediately, you're going to be able to defend from the lockdown. But they had to leave the site. They get a good plant as well. TCH may be able to win this round. If he can...
He's taking his time.
Yeah, he's also stuck behind the turret. Oh, he's too slow. He needs to be breaking the turret like now. Guys, hello. They need assistance. What the fuck is that smoke?
The smoke. Now he goes.
Oh,
all right.
He found the timing. Dude, that smoke is bizarre. Is that a deliberately bad smoke so that they can still see... Wait, that might be Giga Brain. So that they can still see the plant position and play post plant, but you can't swing into them.
And it also kind of covers mound.
That's funny. That's a deliberately bad smoke sunk into the ground so that they can see the spike.
Also, Fimisum raised a good point. TCH didn't break the turret. He just let it fire at him whilst he goes around the corner and kills like 3.
Giga Chad. That's such a funny idea with the Omen smoke.
This is FPX's pick. Like, this is their home ground.
Yeah, and Trace decided to try and use all of their ults that round to see if they could win. Why is Autumn trying to do this kind of stuff with the op? I mean, that is so dangerous. He wasn't even looking in that direction.
I think that's just what
Right,
I think FPX just conditioned that we're gonna fight you on A main and we're gonna win stupid fights.
They shouldn't be winning. I mean, their comp is so bad for fighting A main, I think. Apart from the stun from the Neon, but if you can get past that with the Raze or with the Omen.
Yeah, I guess again, like if you fight here and you miss, you could just ask for the Viper wall up. Now you can't because TZH is dead.
Beef the Dizzy. He still gets the kill. Here comes the Thrash. Oh no. One player with an op, one player still in their utility animation. Tragedy.
I mean, we haven't really seen Trace also do the whole, like, clearing of rubble, go into A later, like snake biting it and stuff like that. Like, they just kind of leave it.
A control very much. Yeah, they either play there super heavily and it's an A hit, or they don't go there at all.
It's kind of like, you know, on Haven, where attackers don't default towards A at all, and so the defenders get it for free, and then the attackers just feel like they're boxed in being C. It's kind of like that.
It does feel like that, yeah. But this is now an extremely effective defensive half by FPX. They've just managed to win so many of these rounds. Even if they lose this one. There was actually some damage there onto the attack op. Alright, now they're going to go back over to A. There is only one player here. Tracer finally going here in the mid round. Wow, what an angle. That's disgusting.
I don't know how TZH moves around so much when his balls are that big. That's why they just stick him on A, he just can't move.
Seemed like a good paranoia there at the back. Wow, how has he got those 3 kills? Yeah.
Alright, at least Trace pull it back.
Yeah, nice paranoia and a 6 series of shots from the Viper somehow. Just kind of AD dead zoning, I guess. What are these kills here? Oh, like, what is that kill on Autumn? I suppose the other two aren't really that crazy.
He's just in the right place.
Well, that's a very good half by FPX in terms of how many rounds they actually got.
Yeah, it was. They won last time they played 8-4 down, so a little bit better than last time.
Yeah.
It's annoying because we don't have the API stats because it's China, so I think all of the stuff like VLR is just like hand inputted.
It's weird though because they must be able to pull the stats because they have them for their own broadcast. At least they have some stats for their own broadcast. Maybe they're doing them manually.
I think it's just like Riot are quite open with like sharing the API with people that like request it. Like, you know, VLR would have to go to Riot and be like, we use your API, and they go, what for? And they go, for a website this. They're like, yeah, sure. Like, run it back and augment it be the same. But I guess maybe like Riot China just don't want to share it with anybody outside of their own broadcast. Maybe it changes. Maybe there's some like global system that's set up next year.
Yeah, why is there not a global system? I assumed that it was global.
I think China always has its own thing going on. I mean, it's the same with like the LPL broadcast stuff, right? They just decided they didn't want to do an English broadcast anymore, so I guess global will probably have to work out how to do that.
So what is this stat here? The 20 versus 32%.
I think that's headshot percentage.
Right. I mean that would make sense, I suppose, for what we just watched, considering Autumn was using an op and his ult a lot. So they're going to early paranoia here with Seized Nade or something like that? Oh, no. They go for the one-way.
I mean, maybe FPX feeling that they could just take that easily, I guess.
FPX are like, wait, why didn't we ever fight for a lobby like that? Oh, wait, because we don't have a raise.
Yeah.
We don't have a fade.
But yeah, look at FPX's wall, like on attack.
Yeah. That is a strange wall. I don't understand it, to be honest with you.
I think one of the main things is like, you know, like defenders like to play in that choke between tree and the A site. To sort of, if the door gets open, they can peek and check if it's anybody's come through, like with a prowler. Like you can't play there. Like you just get so isolated.
You could play near the site. I don't know what to call it, but like this angle where you can see, I don't know what to call it. It's like a mid-sight, but towards the back.
Yeah.
Choke point. And you like jiggle peek the default box.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't seen anybody. I think most teams just kind of play with like where the Omen's playing now. They either play too far ahead or you like maybe play drop. Like it just seems a really uncomfortable place to hold. I mean, this would be something if I could win this, but
it does block off some decent info.
I do like it
for being a little uncomfortable, but I don't know whether it actually gets you too much value. I suppose it's fine as soon as you pick up the orb and reposition it. Oh wow. I didn't realize how quick those first 2 kills were.
Oh, it's a sniper that did damage to him. Yeah, I also do like I think for like FPX when they're on like anti-eco, they'll like default around the map, and that wall just kind of allows them to just have everybody push through tree, like off the back of a dizzy to check behind, like in that little pocket, and then they'll just plant in that like little corner where the Viper wall is with the wingman. So it's just a very like no nonsense wall.
Huh. Why would they want to plant in the corner when?
I mean, they could also just plant default, and then it cuts that off a bit more. I need to F this.
There doesn't really seem to be.
I missed Rare versus EDG. Was a complete whoop, or did Rare get a bit lucky?
Jump through the one way.
I think they were the better team. I think Rare
one-way jumpers. Yeah, this wall doesn't actually let them get out. It's not like the other wall where they can. Oh wait, you can walk out.
Yeah, it's kind of like the bind wall where you can go like either side of it.
Huh? It didn't look like you could, and then their Killjoy managed to get like just one step around the other side, and suddenly they were obscured. What time is it here? It's about midday.
Oh, you in the UK?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, I live in the UK.
Oh shit. Like I knew that you were sort of like back, like like most of this year. I think you'd like have long periods of like being in the UK, and then you just stay in NA when you were doing Americas.
Yeah.
But I didn't realize you were like actively living here now.
Yep. Yeah, I moved permanently a year ago.
Oh shit.
All right, so this round now they have the Thrash. So now things get serious. They're taking a timeout to talk about the strat that they're about to do in round 3. This is such an insanely early timeout. Did they forget what the strategy was? Why are you calling a timeout this early? Surely you know what the strat is. You just had a halftime to talk about this. You've just got your first Thrash ult up.
It's a gamble,
just
isn't
been a
it?
pistol and a follow-up. Like,
Yeah.
What can you even be talking about here?
To be fair, I don't think I've seen this much from FPX, to be honest. They're not that outlandish with timeouts. So maybe feeling a little rattled. I mean, maybe it's the stuff around A main, because they have kind of like watched that twice, but I mean, the second time they were on an eco. Like,
It's very
what the hell
standard,
could you
though,
do?
the way that Trace are playing. Trace are playing like every other team in the world right now. The same Killjoy setup, same Viper setup, same A main control. All right. Let's see. I want to see Trace do something explosive here, though, to stop FPX from doing their Thrash setup. Like, I'd like to see them run a different idea. Like, I would have liked to see them run a 3-1-1 here and try and fight aggressive for C. And then, like, maybe push into spawn or do something, like, wild like that. Or maybe try and play Fang Fang and YOU aggressive A and then go back and repush B with the Prowlers.
Yeah. The C stuff's
Just, like,
really good.
Something really active.
Because, I mean, you just saw it
They're expecting
then.
a trap play look, yeah. They're expecting the paranoia push.
I think that's the weakest part of the default for FPX. Because outside of using that Dizzy and just bouncing it off the wall, like, you don't have, like, the range of a Sky Flash that could help you. So a lot of teams just waited for the Dizzy and then just exploded out of C. And, like, even pushed past, like, Mound into, like, the mine, like, foyer bit. Because there's just very little that FPX could do to stop him.
I'm going to go for a B hit here. This is an incredibly deep alarm bot for the defenders. They used the Thrash to clear out that corner first.
I mean, they grabbed the player, but...
So much pressure for them to get through. They had Killjoy utility, Raze utility. Were shut down so hard.
Aang still has all of his util, though.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, there's the plant.
Double blast.
Yeah.
What?
Oh my god, Ivy.
What are we doing? I mean, he did not think Lysol was there. Bad info from someone on his team, I assume.
I don't think they
Lysol's
knew.
timing here looks lovely. Lysol's timing. What a bizarre round. And that is a bonus, so it's still fine for Trace, but they should have won that. They outplayed them on defense there, and then they just beefed the final situation.
Oh, he gets two of them.
Oh, why are you double blast packing when you have no info about who's on site? You're just relying on your opponents to miss in order to get value there.
He just saw so much going on beneath him. Like Wingman, the Gecko.
Yeah, he's like, they have created a colony. Oh, they got caught by the Haunt. The Haunt is so good to mix up occasionally with the C's. Although Fang Fang dies.
Yeah, on timeouts, both teams can talk. It's not just the team that calls it.
Oh, Kai is playing this so dangerously. Oh my god. Oh my god. The paranoia there. Oh.
It was a Chad shoulder peek if I ever saw it. Like I thought
I was also repositioning while the Viper Wall was down, rather than repositioning while it's up. Like, I will wait until the Viper Wall is down and everybody can see me in order to do this very dangerous reposition. Okay, the lurk play happening though here from Berlin. Can TZH get the spike? No. It's over.
It's 26 HP too.
No way. Come on. We're not losing to Berlin here, are we? No. Okay. Yeah, I don't know why they're doing that either, Cheesebread. I was thinking about that just now. I don't know why the Viper is smoking on the step instead of in the default position. Obviously, they don't actually need that Viper smoke at all, as far as I can tell, because their Viper wall just allows them to walk out there now anyway. But the Viper smoke is useless on its own in that spot. So is it supposed to block a certain haunt lineup, maybe? That's the only thing I can think of. But in that round, they got owned by the haunt. They all got seen by it. So I'm not sure. I was just wondering the same thing myself, but I didn't have an answer. Deep alarm bot again here from Kai.
I don't think there is many rounds where FPX like default and like aggress A. Like most times that I think about it, TZH has been in positions like he is now. Like just sitting and waiting.
Controlling.
Yeah. But I guess this wall also kind of forces, because you can't play on like the pixel angles, it kind of forces players like Trace to peek up this far. But this double stack is just too hard to break.
Yes, but it means that they have to commit a lot of players over to it, so...
Yeah, I guess that's... So like TZH is trying to pull people in if he can get players up into that angle where the wall cuts them off. It's going to take ages for YOU to rotate over to B or C.
Yeah. But on this round, they just don't really have the resources to deal with a C defense. Oh, they are walking in with the smoke, though.
They are, yeah,
wow,
they're just
nice
in.
Idea. I like that smoke. There's a lot of teams that do that, but this one with the Astra smoke, because the Astra smoke is bigger, you can go for something like that instead.
Yeah, yeah.
Cool idea. Nice idea on the eco.
I can't remember who it was, but there was a team that did the same sort of thing, but they went, I think because they broke the Killjoy turret on B, they went through on C, through like towards Waterfall, like the other side of it, and they managed to sneak past somebody that was like holding an angle. I think it was FPX.
So they seize nade at the start here. That paranoia does not seem good enough to properly fight over Mound. But alright, I guess it pushed FPX back for a moment. They haven't put the Raze on C to try and break the lockdown. And the Viper's dead. You just lock down C.
Yeah.
Guys, don't overcomplicate it. Just lock down C and push. Uh-oh, we're doing a bit of overcomplication here. And somehow Trace have still got 2 players on A. What is going on here?
I mean, no team has done what Trace has been doing.
What is going on?
They're trying to time like the nightfall, and then as the wall dropped, the Omen could do something. Big Flex had just got a little bit too over aggro.
I mean, I don't really understand how Autumn knew that Flexin was there. What? How did he get that kill? Well, now everybody's got ults for FPX, and they didn't have to use any in this round.
Well, I saw chill.
Yeah, I guess it does that. That's a good point, Cheesebread. The Viper orb from TZH does stop them using that high ground angle on top of the rock. But
oh yeah, the double stack, yeah.
Yeah. But that's just what that tells me is that FPX are expecting to not have A control in basically any of their rounds. Right? Because if that's... They basically have a Viper setup that's designed to get out through this door. They don't have a Viper setup that's designed to, you know, get them through to here or to get them through to here or anything like that. They literally are putting their orb and their wall just to get out through the first choke point, which means if you're designing your setup like that, presumably you're never fighting for A.
I wonder how much the orb and wall block off rubble. Like if an Omen TP's on top of it, like how much you can effectively see and fight from there. Because I can't imagine it's much.
Oh, you can't see very much with the wall for sure, yeah. But then the other wall does that too. The other wall that connects from here up like that.
This has definitely been one of those cases where FPX haven't had a team that's actively like fought them closely on A. I think just with this wall, most teams just feel like they have to give it up.
This game could still get really close. FPX have massive ultimates to work with here. If they can cycle a couple of them, if they can win this round by only using one, let's say, because Tracer on a bit of an eco, and then they can keep rolling those forwards, this could still get really dangerous, really close. Yeah, I don't know how Autumn saw enough to get the spam kill in that round. Maybe one of his teammates saw somebody and it popped up on minimap or something? I'm not sure.
Didn't really see a replay of it either, I don't think.
Yeah, we're trying to puzzle through their attack setups at the moment, TMV. It really feels unusual. They use a really weird defensive wall as well. They were using weird defensive killjoy setups too, but they still got 5 rounds.
Oh, TMV doesn't like the wall. It's my favorite wall. Not because he doesn't like it. I just like something that's different.
It is definitely different.
Yeah.
All right. So again, FPX don't have any rubble control, and the wall and orb setup are just to try and counter that in the mid round. Do you want to counter ult? You're on a half buy. No, you are not counter ulting.
He's just hoping to just kill him before he gets suppressed.
Oh, he got 2 with it.
2.5.
Yeah, that's insane value from Kai. And the flank is coming through, and this flank is going to be dangerous. I love this idea from Trace of trying something like this, but they know. They are aware due to the turret. What in the fuck are we doing with this cosmic divide?
They really don't expect that they're all coming behind today.
What? I thought they were coming behind. I thought they knew that they were coming behind, but they just look like they don't.
They can't. It's like the wall has given them less of an idea because they can't hear it. There's 2 people on the other side of it in Waterfall that wouldn't have heard any clomping. So the player in elbow just gets blasted with util without seeing it.
Okay, so this Viper got chased away from A. There's a Prowler coming through as well. Did the Viper not hear that? And then, as they crossed... Oh, is the turret... Oh, the turret's deactivated because Lysor scaled into sight.
He was too far away.
So I really felt like they knew that they were on the flank at this point because of where they were repositioned, but yeah, they didn't know. Wow. What an eco. That should just be the game. Even with all of the ults that FPX have up, that eco's backbreaking.
It's too much to do, I think, for FPX now.
They've only won 2 rounds on their attack side. And it was the pistol and the follow-up. They've lost every round where they've had rifles.
Yeah, it's very, very out of character. I think Trace are one of the best, like, protocol-esque teams, like, in the region.
They're playing the defense side very standard, very well, yeah. They're really punishing FPX for their bizarre setups. Here comes the paranoia. This is going to put pressure on the FPX guys. Turret takes contact. Oh no, the turret can't take contact. It got smoked off. They paranoia anyway, and they swing. Good awareness, good decision. Nice audible call there from the Trace guys to realize that with the turret being smoked off, they couldn't rely on the trap play anymore. And now it's GG. I mean, Kai could literally just ult this, couldn't he?
Yeah, he does.
It's a little late, but they still have spike control. Alright, GG. But actually not GG. In fact, BG from FPX. I mean, maybe it's...
Go on.
A bunch of things that they could improve on their attack side, but they look good on defense.
Yeah,
I think they had some good setups, good trap ideas, good like proactivity.
Sort of feels the same thing, really. Of like, it kind of explains why I think FPX are at least behind Trace and Rare Atom, because they're the 2 teams that don't let other like rosters and squads in the region just kind of do crazy stuff and
get away with their bullshit.
Yeah. There's just no like respect for it.
Yeah.
And that's why both of those teams are the only ones to win a series against EDG as well. Because they're not scared of playing up against them.
Yeah, they definitely feel like they have a decent idea about what's going on. So then the next map was Sunset. Yeah, that's going to be interesting too.
I mean, FPX have to do better.
Are FPX going to run the Sova KO Chamber double smokes comp? Harbor Viper, Sova KO Chamber. Are we going to see that?
Maybe. We just haven't, like, I think the rest of the map, like, this series is really hard now for FPX to win. Because regardless of how, like, the records on these maps, it's just two maps that FPX haven't played an awful lot. I think it was actually really smart for Trace to second ban out Ascent too. Because at least FPX have had, like, a good amount of practice on that. And they can VOD review after their loss against Trace the first time and improve on stuff, which is why it looks like they did. But, like, Split, they just haven't played in ages, so they're just not going to be very comfortable.
I'd like to see that. I'd also like to see Split because it would mean that the fucking batshit comp from FPX has won. Deluxe is asking in chat, will they play Dynamite on Bind?
Don't stand.
I saw a comment saying that Dynamite says sub, right? And
I
saw a comment of a fan saying that, who was the player that got subbed out? I can't even remember.
It was YOU.
Oh, it was YOU. They said the YOU had explosive diarrhea and needed to be subbed out instantly, and that's why Dynamite came in.
Oh my god!
but I don't know if that's a joke. I don't know whether that was just the like VLR user making a joke.
Can you imagine, like,
accurate.
Just close your eyes and picture this. You have it. You're in a big series. You've gone to a third map. Your stomach starts churning. You have to go to the toilet. The sub's like, "Don't worry, I got this." You're on the toilet for like 40 minutes. You come back. The game's gone to overtime, and the person that was subbed in for you is 96 ACS.
Yeah, that's that would be a brutal one.
Supposedly Dynamite's also called the security guard as well, which I don't know if that means like, oh, because he's a Cypher, nothing gets past him, or he was literally the security guard and they couldn't get anybody else in.
No, surely not. Surely not. It can't have been that bad, surely.
It was...
Yeah, you can call a player-related tech pause if you have explosive diarrhea, yes. We've seen people do that before, but most of the time you have to warn the admins beforehand that you're feeling unwell. If you tell the admins beforehand, like, I am feeling very unwell, I may need to take a player-related break at some point during this game, they'll normally be like, okay, you're allowed one. We've seen that before in the past at big events.
I wonder how those conversations go.
How long would you have to be away for a forfeit? I don't know. Well, Safe was away for a long time during Champions. He was gone for... I don't know how long he was gone for, but he was gone for a while. I think it would have to be quite a while before a shit-related default map was awarded.
Oh my god. Shitgate. I can't wait for it.
It'll happen one day. If FNS shat himself on stage, he would be allowed to get up. If FNS desperately needed to call a tactical timeout and they'd run out of them, he could potentially have told the admin beforehand, and then he could decide voluntarily to shit his own pants.
I think...
and then discuss tactics somehow with his team, but it would be illegal to discuss the tactics, so he would already be cheating by doing that.
That'd be a hell of a scenario to live. It's also easy to make the joke for FNS that he's so old if he shot himself he wouldn't notice. He'd just sit in it. I'm surprised that nobody went straight to that, to be fair. Can you imagine somebody like Angel like going to the admin being like, "Hello, I'm just letting you know I might need to shit myself. I might need a timeout." Can you imagine just some of the conversations with like artists, like players like that, going to admins and being like, "Hi,
I think that's...
I have explosive diarrhea. Please, can I have a timeout?"
I feel like I remember Ardis being one of the players that had to take a player break, actually, during Istanbul. I think that is a thing that happened, because everybody was ill at Istanbul.
Yeah, I mean, Ardis had the thing as well where, like, his balance was off. Like he had to go to hospital and stuff like that because he had like, I think it was like an ear infection. So it might have been to do with that. Because they got their game delayed to the day after, like during groups.
Oh.
So I think the last day was meant to be, last day of groups was meant to be 2 best of 2s, and it was free. Sorry, 2 best of 2s, 2 best of 3s, and it was free instead because now it'd be played a day later. Yeah, because I was meant, because I basically got the day off on the day before last, and then I had to work the first game and the third game, and so they were like, "Oh, just do like the interview on the first game instead of." I think I was meant to do like Telestrator. So they were like, yeah, we're not having you come in on the morning to do a Telestrator and then do the 3rd best of 3 on the evening.
Yeah, that's a long day.
You'd be there all day. So yeah, I sort of remember that. I remember the birthday cake I got again.
Honestly, the Rare Atom EDG game wasn't that great of a game. I don't think it justifies a TMV video. I feel like EDG just ran out of ideas, and while I was impressed with what Rare Atom were doing on Sunset, apparently Eco had already done like most of it already, playing Sova on Sunset. I just didn't watch the game, so it was new to me, but that doesn't mean it was new. But yeah, the EDG just looked lost. The Kang Cypher is not it. I'm not a fan of how Smoggy's using his Phage utility on Lotus either. He just seems to be throwing all of it in the mid-round, so they have nothing to play retake. They were playing retake every round on defense, and I didn't get to see the attack side, but they didn't get enough rounds on their attack side either to make it easy for them.
I think the one thing that you probably could make a video on TMV, I don't know what he prefers to be called. TMV Chris, I imagine just TMV.
I did not know his name was Chris.
I think I wanted to
learn a new thing.
Supposedly, also thinking, man, Valorant is my Discord kitten, according to Tombiz's community.
Oh.
So, we haven't had that conversation yet.
Ah. Yeah, Kang saw the video about the chamber being troll, and then he started playing Cypher, and it's a lot worse. He needs to go back to playing chamber.
I think they panicked,
he needs to start playing Raze.
But I think the collate of, you could collate a lot of stuff from like Sova on, like there's a really nice Eldron that you could do from CT that ramps up all the way to the wall and just gets all of like mid viewership. Yeah, I think Top came up with that first and they just copied it.
The Chinese partner teams are being announced in the early part of December, so very, very shortly. I mean, it's 1 week until the beginning of December, and then it won't be much longer after that. And they did say as well that just like in the other regions, the teams themselves will be allowed to announce before the official announcement.
Oh, so really?
So from our point of view, it'll feel like different teams kind of like trickling out the announcements of like, hey, we got into partnership. Maybe we as the English-speaking audience won't see those as consistently just because they'll be posted mostly on Chinese social media. But yeah.
Reddit will be on top of it
after that as well. Yeah, I'm sure they will.
Oh, they are still running the same comp, but with the Phoenix as well.
Wait,
so
what?
Autumn is off the chamber and on the Phoenix. How could we not see this coming, honestly?
No, they still have the chamber, though.
Yeah, I know. They moved TCH over to it.
Right, so they're not running KO. They're running Phoenix. Well, that does make a bit more sense.
Also, Ayang Sova. I don't think he was on Sova before either.
I've seen Autumn, I think Autumn, actually, play Phoenix on this map before.
Yeah. They ran double duelist, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, they played Jet. They played Jet Phoenix, right? I saw one of the Chinese teams playing Jet Phoenix, but I feel like I saw Stu playing Jet. Was that maybe Rare Atom were running Jet Phoenix? And I've mixed it up.
Yeah, I think that was like very early on. I think FPX is just the only team that's dedicated to the Harbor of all things.
I like the Harbor as well. I like the Viper Harbor on this map. I think it's good, but I think this is going to be a very interesting comp to get value out of. Because it's kind of like... anyway, let's have a look.
This is the content game.
We need to head them off at the pass. They're coming out the other end of elbow.
I mean,
they've got so many smokes, we can't tell where they are.
I mean, Flexid gets one and he's still got just cataract vision with all of the smokes.
Look how good the harbor is, though, man. Look how good it is. You use the Viper to get in through the first choke point. The harbor wall allows you to get out. You have the cove as well. Dude, it's so good.
Yeah, so it's the same comp that they ran before they ran the Autumn Chamber thing, but the Silver is new for them.
Right, but they ran the Sova before with the Sova KO comp as well. So it's like a combination of the two comps they've been running. Ooh.
That's how they worked it out. But let's just mesh these two things together.
Bad plan spot, but they got the job done in the end. The TE comp is really weird though as well. Like not running the Cypher on either team when Cypher is in its most broken state right now. Like Cypher is currently at the perfect apex of he's been buffed really hard and people haven't figured out how to deal with him.
Yeah, exactly. And like it's like full map control too. You don't need to worry about sticking a killjoy on 1 or 2 sites and
yeah. I feel like over time people will figure out how to deal with the Cypher setups a bit more and he won't be as useful. But
yeah.
At the moment, even the teams that are running the Sova and the teams that are running the Rays and stuff like that are not actually dealing with his setups really well. I assume though that one of the reasons they've inserted the Sova into this comp is because they like its ability to break the traps. But
yeah, 100%.
I like that usage of the cove to try and break the one-way setup, but what's this guy doing around here? What's this funky little shorty doing in tiles, eh?
I like the way that he properly skedaddles as well.
He could have killed both of them. I don't think he realized, but Berlin and Autumn were both weak enough that the shorty would have killed from that distance. He just didn't go for it, obviously, because it seems ridiculous to try and take a shorty fight at that range, but those were the 2 players weak enough to die. Flexin's smoke there is interesting too. It's a nice idea to create pressure front sight if you have backside control, but they didn't. What? What the fuck? That lineup for the wallbang. That thing in market is made of tissue paper. I don't know what they made. They made the newsstand out of the newspapers. It's got no metal in it whatsoever. It's just
it's law accurate. What do you mean?
Yeah, it is.
I mean, still good damage done.
In Premier, we're trying to find breach aftershocks that break trips and also clear common angles. Yeah, that's a great idea, actually.
I was just sort of thinking as well, like, because I said that you were streaming, I was like, oh, like, so far it's been a good game with, like, EDG and Rare Atom, but it's not been the typical weirdness.
Oh, yeah, I mean, we got
this.
The weirdness.
I was like, oh, he's not getting the full China experience, and then this is the full China experience.
Yeah. All right, rifles. Let's have a look then. So TCH is going to be opping into their own Viper setup. Well, this seems a bit weird, but they're not going to use the wall. Wow.
Also, the Silver Recon in the corner, and then with the harbor wall, like it's just like free mid control. It's so hard to contest that if you trace.
It really is. That's what another reason why Harbor's amazing on this map, in my opinion, is because you can just run through the walls. It's so much more difficult to run through the walls, rather. Like if you wall over towards mid or something, yeah, no one's contesting that. They're not going to throw counter utility and try and force their face through the harbor wall. Nice from Flexin to get in front of all of the Viper setup and punish Lysor. That's got to be something now that Lysor's aware of. He's going to need, like, I don't know. They don't have Prowlers, do they? I was literally about to say Prowler because I'm so used to people playing Fade on this map, but they don't have a Prowler.
Yeah.
What are you going to do? Drone at the beginning there? Is he over? That seems like such a waste of drone. All right, here's a wall, though, into B. They're going to wall and drone B. Oh, no. Autumn swung and crouched instantly. Looking like me out there.
Panicking when he sees a gecko. I mean, I get it.
Good crosshair placement. I feel like everybody's pre-aiming
the
that
dizzy
really well. Wait a second, that was nuts.
I think I'm a little bit ahead of you, but yeah.
Yeah, I think you are just a little bit, but goddamn. Wait, what the hell was that? I want to see the replay. Actually, I want to go back and have a look at that again.
I'll let you know if they have anything in the POVs that shows it off.
So they blast back over with the Dizzy. So the Dizzy bounces off the wall, and they have the wingman.
Yeah. It shows it in a replay.
Wingman combo is so good. When you can actually pull that off properly for a retake, it's so much pressure, Dizzy wingman.
Yeah, because I saw TMV's video like on the Gecko usage. I can't remember who it was. It might have been EDG on Breeze. Like not using utility for ages. But I think the thing is just how you could wait a minute and then just explode all of that utility out in one go, and it's just so hard to deal with. So long as you put it in a place where you can maybe pick it up and use afterwards.
Yeah, I mean, getting use out of the refreshable nature of it and then still having it for the retake would be the best case scenario, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, the Harbor ult is again so fucking good. Look how much value the Harbor ult gets. Dude, play Harbor on this map, please. It's so good. The thing is, if you're playing Harbor on this map, though, you're not playing Solo Smoke's Double Initiator. And I actually think the Double Initiator comps are also looking quite good against Sovas. But if you are going to play Double Smokes, play Harbor.
I mean, that's the only sad thing about the meta at the moment is just that you still have double control and Harbor's been used less and less. Like, he is the truth.
Yeah, I think the flexibility of Omen on certain maps, like on Haven, is really, really great. But I think that the smokes and how much you can look over the top of them and the value that the ultimate gets on this map, it's a Harbor map, baby. It's a Harbor map.
I feel like that with Breeze as well. Like, I like teams that play Harbor Viper on Breeze. Like, definitely over, like, the Omen, but it sort of depends if you want to run, like, Double Initiator or, like, a Cypher.
Yeah, I think Harbor Viper Breeze is the wave as well. But, well, I'm unsure, actually, on Breeze because of the Cypher buffs recently.
Yeah, I think we still almost always want Double Initiator.
You could play Harbor Viper Cypher. I haven't seen very many people doing that.
Yeah, you just have Solo Sky and a Raze?
I don't know, even Solo Sky Jet or something, but it doesn't feel like enough initiator utility for all of the space that you need to take on attack.
Yeah, even on defense, really. Like having the Sky on B for like the flash and Trailblazer elbow and then KO knife on A main if they just decide to go super fast.
Yeah, the KO knife is super useful actually on the defense side. But yeah, you could just play a retake a lot if you're playing Viper Harbor. I don't know. Maybe you can make something like that work. Oh, there we go. That's a good little Dizzy lineup. So they know that there's somebody over towards A. Flexin is playing with the Bucky here in elbow.
That's the one I use. Oh, full disclosure, I've become a like proper Gecko main in ranked. I've become a sin on society. TCH, yeah. So
I wasn't saying tragedy about what we watched. I'm saying tragedy about you becoming a Gecko main.
I mean, Sky is so boring, man. I'm so done with, like, just get her out of the game.
So good.
It's so good, but I'm just so bored.
Powerful. There are still quite a lot of teams still running the Cypher on Breeze. There's a fair few, but a lot of the Pacific teams and Chinese teams are running Cypherless, double initiated, double smoke comps. All right, so now we're gonna have rifles up for TE, and they take a timeout. I feel like Trace's composition is so difficult to play on defense. Without the information that a Sentinel provides, how do you play the defense side properly on this map?
You've just got to like play with your face more than anything, but
Yeah,
if
but you can't push
mid's been
mid because
cleared,
of
yeah,
the
yeah.
Harbor and the Sova. So, what do you do? Do you play A aggressive every round? You have to commit so many people to that. You have to commit like 3 people. It just weakens the rest of the map.
Really, your only option is to like be main. That's kind of it, because I imagine like the chamber's mostly going to be on like A. You got the Gecko that could dizzy from sight. You got an Omen that could, well, not an Omen that can flash, but still.
Yeah,
but people are waiting for you.
FPX have got the comp differential here. C9, I think, was also running the double smokes, double initiator, but Jake's walls were impressing me more than even the Makos. Yeah, I think Jake's a fantastic player. I think Jake's Harbor usage is really, really good and doesn't get talked about enough. They've already changed their comp around quite a bit, Murky Barak. They've been experimenting with a couple of things.
But these teams are Fnatic.
No, FPX here on.
Oh yeah. I mean,
Sunset.
yeah.
I feel 2 very different comps, and now they're blending them in the middle.
Yeah, I think Trace came up with this comp to sort of counter what EDG were doing with the chamber before, it felt like. Because he had a lot of ideas on how to like aggressively take A when they're attacking. So their attack side could be something that they could pull back.
I think their attack side will be really good. Yeah, this comp looks like it should be great on attack. It just feels like we're going to have very attack-sided performances here from both of these teams.
Yeah, look at High B, just even on the mini-map. He's just checking mid, checking B, checking mid, frantically looking around. Like, both Prowlers have been used, and they're still going to be in mid, and there's only so much you can still work with.
I like that Cascade as well that they've used. I like the Phoenix Wall. There's just so many good things here. Oh, and then you're walking through the Harbor Wall. They actually do manage to get one.
Oh, now you're ahead of me.
What a solo play by the Gecko.
That's my IGL. Yeah, I'll work it out. There we go.
I can pause for a sec as well if you want.
We could do it in a half or something.
Oh, whoa, why? Literally, why? Actually, why?
Don't. No.
Did we give FPX any chance of clutching that? Why? Why was there even a shred of a chance?
Yeah, it's not as if Trace's money is pretty terrible.
This is such a big solo play, though. No, collegiate esports to me doesn't really make sense as a concept at all. If people are playing esports in college, they're probably going to be, like, in theory, could be at the top of their game. There's really no reason why they shouldn't be competing in the main circuit. But one of the reasons collegiate esports does make sense is because the colleges are happy to put a lot of money into it, because it attracts people to their programs, and they end up making a lot more money off them just paying tuition fees and stuff. So they're happy to subsidize scholarships, provide resources, that kind of stuff. So it's useful for us in the esports because the colleges are putting a lot of money into it. But it doesn't make sense. It allows people, I suppose, to compete while still doing school stuff, which is cool, but it doesn't fit into the circuit.
Oh, fun. Oh, they're using Thrasher too. This is just actually pure chaos.
I mean, he's just going to get pushed from behind. They have no control on defense.
It is just frantic.
I respect the fact that Kai tried to run backwards there. Yeah, Trace just need a couple of rounds where FPX beef or do something badly, or somebody has a pop-off round from Trace or something. They just need to get like a few rounds on the board so that they can try to bring this back on their attack side.
Oh, did they have a recon there that they used on the B site that's like the window between market and like CT?
Honestly, I haven't been paying that much attention to the Sova setups.
Yeah, I wanted to in the last game, but because it was so like one-sided, I was like, well, we didn't really get to see much of it. Yeah, the defense stuff has been really good. I don't know how much, like, I feel like Cypher could have like a big swing to be the main initiator, just with how quickly things are moving around with the Cypher. But this is a weird game because it feels like both teams are trying to like maybe play against Cypher comps, yet neither are running it. So they're just sort of playing whatever they can.
How long is this tech pause going to be for?
I don't think they've really ever been that long.
I was amazed at how quickly they went from map to map and match to match.
Oh yeah, that's got a lot faster.
Oh yeah. No, I'm not really interested in looking at the Sova stuff in general. I'm looking at this particular this Sova is up to. Let's see what they did in this round. So Ayoung's throwing a shock darts at the beginning of the round on B. Both shock darts.
Mm-hmm.
And then he's reconning mid with a bounce recon. So they've got their Sova weirdly trying to maintain like B main control, which doesn't seem like a very effective way of playing that. But then they've managed to find a good timing in past flexing. I play Smash Bros, which is a poverty esport. I made 10 times more playing collegiate than I ever did from tournaments. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, collegiate's good in that kind of sense for smaller esports. For Valorant, though, the reason why I'm saying it doesn't really fit into the ecosystem is because if you're a very good collegiate player, then you're faced with a really tough decision potentially if you get good, which is you might be offered like 200K or something to drop out of school.
Yeah.
And that's not really a very good thing to put like, it's not, I don't know. It doesn't seem great to put people in positions like that where they could just end up going from collegiate into a career and abandoning their school course. Or alternatively, what, you're supposed to just keep the really good players in collegiate? Good. Maybe if they were in challenges. But not many of the collegiate teams are competing in challenges.
Okay, actually gets a really big kill top mid as well. Like Berlin just lurks up on their own.
Yeah. Yeah, a bit of a little feedy play there from Berlin has made this round winnable for TE.
So I think at the start of the round, Kai put down this wall, pushed mid, got hit by the recon dart, and then went market. And what, did FPX just think that there was multiple people pushing mid with this Viper wall, and instead they're all on A?
Yeah, possibly. This is just going to come down to a lot of timings, I think, with the Chamber and the Sova. Recon here could be really helpful for TCH. But they're gonna just fucking swing.
Yeah, just fight.
Right, where's the final player? Let's think about the final player. Yep, there they are. And you didn't use recon. Oh, winnable though. Oh, heartbreaker for Trace. That's one of the rounds that I was saying they needed like a miracle or FPX to make a mistake or something.
Yeah.
That's one of the ones that you're looking at.
I mean, that was like a complete eco, I'm pretty sure, as well, from Trace. But it wasn't like a Guardian or like a lower buy, it was just all pistols.
Alright, they're going to pit B main right at the beginning. And this time the Sova's playing over towards A control. Wow. The Gecko utility. Oh my god, Feng Feng, what are you on? Oh.
He thought it was go time.
Such a good chance of winning this round, and you decided to just fight them in mid too heavily. Through the harbor wall, jumping at them. Why? Why do you want to toss away the 5v4? This looks like the final round between EDG and Rare Atom as well on Sunset, where they just threw away a 5v4 by running their opponents. We need the discipline. More discipline, please. All right.
It's just no fear.
Oh my god. I mean,
no
this
fear.
Is a play. What are you up to, man? Yeah, even when Trace get into good positions, even when it's not their comp that's the problem, they can't win these rounds. I mean, unless Kai just wins a 1v3. He doesn't know where Berlin is. Unfortunate.
It's a shame because he was low health.
Yeah.
I mean, these games are always good because it just sort of feels like both teams... They're both used to finishing high in this tournament, but they definitely both look nervous. Like, shaky for sure. But for Trace, I don't think there's really much need to. Like, you're a map up. Even, like, 3 rounds, 9-3 at the half isn't bad. You can still pull that back.
Yeah, 9-3... They need at least 1 round out of the last 3, though. So they got mid control, except that Fang Fang is pushed up. Yeah. So this time, no Sova Dart being used over towards mid, just the harbor wall.
Yeah.
If there had been a Sova Dart there, you know, Fang Fang would have had to break it, and then suddenly they know that there's somebody in mid. I feel like... Don't think FPX are being super coordinated in terms of how they take the map control. It's just that Trace's composition struggles so much with having information around the map. Even with the double initiator, it just doesn't have the sentinel to give you that constant info of one area of the map.
Yeah, maybe Sod's Law, you recon mid, 9 times, and then the one time you don't do it is when they actually push and fight it.
These plants have all been pretty poor as well from FPX. Actually, maybe that plant is fine for the pit.
Good for the Viper Wall too. Because they've been doing this Viper Wall each time.
But I think you can plant... I think you can defuse whilst being safe behind the box, can't you? But you might not be able to. Oh. Oh. Hey, Yang's whiffing.
Okay.
How did you just go 3 in the pit with the sheriff?
Replay, please.
Give me a replay. Give me a replay. What?
You know this is going to be the round where they don't show a replay. Like, they just don't have it.
You can definitely defuse whilst being safe behind that. The C's.
Oh my god.
Okay. The C's landed really nicely in there as well. Okay. That was 3 out of 5 of YOU's kills. With the sheriff in a pit.
Oh god, yeah.
They just haven't been able to play the game.
I think
constantly scrambling.
Yeah, like YOU's mostly... He's been playing where High B's playing at the moment. Like, just sort of top CT, and then just having to, like, haunt mid, and then just holding top mid in case anybody pushes him, so... I think he's just kind of been stuck where he is now.
I mean,
just
in, like,
CT jail.
Operator, hard anchoring B. I mean, Tracer lost.
Kai is their jet player. Not that that makes it any better, but it gives it a little bit more context.
I mean, his open seems good. It's just very bizarre, uncomfortable. But this is looking like one of their best rounds because they actually have some control. They don't have any mid info, though. I assume they close market because they're not paying attention to it.
No timing. Oh, no.
TCH has just slipped through.
Oh, he missed his first shot.
Oh, he's missing. He missed all of his shots. TCH, what the hell?
He paranoid the other people in alley as well. He stopped them. Like, Flexin played that absurdly good. He does die.
Oh, no. Oh, the whiffs. Oh, the whiffs. Oh, no. Oh, Jesus.
Oh.
My God. That, I mean, I guess it should have been FPX's round anyway, because TCH was whiffing on Flexin. But once the whiffs just came back in the other direction straight afterwards.
Oh, did you see him spin around there? He did a full 360.
And he jumped. He did a 360 jump.
There's no chance that he just did a jumping 360 FaZe Clan montage clip in this round.
Look at the coach. I mean, those are the rounds as a coach that just mauled you out of control. All right. Berlin is opping on attack side because of course. The attack side op Harbor. FPX have all of the ults in the world, and they are pushing into 3 players here at top mid. There was no way of expecting 3 players to be here at top mid. So they've now lost the Phoenix ult, but they still have the Harbor ult. And a Silver ult as well that might end up being useful. I don't really know what you can do with it on the attack side.
I feel like this series has been, like, Riot has told these teams of players, like, you're not in Partnership nor Ascension next year. Like, partway through this game. And they've gone, well, fuck this then. I'm opping on attack as a Harbor when there's a Chamber on my team.
Yeah. Okay, they Harbor ult, and now Berlin has picked up a rifle. Things are not mega troll. But we're not using our Sova to get into the site, by the way. No recon, no drone. We're playing our Sova lurk, and he's found a kill. And now he has the ult for post plant. Well, they have Dizzy Wingman to retake this. They could Dizzy Wingman mark it. They Dizzy backside. They know where the Sova's positioned. They now know all
Wingman's
3
on
players.
it.
They know all 3 players. The Seas doesn't catch anybody. God, this plant position is so exposed. It's actually really nice.
Ooh.
Yeah, I mean, Trace get the 9-3. If they get Pistol, they actually might still be able to win this, because I feel like their attack side is going to be really potent with this composition, and I think FPX have some potential for trolling, but it's going to be still really tough. Ideally, like 8-4 would have been a lot better.
Yeah.
8-4 plus Pistol, and I feel confident about Trace coming back into this. 9-3 in Pistol? Don't know. Who knows?
I think this game has just been the universe trying to correct itself, but it's not sure what it's correcting to.
I mean, FPX always have the potential for trolling, don't they? I'm not
Yeah, no matter. That's just, yeah, no matter what team, the EMEA roster to this one, it's like a curse that continues on. Like Angel is with these guys in spirit.
Wait, does the F in what the Fly Phoenix Fly? That's not what the F stands for, though, is it? It's Fun Plus. It's not. The team is not called Fly Phoenix. It's Fun Plus Phoenix.
I feel like we would have been told that at this point, you know?
Yeah, they haven't changed the name of the organization. I guess maybe that's like a slogan or something. Or maybe just a fan created it.
Like a GE fighting hashtag.
Yes, hello India.
Fly
Where
Phoenix
does the
flies
X
like
come
this.
from in your theory? It's the X at the end of Phoenix.
Yeah. Otherwise, it would be FPP.
Yeah. FPX is a better acronym.
Which is what, like the Financial Protection Program? It's not really the coolest name for an org.
No, it's not.
Because Paper X would just be PR as well. The X enables them to not sound like they are some boring, like, federal organization.
Okay, that's an interesting wall, but it didn't quite land. I like the idea of it, but it also means that Lysor's committed pretty heavily here. Oh, fight, elbow. TCH gets away. They recon to reclear with Autumn. They're going to group up B. Does Lysor get one? Oh my god,
They
that
just
aim.
walk through the smoke.
His crosshair placement's so bad, though, because he's aiming at a staircase. Like, he doesn't know what height they're going to come out of. And the wingman gets the plant. Any post-plant positions? I guess they know that Kai is somewhere around here, so finding the lurk would be really useful.
He's thrown down
accelerate chamber.
He's thrown down the orb.
Accelerate. All right, TCH finds Kai. I would have approved a little more if the rest of the FPX guys had helped, so that could have happened quicker. But I don't think this post plant's going to get broken. Yeah, they've got so much utility still. Because they just contacted B main.
It's on.
Fly Phoenix Fly is from a world song. Ah. Didn't know that. I don't watch Worlds because I don't follow League of Legends, so I didn't know that.
I always feel like I'm missing out by not following League.
Yeah,
from like the
esport
perspective, but not the game.
But the problem is, if you follow League, you have to watch League.
Yeah, that's it.
And that is a big problem, in my opinion.
That's the That's the cause.
Yeah. Just watch Worlds. Or I could watch something else.
What other productions do you like to watch? Like, not even in esports, but like in other sports. What like productions do you like to watch?
Sports stuff?
Or just other esports.
I'll watch some, like, I'll watch talk shows in sports to get ideas for, like, how they construct their segments and stuff. And I'll watch some NBA stuff occasionally. I'll watch F1 because Beth watches it.
Mm-hmm.
What else? Tennis I watch quite a lot of, though that doesn't really, I don't think, has basically any relation to esports stuff. And then I watch a lot of comedy as well.
You both have Beths? We do, yeah. We had this conversation at Istanbul, I'm pretty sure.
Probably.
Two bald northern men with spouses called Beth.
I don't watch a lot of NBA's, Rast. Just a bit. So Trace, I feel, thought that they would be able to have permanent access to B main to run their execs, and that's a bit of an issue for them at the moment.
I mean, it's a big dedication of utility from FPX anyway. But they used the Cascade and then the High Tide Wall as well in B main.
Yeah. It's pretty difficult to get through, though. I mean, you'd have to commit, like, Fade and Raise utility to get through there. Oh, good value out of the chamber there. Only Tories watch tennis? That's just so untrue. Tennis is such a phenomenal sport. Tennis is also pretty easy to get into without spending a lot of money. Tennis coaching can be really expensive, but there's a lot of free tennis courts that are simple to access for a lot of people around the world. Tennis ball, a tennis racket. Where the fuck did that recon go? I don't feel like that recon was supposed to go over there, unless it landed in elbow.
I don't know, it might have been cleared super quickly. I wasn't really watching for it.
It went over the top of the site. Wow, big from Lysor, winning both of those duels at the end. Badminton better than tennis? Yeah, but badminton's actually more difficult to get into. You need an indoor space to be able to play it.
Like specific nets.
Yeah, yeah. But unless you're in a country that plays a lot of badminton, it's much more difficult to find badminton. Tennis is more ubiquitous. You'll find those all over the world. And there's almost always free access to tennis courts. There's very rarely free access to badminton courts.
I wonder if it's easier to get into table tennis.
Wonderful. I love playing badminton.
Table tennis or table tennis?
I think it's easier to get into tennis, weirdly enough. Because table tennis as well, you need either an indoor space or no wind. Whereas tennis, you can play outdoors in any weather that isn't like blowing a fucking gale or really wet. Can't you play badminton on tennis courts? No, definitely not. Badminton's an amazing sport. I was playing badminton last night.
Oh, here's the Aldrin.
Yeah, here it goes. Up on the rooftops. Meow.
It's just up there for so long as well. You compare that to like a horn that just gets cleared instantly.
And also, what I noticed, and Ashiki was saying in the chat as well, I think, is that the attackers can't really hear it that well.
No, that's true, yeah.
Constantly get caught out by it because you don't really hear it going off as it is raising up in the air. I like this B split. They finally got B main control and executing the B split. Come on. Come on.
It's just about winning the right fights. I mean, Ayang still gets high B there.
Yeah, he does get caught by the horn to the end. They should be able to win this, but they need to be worried about B main. Do they have any idea that TCH is behind them in B main? No. No, they've lost the round. Wow, that's it. That's the GG. We're going to split. Isn't badminton the one where you fight with the wall? That's squash or racquetball.
Fight with the wall is such a good way to put it, though. You don't have an opponent. Yeah. It's just two versus wall is squash.
You win if you break the wall.
It's like fucking well rated, like a PvE competitive game.
I really enjoy fencing. Yeah, Achilles and Wolf have both done fencing before in the past. Now, if you want to talk about Tory sports, fencing is absolutely a Tory sport. You need a lot of gear. You need a lot of coaching, or like lessons at least. That's high barrier to entry. Climbing is PvE, actually. You're right. Climbing is a PvE sport.
Yep.
What are some other PvE sports?
PvE. Hiking? Is that really a sport, though?
Yeah, it's not exactly
competitive
a sport, but
hiking, yeah.
Yeah? I guess in some sense, any kind of distance sport is like PvE. It's like you versus the track or something, I suppose you could say.
Mountain biking's a good one.
Golf. Actually, golf is definitely PvE. It's like, there is literally a par on every hole that you're supposed to try to beat. That's PvE.
It's like you're doing like simulations. Yeah, like in World of Warcraft, you're simming gear. That's what golf pars are.
Archery is PvE. Yeah, decent. Like anything that has a target is fairly PvE, isn't it?
Anything when you are the only enemy. You are your worst enemy.
Isn't it Tory too, especially if you go to a country club to play? What, for like golf? Yeah, golf is very Tory.
Yeah.
In fact, in terms of the most like Tory sport that you could come up with in the UK, I would say golf.
Who was it that said the fishing is full on PvP? I don't really think the fish see it that way. They're not playing competitively, just trying not to die.
I don't think the fish are even trying not to die. The fish are just looking for a tasty snack, and if some of them happen to be attached to hooks, they don't really realize. Yeah, I don't know how that
yeah, they're just like, GG, go next when it happens.
Yeah. Hopefully I get released. Alright, FPX going for a re-clear of mid as well without too much utility. just swinging with 3 players. No reaction from Trace to try and take A control. This game's over. F1 is a Tory sport. Yeah, if you're participating in it, but there's so few people that participate in racing that I didn't even think to bring it up.
That's like some sort of like Reddit question. What's an easier What's an easier sport to get into? Tennis or Formula 1? Just out of touch.
How do you even get into F1? Do kart racing when you're a kid, which is expensive.
Cricket to me feels very Tory. I've never liked cricket.
Yeah, it's a very countryside sport because you need a lot of space to play it as well. Hello. Are you well?
I wonder what that was for a second. I lost the figure that was in. I'll deafen as well because Joshua did. I heard a voice say hello and I got really panicked. I think it was Beth. I love that they're still talking, like about other sports. Wait, did somebody really just say if you call soccer football, it's a Tory sport? That's an outrageous statement. Also, for me, Josh is muted, so I don't know what's going on. And I'm having a chat with Sideshow's chat through Sideshow. Josh isn't here. Oh, I'm in full control. Yeah, he muted.
Oh, I'm back. I'm back.
I heard a voice say hello. It freaked me the fuck out because it sounded like somebody that I knew, and I was like, it was just because what was weird as well is the person that it sounded like messaged me on Discord. So I'm like, is this some sort of like MSN like nudge feature that they put in Discord now? God forbid.
Well, they have added, like, when you join a channel, you can set a noise that is played when you join the channel.
Oh, no.
There's, like, an entry noise, and... Wow. FPX are dominating them with this B main control. I was not expecting this when I saw their comp. Race just cannot find a way past this wall. I mean... One of the ways to play against this as well is just to take mid control at the start of the round and then go back into B main and re-clear it like 40 seconds in. But they just want to fight it at the start.
Even a Viper's Pit. Quite like that one actually in market. They're going A with 20 seconds left. We're going to clear the trap. TCH is still there. Hunter's Fury doesn't connect. We're going to a third map.
Yep. We go next. we go next.
I think comps-wise, it's not going to be as fucking outlandish as what we've just seen here, so...
Worm charming is actually a thing. You smack the ground to get worms to come up to the surface, and then you collect them. What? That's a real thing.
That's definitely... I've heard that before, but I didn't know it was called worm charming. I think that's a bit of a mislabel. Like, you're not really charming them, you're shaking them out of the ground. It's not polite.
I've definitely never heard of that before. I've seen some bizarre sports in my time, like the there's a what's it called? There's a poo sticks championship in Oxfordshire.
Wait, define poo sticks.
It's a game that Winnie the Pooh played, hence the name.
Oh, I see.
Christopher Robin, where you get on a bridge. So to draw an illustration of it, so there's like a...
All right, let me watch. Let me just go.
There's a river, right? That flows like this, and the river's flowing in this direction. Yeah?
Yeah.
And then there's a bridge that goes over the top, like this. So this is a bridge that people are on, right? And you stand on top of the bridge. So this is all... Let me color this in, actually, because this is a bridge, right? So this is... Oh my god, I've committed far too heavily to trying to color this. This is going to take forever.
I appreciate the energy that you're putting into this, to be fair.
Yeah. So you stand on the bridge here. So this is a person on the bridge. And you get your stick.
Okay.
Actually, I've drawn them in the wrong spot.
Are you running out of colors to use on Epic Pen?
Yeah, basically. So you stand here. So two people would be standing here and here with different sticks. And they throw their stick in the river. So stick 1, stick 2. And the sticks travel along underneath the bridge. And whichever one reaches the other side first is the winner. They just get carried along by the current. And whoever reaches the other side first, under the bridge, to the other side of the bridge, is the winner. And so the skill is in finding the best stick that's going to float and travel the quickest.
Right.
And also in finding the correct part of the river that's going to have the fastest current.
So it's like as the stick travels past, literally like a horizontal line from when the bridge... So would there be some sort of like bridge VAR to double check which stick might pass first?
When they do an official tournament in Oxfordshire, they...
Please tell me they don't have VAR for a bridge and a stick.
They hand out pre-selected sticks that are all the same.
Okay.
So the stick selection is taken away from you. You can't bring your own stick. And then they have a line. They don't do it exactly on the bridge. They have a line drawn like this with officials on either side.
Oh, I see.
To determine whose stick passed the line first.
Oh, man.
There is an official tournament for this, yes. It got cancelled due to COVID, but hopefully it's coming back. You're describing 16th century gacha. Well, you don't have to pay for, like, stick upgrades or anything.
I can imagine the content creators back in the 16th century. Yo, what's up, guys? Here's a stick that's really heavy at this end. Is it worth it?
Here's why you should always be picking Ash for your poo sticks. And here's an 8-minute video to maximize the amount of mid-roll ads that I can run while still retaining viewership about why Ash is the perfect wood type for your poo sticks.
But first, have you heard of Raid Shadow Legends?
For when you're not playing poo sticks at tournaments in Oxfordshire, Raid Shadow Legends is the perfect game to tickle that itch.
To waste your time on.
That's what the 16th century content creators were all up to. Regional advantage depending on what trees are around. Yeah, but you can only play it within one region, right? So you're not picking, you're not picking some bamboo and taking it into Oxfordshire. You're just using what's around the bridge that you're playing on. It's not BYOS. You can't bring your own stick.
Bring your own stick.
You have to find it in the area.
Just attaching weights on the inside or something. Wait, you'd probably want it to be lighter if you want. I put way too much thought into poo sticks. Like, would you want a heavier stick or a lighter stick for it to travel faster and further? Probably lighter.
Don't know. I've never figured out the perfect meta. I've never put the time in. What if I planted it in advance? Wait, so you're going to deliberately plant bamboo months in advance? Actually, bamboo is very quick growing. Does that mean the game is finite? What if you run out of sticks?
What if we run out of rivers?
What if the entire world runs out of sticks? I think you're more likely to run out of people who want to play poo sticks than run out of sticks.
Yeah, I mean, if we end up in a civilization that doesn't have sticks, I don't think not being able to play poo sticks, I don't think that's the biggest issue that we need to solve.
No, probably not.
I think that becomes low on the priority list.
I can't say that with confidence, but probably not.
Yeah, I mean, it is such a good fucking game.
Is Conkers Tory? No, Conkers is, at least as far as I'm aware, when my parents were young, it was like a very just ubiquitous game that everybody played, that was very popular in just state schools.
Yeah,
another EDG loss. You want a quick recap of the EDG loss? I didn't watch the first half of Lotus, but they didn't get very many attacking rounds. I don't know why. Maybe Ryan can tell you. But I wasn't co-streaming it.
I've honestly, with games like this, I just lose all my memory. It just resets.
On the defense side, though, of Lotus, they were playing A retake a ton. They weren't fighting for A rubble control, and then on their A retakes, they didn't have enough utility. They were playing the A retakes really weirdly. They didn't actually scale off paranoia. They didn't have any fade util to use, so they were just trying to like dry fight and rely on them holding angles for each other and their spacing to be able to retake, which it's just not going to get you the round wins that you need. They had a bit of a comeback, and they looked okay, but they couldn't win it in the end. And then on Sunset, they have Kang Kang playing Cypher. It doesn't look great. His lurk timings just looked a little too aggressive, and the rest of the team was putting together some fairly shoddy executes in on the other side of the map. They also just got caught out by a lot of nice ideas that Rare Atom had.
Yeah.
Had like Stu was blast packing out with his showstopper on B, playing that really aggressively and denying them the space. On A, denying them the space that they needed to go for the execs. And then, yeah, they never really tried to go mid or B particularly. It wasn't a good game from EDG, but Rare Atom looked pretty good. You'll have to just wait for the finals, though, to see what EDG look like. Or the lower bracket final as well. People play Quidditch in Britain? Yeah, I think horrendously, I think they actually do. I think some people do meet up and try to play actual Quidditch, even though it's literally a game designed that you couldn't play. It's a terribly designed game, for starters. It's an awful game. And then not only that, you can't play it unless you can fly, and people still try to play it. I mean, that's how you know that your fanaticism of an IP has gone too far, when you try to do stuff like that.
Definitely a Tory game, though.
I mean, 100%.
We didn't have access to flying in our state schools, that's for sure.
No.
I'm watching the game for your stream now because I had it open because you explained poo sticks. It's like, yeah, I'm just gonna watch the watch party through Josh's watch party. Like some sort of
thank you for the 19 months.
Inception.
Apparently, yeah, shin kicking. I have looked into this actually. Shin kicking seems like a terrible game as well, because it's basically just you stop when someone's like hurt.
Have you seen the husband calling competition?
What?
It's like like South USA, like clean us, like literally rating how a woman shouts for their husband. Like genuinely, if there's a timeout or whatever, go find it. Or just like literally like how they do it. Like they're either just shouting their name out. It's sort of like Fred Flintstone, like Wilma kind of shit. But they'll be all different types. Like the fact that Get Deluxe has found the clip that quickly is a little bit concerning, but I'm all for it. Like it is incredible.
这个跟我们一开始所期待的这样一个选择啊，还是比较像的。两边在唯一的先锋位置上面选择的都是选择到斯凯了。
What is the competition?
It's just whoever has the best call for their.
Who's first place?
起伏在啊，要来看一下两支队伍能不能去快速的调整回来。FunPlus 目前来说，他们是更加有盛世一点，能够去继续乘胜追击的。来看一下图三将会决出胜负，谁能够更进一步，将在图三见分晓。看一下进攻方的 T， 防守方的 FunPlus。
I mean, I used to do Ultimate Frisbee at university, and I feel like it's one of the biggest sins I have ever casted upon this world.
What the fucking... I tell you what, though, my sister would absolutely dominate that contest. Her voice is like something I've never heard before. Right, sorry, let me get myself situated here. So we're playing default composition for Trace, and FPX are running...
This is what they ran before.
Cypher, okay.
Yeah, like the Billy comp of the Cypher and the Viper.
Yeah. I don't mind that comp.
It's hard, I think, especially on attack, it's hard. You try and do the Viper wall lurking on A with the Cypher, you just end up with both players, like, stepping on each other's toes.
But you can set up a Viper lurk setup on B.
Yeah, like the old Nats wall.
Yeah.
It's what Billy used to do, but I think they got caught out by it quite a lot.
Wall.
Yeah.
Back when Bonk used to run it. When they were the first team in the world playing Viper. Okay, pistol for Trace.
I think this still leans heavily towards Trace now at this point. Unless FPX have been... Like, I mean, to be fair, FPX cooked on Sunset and it looked a lot better. But Sunset, we've just not seen from them for eons, feels like.
Alright, I wasn't really paying attention to the pistol as much because I was still thinking about the women shouting at their husbands. But round 3, you're on an anti-eco and Kai still flicks for the head.
First bit of duelists played today as well.
Yeah.
So they got like Haven and Ascent, Kai's on the Jet, and then Fung's on like Silver. So most maps, Kai's on the... Yeah. I mean, that's kind of like a common thing. Like, they actually have the Raze and Jet player be separate roles. Like, old days, like, when the Silver player was usually the Raze player and then the Jet would go something else.
Yeah. There's still quite a few teams that do something like that as well. Like, they have their flex player play the Raze. All gets a little complicated, though. God, I really want to shout like those women in the husband calling contest, but Beth's just gone for a nap. And I feel like that would be the cruelest thing I could possibly do.
I mean, if you shouted for her like that, I imagine she'd probably have a heart attack. She'd think something was up.
I think so.
She just gets to it and you're like, how would you rate that shout out of 10? I think you'd be done. I don't think you'd survive.
Couch speed run.
What's wrong is like, I feel like my intonation could have been better. That's what's wrong.
Have there been any more Chinese Overwatch players switch over yet? No, not as far as I'm aware of.
No, not yet. I've done my best to keep an eye out for them, but there's not been really anybody to yet. But I imagine they're waiting in the wings. Like, they're probably they're bound to get offers, I think, for the partnership teams that actually get it.
Yeah, especially if there's some partnership teams that are not in the top 10 Chinese teams.
Yeah, like Billy actually could make a good amount of upgrades. And technically, they'd have some of the players stay on the same org if they still have them on contract.
All right, so ramp control super early on here. No Cypher utility as yet to deal with. The cam just shot on ramp, giving away its position. But it doesn't get broken. What are you doing, man? If this is going to be a B hit, why are you so far forwards? Okay, it works.
I mean, Trace could
like the
probably just
patience
own
here from
this.
Trace.
Yeah.
I
I
like
think
that they don't immediately go into the B hit after finding the pick. They're going to wait for the defenders to spread out a bit more.
and also just seeing a team not go for an A execute just like all of the time with double duelist. Because that feels like what FPX is sort of expecting here.
I mean, FPX have definitely got the right read. They're just relying on the Cypher, gambling a little bit over towards B. It's a nice B split, but still chances to defend. Oh, terrible way of trying to get out through B heaven. I do not like that from Feng Feng and YOU. Can Autumn win this?
Yeah, still get the plan.
Oh, not quite.
There's no chance. There's no chance. Come on.
Oh. Wow, so well played by Lysol. That anti-clutch spot gets used so often that people now know how to break it properly. Those little jiggle peaks are so good at dealing with that. Just trying to isolate one or like dead zone the first guy at the bottom and then force the second guy at the top to drop off. Wow. Perfectly played to save his team. Trace could have started running away with this attack side if they'd won that one. The economy is still going to be in a really bad spot for FPX.
I think
they only kept one player alive. They're on the defense side. They didn't get money for planet or anything.
Yeah, still a good bonus.
I think that 2v1 anti-clutch setup is now actually one of the worst setups that you can do. I think it's better to just crossfire.
It's also like they had so much time to move as well. They did plenty of time. Like sometimes you have teams that like, oh yeah, they're kind of stuck in that corner, so they have to go there. But I mean, Lysol was still CT, I think, when they planted, and they just didn't move.
They wanted to go for it. I think in theory it's a really good anti-clutch setup, but it just people know how to deal with it really well. Yeah, I saw that, Ishiki. Oh, very reactive there from Kai. Gets the kill, immediately pushes in now that he's killed the side tanker. Holding on to the space for the rest of the team. I like this. Escort the spike in. Now, don't overheat. No overheat time, Trace Esports. You still have 2 sky flashes to try and play with.
Luck as well. Flash. It's just how slow TCH is here. But his timings on these have been pretty good all day. Yeah, dealt with nicely.
Yeah, TCH gets one. Wow, he gets both of them. TCH is he's just owned it. He's absolutely owned it. What a boss, man.
I think he's been one of my favorite players to watch, like this act at least. Like he's been like decent, I think, throughout all of this tournament. He's never seemed like a bad player for FPX, but he's just been so impactful for key rounds, which you don't really see out of like just a Viper player doing stuff like this that much.
I would have liked to see Trace try and actually use the sky flashes that they had there a bit more proactively, but they got caught on the flank. I think if they'd been able to kill TZH, they would have tried to reflash out, and the whole round changes. Just TZH killing 2 of them in B main there when they were holding for it is brutal. It was 2 1v1s, but it's 2 1v1s that he should be losing a lot of the time, I think.
What is your like body clock being like? Because you do stream a lot on like an evening, don't you?
Yeah,
So that's also why I thought you were in the US, because you're like streaming like
yeah,
midnight and stuff like that.
I was up until like 3 a.m. last night, and then I woke up at 9:30 for this.
Oh.
That's why I was late, because I just couldn't stomach waking up on time. I was like, well, maybe they'll be late. Maybe there'll be some kind of tech delay. And then it wasn't. It started efficiently on time.
Just rebellious nature. I mean, I've never really been a fan of doing like watch parties anyway, from my end. But like doing them in the morning is just so much nicer than like... I could never do like a VCT America's watch party at like 10 p.m. UK time. I think I just end up hating myself after a while.
This is a weird setup. So Autumn takes contact, and then you try to paranoia, but the paranoia is such a thin slice. Okay, they're giving up on the setup. But what is going on here then? Oh, I like the nade. Got a lot more value out of the paranoia there.
But it's still trying to fight it.
Yeah, get the fuck out, bro. You're in a 5v4.
And then he just gets flash cleared anyway.
I mean, it's a good flash. Confident repeat as well from Aya. I feel like Kai could do something here. Maybe not on his own.
They even put a Cypher Trip CT just in case.
Yeah. The knives are pretty good to play off around the metal box and new box and stuff, but in a 1v3, Ayang dies to a single shot. That's the only positive. He has updraft for this as well.
He's just sticking it though. He's just sticking. He didn't show up on the UI, but I mean, he does still just kill them both. But
tragedy. Unlucky. Good try. Good try.
Yeah, I think his name said like Ayang. I'm pretty sure, like from the casters. Instead of hey.
What? How did he hit the second shot? He was aim punched and still managed to get a headshot on the second guy. Right, so this is now a big eco swing round. Seekers are good retake tools, but most of the time I think FPX are just going to be trying to lock it down. Price were taking early ARAM control at the beginning of the round, like at the beginning of the half, and now they just have stopped doing that.
Also, FPX like having the Cypher util, a trip, and the Sky over towards A feels a little bit much for me.
They have a ton of information over towards A. But they're not fighting mid. They're just kind of sitting B.
And then they just lose the fight in B main anyway.
God, they got absolutely rolled because these guys were able to walk up because Berlin wasn't jump spotting from default. They just have no info on those guys. All three players grouped around hell and heaven. When you have so many players in the same area, it might be a good idea just to go for the jiggle a little bit. You can jiggle and paranoia, you don't even have to smoke.
I mean, yeah, I just don't really like FPX's defensive setup. I feel it's a bit lopsided towards A. And Trace have really just only been going B.
Yeah, it's a bit weird though to play your Sky in B. I think the Cypher could rotate though at this point, because how much Trace have been going B.
I mean, I kind of like the Sky on like sort of heaven. Like Skydog in mid and stuff, being able to sort of fight off the duelist and stuff like that.
Yeah, I suppose. If you're in heaven, though, you can't flash B main for info, and the flashes in mid for info just don't seem... I suppose they're okay. But yeah, you can pop flash through the smoke and push rafters if they go for a B hit or something. Yeah, seems okay. I mean, you could just try to 4-stack over towards B. Play A retake with the Seekers.
Yeah.
The Cypher setup. Just play for like a trip kill or something, and then play offsite with a player advantage and try and Seekers retake.
Just doesn't really look like FPX know what to do. Yeah, that's pretty much what I was thinking. Like, they're just sort of playing a general idea and not sure why or how to get the most out of it.
I think they should be able to get way more value out of the way that Berlin is playing, though, with the Omen. I think he should be able to use his paranoia to stuff a lot of these B hits coming through, and he's just not been able to find the timing because he doesn't know when they're execing. Trace are doing a great job of taking a lot of space before they burst. They're not starting their exec at the very beginning of the round. They're not starting their exec from far back in B main. They're on top of him before he can react.
In different ways as well. Like, they just walk out there, and then the round before they were fought a little bit in B main and just followed it up, just kept going and actually just went in.
Yeah. They have a lot of info in A main, Sunset, yeah, but they don't have any info in mid. So the B Heaven players were worried about mid. They thought it might have been a B split rather than a full B pop.
Actually moving the Cypher towards Heaven.
I mean, what the fuck is this defensive setup?
Yeah.
What is this? This is just like an eco play to try and get the showstopper online, maybe?
That's the one rifle that they had over there.
Yeah, they're going to be able to recover it, though. But now they know that there's 3 players there, I think. Maybe they don't know that Autumn is there. Maybe they think it was only the Sky and the Viper. But either way, this is just going to go back into a B hit where Berlin's on his own again. Berlin played inside that smoke in the pistol round. Do they bother clearing it? Yeah, with the dog. God, look at how nice that is. The dog takes the trip contact and it allows Feng Feng to get through.
Yeah. Even just the way that they were fighting against that one way as well.
Autumn getting 0 value out of the showstopper there is unfortunate. But the players had already died, so he's not going to be mad about it.
I mean, they know they're going to be 15 seconds.
Yeah, but they baited out Berlin to ult the other side. What? Nice try from Autumn. Couple of jiggles, going for a wide swing. They forced out a lot of ults here from Trace. That's a positive. It was an eco round for FPX. I mean, Berlin might even find some kind of crazy timing here, but
yeah,
it
he
doesn't
heard
seem
draw.
very likely. That's what I was saying, Sunset. It does feel like Berlin should have just been jump spotting B main, but he wasn't. He was just playing hell that round. I don't know why. All right, so now FPX are going to go for a more standard setup. So what have they actually changed? Are they moving the Cypher? Are they moving the Sky? How is Berlin so late? Because he ulted to B. Sorry, to A. He ulted like into a deep anchor position on A when they used Cypher ult, because he thought that they were going to rotate.
Is Viper playing mid with the orb?
The Cypher hasn't even got their setup.
Yeah, they're,
I mean,
they're so late.
Has not used his setup. He's only used a trip on B.
I think that trip is also way too high. I think they could just crouch under it. At least it's broken.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose. Ayoung still has his Seekers, by the way, so they can just play this site for retake. I guess they could play B for retake as well, but they have no B main info right now because the B main players are both playing in B Heaven.
They've used both of their flashes.
Yeah, they've just got so little control.
I mean, FPX look completely like in over their heads so far this side. They're not sure where to be, how to rotate. Like, they're just splooging utility like crazy because they're panicking they're late.
Yeah. They have got 3 players here in the right spot. I think Trace just didn't really realize that they had so much map control that they
yeah. Because I think like with this comp, like if you're running the Cypher and the Viper, those are the kind of rounds like executes that FPX want to be dealing with. Like they're all set up in like they're comfortable there. Duelists are just going to dive on them. They could just take these fights and they've got good utility to deal with. But the thing that Trace has been doing is either going B, or more specifically, just walking out on B, that FPX just get caught past it and they can't really play retake for it.
Yeah.
Trace just kind of played in the way that FPX wanted.
Trace as well. They didn't realize that there was 3 players right there on A. They didn't know that the Razor was there, and they probably didn't. I mean, they should know that the Cypher was on site, but yeah, they should know the Cypher was there for sure. They should have been anticipating Cypher Sky.
Felt like a very like task failed successfully round for FPX.
Yeah, basically, yeah. All right, so they're dogging for a bit of A ramp. Oh, sorry. They did dog for A ramp control, and that was the counter dog that I was watching from Ayoung, which didn't see anything.
He botched up the flash as well.
This looks like it's supposed to be a split A kind of strat, but Flexin's super heavy committed over towards B. He's not holding B from market side, he's holding B from the opposite side. But he can play a late lurk with like a pull or something.
I do like this adjustment more like the Viper mid. Until TZH just fights.
Yeah, like throwing a snake bite or something there might have been a better idea. He thought he could turn the flash though. Okay. So they get the info off the Seekers, they're going for a split. Berlin can't hold on. Doesn't have a smoke for himself on site either. Goes down. Yeah, FPX really struggling here with a comp that should be good on defense. I think this comp would be better if Berlin was playing Astra as well, though. I really like the Astra on split. I think it's so good.
Yeah. It's so. I think it's just, you know what I said about like FPX were running like the EDG comp on Sunset, and then Trace had a comp and a way to just counter it. I feel like this is this like FPX are playing what Billy used to play or still play, and Billy used to be really good on this map. So it's kind of like Trace know how to play up against Billy, so then playing up against FPX that are doing the same comp but worse, it's just very easy for them.
Yeah, I've seen a couple of teams play this comp, and I think the comp is good as long as you understand how to do it. How to set up the defense and how to lurk with the Viper on B.
Yeah, moving things around. Hey, Galf. Sorry, I've been talking mostly with Josh this stream. Oh yeah, I think people need to move away from double duelist. That's how it kind of feels at the moment.
FPX just happened to have 3 players stacked over here. They've swapped the Cypher over to B. I like the adjustment, but
it's late.
Certainly not expecting that.
I think I just prefer not to see the Sky and the Cypher on the same site on defense.
Yeah. Oh, very aggressive from Flexin.
even the smoke in that kind of spot. Maybe the smoke even gave him away that he was that close.
What are you doing, Flexin? Why is he smoking bottom stairs and not clearing just to the right of him? That's such a common position for someone to be playing in if they've reacted to your heaven control. Oh, that's a good smoke. That's a great smoke for Lysor to try and play around. Well played, Berlin. It was almost a little too late, but it came just in time. Berlin wasn't throwing that smoke for himself, but he's throwing it for his teammates. It's so weird. Flexin had the minimap, had the Cypher cam on his screen, didn't break it, just walked forwards into heaven. threw away his life for no reason. All right, 5-5. They realize that the Cypher's here again. So, after having success, FPX go back to running the Cypher Sky on A. You could... I mean, they don't have anybody in mid, but if they did, this would be a nice round to break the trip and try and go through vents.
Because they tried to pincer on a player that might be in vents a couple of rounds ago.
What a stun. What a cool stun play. All right, now they know that there's no trips. Gonna try to accelerate. Nice trade. And now YOU's gonna watch the ramp push, potentially, or not.
There's a chance that he just sneaks past. No, never mind.
Oh my god,
shit.
I was worried about the beef there.
Wait. Hello, everybody. Sorry, I'm just completely... Meg, thank you very much for the host. Meg, great. I am just in such a spiral right now, I swear. Thank you very much. We're watching China. I'm watching it with Sideshow as well, so it's been more of like a chill stream today.
Nice coverage from Fang Fang.
Been a good series so far.
They actually worked that round quite nicely. That stun play to isolate
hey,
the
everybody.
Cypher was crazy.
This
I don't
is
think
like
I've ever seen somebody go for the stun in that spot before.
This is like the last best of 3
So read that Lysol was going to be
of the day.
the
So like this is a good map to sort of catch up on. But yeah, thank you, Meg. Means a lot.
So nicely done. No, Kai is not Overwatch Kai. Overwatch Kai is British. He's not going to be playing in Chinese Valorant. Cinco, I'm not sure.
I mean, I kind of prefer like Hyang actually moving around as much as he is here. I don't really like this dog though. Like good information, but it's just a bit early.
Yeah, it is very early, and they have the full Cypher setup over towards that area. And FPX have just not been fighting over mid. I feel like Trace could just take mid every round if they wanted to. Just literally walk up mid. They know that the Viper's been playing B Heaven a lot, but apart from that, they haven't really seen anybody in mid.
So another like argument for the Astra instead of the Viper as well, just a mid smoke. Mixed with a poison cloud and just alternating them.
Yes, yeah, it's really good. I like that the pro teams are still using the dogs to break the Cypher trips, just to tell them where they are.
Yeah.
Oh, good flash.
Makes it easier to break.
Yeah. Wow. I mean, the Cypher and the Sky are both fantastic at hard anchoring A. But after Trace got so much value on B, they just stopped going there completely later on in this map. Nevertheless, 6-6 is a pretty good half for Trace, I think. I don't know, actually. I'm not sure.
I was going to say FPX. Like, just to not fall apart.
Because Trace's comp should be a little bit attack-sided too, I think, with the double duelist. I'm not sure. This map probably comes down to how well FPX can apply pressure on both sides with the Cypher and the Viper.
But yeah, double duelist on defense, Cypher Viper on attack is very movable object versus stoppable force, maybe.
Yeah. What are their comms in FPX? They communicate quite a lot in English, apparently, when Autumn's alive, but Autumn does speak quite a bit of Mandarin, so they can speak in English and Mandarin.
I wonder if they'll commit to Autumn still, because I imagine like FPX has to be in partnership next year, but they're such a big org.
So, yeah.
So it's like I wonder if they'd keep Autumn or not.
I don't see why not. They're having a lot of success with him. Peru versus Indonesia for the Red Bull finals. I have no... What?
Indonesia isn't too much of a surprise. It's such a big region. of Val
yeah,
players.
but Indonesia are not playing with any of their top Indonesian players, presumably.
Neither's Talon, are they? Wait, no, that's Thai, isn't it?
Well, Dazlok said it was Peru versus Indonesia. Who the fuck is on the Peruvian team? Based off vibes, quick pred, Peru. Fuck it, I love the food. Peruvian food owns. Indonesian food is probably also really good, but I don't think I've eaten very much of it.
I like that that's the defining factor. Who is the better cuisine?
Yeah, that is the defining factor.
Explains why UK esports is down bad.
Yeah, it does actually.
Wait, they've got a raised TikTok player on the Indonesia team. It's the judge only raise.
If Flexin is gonna go for a like jump peek and recall if they're fast B, he needs to not put down his mid smoke so that he can put down a second B. But anyway, FPX took too long to be able to get out through the choke point, and they're getting rinsed. FPX need to be playing slowly. This composition plays slowly. Also, what is this Viper wall in mid? This is an attacking Viper wall.
Oh, yeah.
Wait.
They do have some
Viper wall. This gone crazy. Wait, this Viper wall might be cooking, actually. It looks kind of cap.
Yeah, because you don't need to put the Viper wall on A because you have the Cypher like cages.
Yeah, but you should. But the Viper wall B is so good with this setup.
Yeah, I guess it's just like some. Well, for a pistol, it's a great idea.
Yeah, I don't think this Viper wall's cooking.
Might also explain why they used the Astra smoke mid. Because you just see that Viper's wall and they're like, well, they're gonna fucking do some at mid.
Dude, my brain simply cannot process
this
split screen.
Yeah. Nice shot.
My eyes don't know where to look. Oof. I missed it because I was looking at the wrong side of the split screen.
To be fair, we got a generation coming up that can't watch a clip without having Subway Surface on underneath it, so...
True.
You just do the head-to-head with both of them on top of it.
China, double blast packing in everywhere. And how did TCH get 2 there? Oh, they're doing the same pistol round, the same Viper wall again, even though they're on an anti-eco. This Viper wall is just so good. And then you put the orb here, and then you pick it up and put it here.
Also, like the Cypher's camera to watch the default is B.
Yeah, that's not. That's not that valuable. Well, the cam saw the B push. Now what? What info does that give you?
It's fair to say the TZH is some of the more outlandish Viper walls in the scene.
Oh, absolutely.
At like a tier 1 level, I think TZH wins the cooking award.
They're looking for the Astra who pushed B main because they saw him with the cam.
Yeah, so it's like the misinformation.
Yeah. The Cypher started a propaganda campaign. Yeah, just watching the Cypher trip for an Astra. What if the Astra jumps over it? What if the Astra has learned how to do the Fosbury flop and gets over the top of my Cypher trip?
This has been a game of very many surprises, so...
Could happen. Could happen. Okay. Right. Same Viper wall again. Actually, this one's slightly different. It's a little deeper. It's basically the same, but it's a bit deeper.
I guess what
stops you from doing crossfires in mid that easily from defensively heaven.
It reminds me of like the bind wall that people use a lot now, because you can do it from spawn and it doesn't give away where you're standing at the start of the round. But the fact that the Viper could be on B but still put a wall that starts on A.
You can still do that with the B wall though as well. Bizarre that FPX are playing like a burst B setup without the Viper utility and without like a fast-paced comp. But it's working.
Yeah, they're saving.
Yeah, Flexen just got overwhelmed.
I mean, I'd be happy to see FPX win the series. Like, they did look really like iffy in Act 2, but they've pretty much not put a foot wrong since. Like, the only series that they had lost so far was against Trace in the previous like game. So if they win the rematch, it kind of goes to show that like this FPX team is just getting better and better. Like Trace at least have been consistently good. Same as Rare Atom.
Yeah, that flash onto Flexen's quite nice, but he's not playing inside his smoke, and the two players just jumped into hell instead of trying to get out onto rafters. So Trace not quite able to hold onto a B hit. If they can't defend a B hit against a team that has a Viper and a Cypher, they are going to have a lot of problems on their defense side.
It's an early destroyer timeout again. Oh, he actually looks super... I've never seen him like this. He's usually so stoic.
The tension.
Yeah. I don't know how I feel. It's like seeing like your chill teacher at school start shouting and you're just like, what? How are you like this? How can you be like this? He actually looks really frustrated.
Okay, so bad buy over here for old Trace. Aim Viper wall here. It's really strange. I mean, the Cypher's not applying pressure over towards ramp. The Viper's not applying pressure over towards B. Seems like a really weird way of playing this composition on the attack side. And they're not even playing behind this wall in mid. We haven't seen FPX take mid control very much on this half. They've just been going for pops, which seems like the opposite of what the comp should be used for.
Yeah, I mean, it has only been 3 rounds so far.
Yeah.
I think the bonus, they kind of went late through mid. But yeah, this is like the first time that they've like defaulted this way.
Yeah, they are going through.
And having 2 of the lurk players going, and I mean, it works, so it's fine.
Oh, Flexen had no bullets. I mean, I know that that was an eco from Trace, but that looked like a bit of a mess.
Ryan, any advice on how to get into coaching? Where's a lot for teams? I got a traditional sport coaching experience, a degree in coaching and education. Where would I begin? I always think that like Game Changers is a good shout. Like they're always looking for people, but like yeah, there's enough tier 2, tier 3 teams that are like looking for help. So you'd be doing it for free to begin with, but you just ask around. There'll be a team that definitely wouldn't go miss with a coach. It's just experience.
So now
it's
Kai
just
has an op.
keep ramping it up.
He's watching over towards B main. Seems like a good idea. They're not really using any smoke utility over there. They Omen smoke. Instead of using the cyber cages to get through on A, they are smoking with the Omen. It's so weird the way that they're playing. FPX take everything you know about Valorant and just decide to ignore it and come up with their own ways of doing things.
They got 2 people doing like a mid lurk, and the spike is in spawn.
Yeah, throughout all of this.
Is this going to be some like Berlin actually pushes through to the site, TP's back into spawn to pick up the spike and end plant?
He could do. But as soon as Berlin dies, the spike is in a horrible spot. Nice snake bite.
I don't know what FX are gonna do here. That makes it exciting, but
yeah, the positions aren't that bad for Trace either. There's 20 seconds left, and they still need to retain the spike.
There's no chance now. Yep, that's it.
I mean, what are we witnessing here? What is going on? You can't construct a round where the game plan is our Omen must survive until post-plan despite
Protect the president, yeah. Literally some sort of escort mission.
But he's the furthest one forwards on ramp as well. He's like paranoia in, and then he's walking out through heaven first too. So many situations where Berlin could have potentially died. And he's the only player that can go and retrieve the spike safely. What the heck is going on? There's something about Split that just makes teams troll their attack sides in terms of like playing with the time and stuff. There's a lot to do on the attack side. There's a lot of map control to get, and then you have to get into the sites and stuff, but my god. That was a menace of a round. Exchange of flashes over towards ramp.
Yeah, they're doing the Omen flash again. And then the Cypher default in towards B.
Why aren't they using the cages over here? Well, they need some ramp control before they hit A. You can't just hit A like this. You can't just hit A like this. What is going on? Oh, Feng Feng just absolutely dunked on his head. Feng Feng didn't even pop the ult.
They're in.
Oh, what a kill by Lysor, though.
Also, Lysor has like a lot of money, and going into the execute, he only in one cage. So
yeah, I think he's using one cage at the beginning
like
of the
B
round.
main, yeah, and then to put the camera up.
Yeah, I think so. It doesn't seem like a good idea, but yeah, that's what he's doing. What the fuck? Okay, Lysor just kills everybody this round, I guess.
All part of the master plan.
Oh, he threw a cage in the Viper ult towards Male at the start of the round. Cool. Oh,
Actually,
that he wasn't even aiming at him, man. Then he goombed off his head.
It's like Nucky 2.0.
And Berlin got a nice entry there again, actually. Right before he got traded by Feng Feng. Autumn opping on attack.
Oh yeah, that's common on other maps too.
I like it. I think it's going to slow them down. They need to be playing a slower attack side, I think, in general.
Because he'll give the up to like Berlin when he's going to satchel in.
The thing is, you can't play a slower attack side if you're not using your Viper Wall to actually create pressure. They're just using... Like, what is the purpose of this Viper Wall? It's so bizarre. It's like for lurking mid, but it doesn't actually give you mid control. Because someone can always be behind it over here towards Vent or Metal Box. It's just so... It's so backward.
I guess it's like maybe to sort of see if they can sneak past the orb in mid.
Yeah, well, they've been trying to do that, but that means that you never really have mid control. You can only use it as a lurk spot. What was Blood aiming at with that ult? Wow, they're getting dominated. Trace cannot hold B. FPX, just hit B every round. Just hit B every round. Trace have no idea how to defend this site.
I mean...
Their positioning is
I wasn't
heinous.
expecting
Like,
this, yeah.
They're all just running into the site, landing on the low ground, and then getting killed by the people coming out through the choke point. They don't keep Rafters control. Their anchor players... I mean, their anchor player, Flexin, isn't playing inside of his smokes well. God damn. Both teams should have only hit B on their attack side.
Feels like the future of Split, to be fair. It sort of depends how many people dedicate to Double Duelist still. But Trace chose this map over Ascent, which they won before, which makes it hurt even more.
Ooh, they didn't spot Berlin. Oh, they didn't spot Berlin even when checking it. Oh, and then they walk into the trip. Oh my god. Wow. Berlin has just absolutely rinsed them by hiding in a corner.
Man did nothing, and it was still a better play than what Trace did.
Yeah, I mean, actually, Berlin doing nothing is a great play as well, because he sometimes overheats, doesn't he? The fact he didn't just decide to swing is actually really good discipline from him.
Oh, Fung, chill. Good trade. I mean, it might have been better, that play anyway, because he just got paranoid if he had stayed.
Yeah. So this Viper ult could have been used a couple of rounds ago, and now they've chosen to use it in this spot. It just... Yeah, it's just almost impossible for Trace to win this. They're going to have to find some incredibly good timings inside this ult.
And like these are the clutch players for FPX2. So it's comfortable.
Yeah. Okay, FPX knocking Trace out of the tournament. That was a pretty disappointing end from Trace there. Maybe a bit of choking or something. Their coach was certainly not impressed. But considering how well they've done in the previous tournaments, they really let the ball slip there on Sunset and Split.
To be fair, we haven't really seen that much Split this act, like from all of the teams, really. Like, it just seems to be a bit of a map that people haven't been prioritizing.
I think they had a massive compositional problem on Sunset. The fact that just not having a Sentinel is way too difficult for them to deal with. Their defense side, they just couldn't get info anywhere. And then on Split, I mean, we just watched it. It was... They couldn't defend B even once. They couldn't defend anything at all. I mean, this composition should have serious ways of being able to anchor properly. I mean, they can have their jet anchor, like, well, not anchor, but like jet pressure over towards A with the Sky more than they were doing. Have the Sky drop back into a hard anchor position. They should have got more value out of flexing, anchoring B too. Yeah, rough. You can't be losing pops to a composition that has a Viper Cypher. That's a tragic way to exit the tournament. Unlucky.
Yeah. Turned into a weird day. At least it was good games, but I didn't really expect that FPX versus EDG would be tomorrow's game.
Yeah, FPX EDG. When was the last time they played against each other? Obviously, that used to be a pretty recurring matchup, but I feel like I haven't seen it.
Act 1.
Really?
A while ago, yeah.
Yeah, damn. The last time was September 28th. They haven't played in 2 months against each other. Yeah, EDG have been playing a lot of games against Rare Atom recently in Trace. Because they're just the teams that have made it deeper in the tournament. But alright, Rare Atom in the grand finals. EDG versus FPX tomorrow. This one's a BO5, so we'll be watching this one tomorrow at 9 AM. But for now, I've got to vanish. Pleasure doing a little co-stream with you, Ryan. Thank you.
Yeah,
insight.
I'm down to chat like tomorrow and stuff on Sunday if you're around too.
Yeah, probably will be. All right, peace.
All right, see ya. Oh. Yeah, this was a fun stream. I wasn't really expected to be just full-on chatting the whole time. I thought we would just like sort of jump in like middle of the games, then deafen, just talk to chats whilst we're going. But like, to be fair, I felt like it was interesting to hear Sideshow's like POV on what he was looking for. And also just how like the way that he watches the game, how it's different to me. because I never like to say stuff is like bad, really. I'm almost like, if like this Viper wall, I'm trying to work out why are they doing it as opposed to how good it is, you know. But it's always tricky in games like this because like the Viper wall had nothing to do with FPX actually winning these attacking sides. Maybe it did subconsciously. Maybe it like scared Trace from fighting from Heaven a bit more because of this wall and like the pressure that it puts on. Like you're playing from here and you hear the Viper wall go up behind you, you might be a little bit like, oh shit. So yeah, it's an odd one really. But I think I will hang about. Oh, he even put me in his title for the stream as well, which is kind of him. I didn't realize that. But yeah, I'll probably just hop off and just get ready for, well, get a shower for one. But I need one. Yeah, good performance from Ayang. Really is kind of crazy. Like Trace could have beaten Rare Atom, who got to the final, and like Trace against EDG, what that would have been like. So I think it's settled for me that like Trace, not the top 2 team anymore. Probably is Rare Atom. But, like at least RA showed some like good reasons. Like this is also kind of the wild part too. Like you have the majority of the first kills, and you still end up losing 4 out of those rounds. And like nothing to stop these executes coming in. Was it 13-7? And it was 6-all. So they plant 7 out of 8 rounds. Yeah, plant 7 out of 8 rounds and then win 7 of those plants. It's a little bit crazy. Like again, like I feel like this series went on for a long while, but these are kind of dominant scorelines either way. So yeah, I think just Trace chose this. Trace chose to ban Ascent, which they had beaten FPX on before, to go to Split, and it horrendously backfired. But I think full credit to like FPX for like this looked a hell of a lot better for one. They fixed a lot of stuff on there, and they were clearly sitting and cooking on some stuff for Split. Whether it's great, I don't know, but it was difficult enough for Trace to actually deal with it. So yeah. Thanks for everybody that tuned in. Thanks for everybody that came in from Meg's watch party. I don't know how to do the shout out command, but I think it's a bit late now anyway. The clear choice, honestly. Yeah, Ayang is just 3 different initiators. The actual GOAT. I really like watching him. So yeah, it's shout out. Yeah, I mean, it's a bit late now, but cheers. Get the looks. It was good fun. I wasn't expecting to chat that long for Josh, but I enjoyed it. Like, if he wants to keep doing it, that's fine. If not, like, let him do his own thing. I was trying, but I kept misspelling it. Ah, you're alright. Yeah, I feel a bit bad because I wasn't talking to chat all that much. But, I mean, it was good to sort of get his perspective on stuff. Like I said, like, I kind of like being challenged on my thought process, so... I used to sort of think, like, okay, if the way that Josh or whoever else looks at a game like this is different to me, then it's because I'm stupid and they're smart. And I'm trying to be less like that. I'm trying to be more like, I just see the game differently, but not bad or for good. Wouldn't think that way. Yeah, but I mean, that's what happens, I suppose. Like, not for Josh specifically, but like when so many people have such a strong opinion of, this wall is bad, you know? This wall is bad, this wall is good. This team is troll with how they're playing this. It's like, I mean, I don't care too much on how effective it is. I'm more interested in understanding, like, why they're doing it. So... But we're getting into full best of 5 territory, which is nice. It was a great time, got a lot of nice views and perspective. Yeah, it was fun to talk about acoustics and stuff as well, which was nice. Yeah, thanks guys. It's been a nice day. It also sort of feels nice to sort of do the watch party and kind of relax a little bit more. Like, I felt like I could actually sort of just sit back and watch the game, and felt bad for like ignoring chat mostly, but I think most people just take a part in the discussion anyway. But yeah, good stuff today. Crazy games. I don't think many people would be high in the predictions for this. Like 300 points, one user's on 300 points. So what would they have been able to have guessed? I've been enjoying the streams as well. Yeah, I mean, tomorrow or Sunday, it should be pretty good. Like whether I watch it with Josh or alone, like it'll be nice. But it also sort of makes me realize like how much I've been watching these guys and how much I've been paying like little attention. But I guess it was a good test to focus on like, okay, what to keep an eye on. Even the bad games are funny. I mean, I think with like teams like this, because a team plays bad doesn't make them a bad team. And I think good teams, especially when you get to this level, are very good at making their opponents look worse than they are. Like, that's a thing even at, like, it's certainly an EMEA thing. Like, two good teams playing up against each other, making them both look average, because it's such a challenge to deal with, is very common. So yeah, it just sort of felt like Trace couldn't really get stuff going there. The thing is that I don't really remember much about that first map, to be honest. Like, this just doesn't feel like it ended up working all that great. Because did I start... No, it was FPX I was talking about TCH for. Because I was getting confused with this Lotus game and then the Lotus game for FPX and stuff earlier. But, yeah, the start of this sort of felt like everybody on Rare Atom were just in the right places and EDG weren't able to, like, reach anywhere. Like, 2 stalls completely on time and then 2 defuses. Just couldn't get going. But yeah, for hosts, if we're trying to move this along, what is up with other streamers and stuff? Who's live on Valorant to be a good host? Jing is, but I've hosted Jing enough, I feel like. I'm trying to think of who's a good person. Oh, the Clash of Nations tournament's on, so I'll just send you that way. You can let me know how Talon are doing. So yeah, go enjoy some Talon and let me know how they do. I might even like check out. I'll probably watch a game after this and make some food, to be fair. But yeah, thanks for everybody for tuning in. Thanks for Josh for joining and Meg for the raid. And we'll be back tomorrow at 9 AM sharp for FPX versus EDG, which is a losers bracket final. Wasn't really expecting, but here we are. Bye. See you tomorrow. Bye. Bye, YouTube as well. Sorry, I haven't really paid too much attention to you.